might as well go. He wiped the blood from his face as he slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when you least expect it. And hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me. There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of that hill. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. They got a black magic preacher, you do well to let them teach you. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor. And on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell. I paid the devil twice as much to keep your soul. There was a drifter passing through that little valley. He had promised he was coming back to town. They didn't know him by his face or by the gun around his waist, but he come back to burn that town to the ground. First there was fire, then there was smoke, then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor. And on your way down to hell, you hear me ring that bell. And I said, hell's coming with me.
Can we just talk about the fact that in Zach's 4-hour video, I get mentioned twice and it's by fucking Jibs? Did I not do enough, Zach? Do you not love me? How are we doing, everybody? Are we all happy to be at the end of this fucking saga? Oh my fucking god! Christ almighty. Good evening, good evening, good evening. We are obviously at the apex, the summit of this fucking hellscape. I'm glad to say, I will say this about Zach's video. It is at least easy. Like, I laughed more at Zach's video than at any of the others. I watched it and I was just like, I had to like do other things. It's been a really busy day. But every time I dipped in, I was like, fucking what? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Jesus. Christ. So, welcome to this Sunday night. Now, as many of you know, I am a normal person and have work tomorrow. So, this is a 4-hour video, and I also want to talk about the interview between Lio and Akumu last night. Don't be a dickhead. Thank you, Basti. I have been cancelled on Twitter. That is true. That's happened now. I'm glad that somebody finally did it. Fucking hell. I work on Monday, so the chances of me getting through an entire 4-hour video plus talking about this interview are slim. There are going to be limitations, so we're gonna do this in parts, and also we're kind of going to focus, at least on Zach's video, on the bits that I'm going to say matter. Though I want to be really clear with Zach's video, none of this fucking matters. None of it. you like, Zach could have skipped making the entire video from what I can tell, and it wouldn't. Actually, that's not true. That's not true, actually. Because there are a couple of things in that video that I looked at and I thought, well, that's very interesting. It's very interesting that you'd say that, and there's an entire section I haven't seen yet, which I'm also a little interested in. You know, you've piqued my curiosity, Zach. So, I think though we'll start with the interview, because that's what kind of makes sense. So fucking hell, is this going to be a hellscape? It is going to be a hellscape. Let's do this. My stuff's all over the place today. Let's do that. Okay, where is it? There we go. It's nice and easy. Let's do this. Also the wrong button. It's what happens when I have people on. All my layouts get like moved around. Now, I know many of you saw this last night, and I know that Leia covered it earlier, or is still live. I don't know. So we're gonna. Fuck, do you have a transcript for me? You do have a transcript for me, based. So there's a couple of things with this that I thought were kind of fascinating. One in particular was to do with just around, like, the Jack stuff was obviously pretty interesting to hear Lyra respond to that. Also, just generally their interactions. Jar was an interesting moderator to have in, because, like, I feel he kept things calm and he is neutral enough. I was sort of soft on Jar a lot of the time, and then occasionally he'd be quite useful. So I was appreciative of that. But we'll get into it a little bit. Particularly just the beginning, when he actually gets in. Well, there we go.
Games.
So, does anyone have any particular immediate thoughts before we get started this evening? Obviously, like and subscribe and all that jazz. Okay, thank you for your service. Thank you for the 2, Hellbent. Appreciate it.
All right, so what can I do for you, Kumu?
Well, I just have a couple of questions.
Go for it.
So,
and I'm just here as the middleman. I'm probably going to be quiet the whole time. If I need to step in, I will, but I'll probably be quiet the whole time. You're both adults. I'm sure you both can behave yourselves.
All right.
The conundrum video.
Mm-hmm.
You said that I was trying to, like, control the narrative with it, but you rushed the video out.
I did.
You don't see, like, the irony with that?
Oh, no, absolutely. I rushed the video out because I was asked to, because Peaches was panicking.
Okay.
The one thing that I found really interesting during this conversation, and I'll fully disclose, I DM'd Lio some of the stuff that I found interesting, because I feel like, what's a good way to put it? I said about watching Lio's apology video that it feels like it's super aggressive because, like, that's what was expected. Now, I just want to say very quickly, I made a prediction a little while ago that Lio was going to bring out this video and the response would be thus. People on Lio's side would say, that's great, that's great you brought the video out, we already hate Kumu and Gilded Poo and all everyone else. So it's basically the same fucking position you're already in. People on the other side are not going to believe it. Now, like, there is a lot in that video about Kumu. There have been, like, responses to that, and, like, it doesn't seem to work because nobody trusts Lio. So Lio could be right. No one on that side's going to believe it. I'm not saying he is. I'm just giving the example. And the other thing I said that would happen was it was going to fucking reinvigorate an entire side of this who didn't fucking care anymore. And Gilded Poo was out. He was done. He didn't fucking care anymore. And now, actually, fuck it. Do you want? Oh, fucking, let's go Gilded. Let's go and see what Gilded posted today, shall we?
You'd assume a man with a child in his care wouldn't be making such a spectacle of himself.
Oh, fuck. Chris, thank you for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. Good evening. Good evening, Chris and Arc Raiders. Welcome to the zenith of fucking Arccom. Thank you for the raid, buddy. I hope you're having fun. Obviously, Chris was helping me for 7 hours. 7 hours of stream. Chris and Arc sat here yesterday listening to me lose my fucking mind. Oh, I fucking love Chris. Very based.
In this manner online, yet here he is.
A few moments later.
I've also been told by another person that Gilded sounds tired, that he wants to stop getting involved in stuff like this. So here's his chance to punch out and stop pretending like he's going to come out on top. Because sooner or later, his actions will come back to his doorstep, and the police in his area will eventually get involved. It's amazing what you'll be given when you follow leads of people who know your MO. Amazing indeed.
Oh! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up! You have fucked
For
up
fuck's
now.
sake.
Now you fucked up! 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 Now you have fucked up!
Yeah, why would you do this? This is so frustrating because Lio, if you hadn't have said that, Gilded wouldn't make a video on you. It's like, you want the drama to end, you want to be done with it, and then you're just like, you're just gonna re-engage? Holy shit. And I messaged Gilded earlier, he was like, I haven't slept, Becca. Fuck my life. Okay, so to be clear, and Lio brings this up in the interview, but he also says in his video, I don't know who Kumo is yet. And like he says in the interview with Akumu, he's like, well, if I we'll go to it. We'll go to it. We'll try and find it in transcript. Who fuck he okay, this bit. There we go. 50 minutes in.
He's done it to me, he did it to Grimskull, he's done it to several people. It's whatever.
Wait, Neff did it to Grimskull?
Yeah. I know Grim's claiming I did it to him, but I don't know who he is. I don't have a single clue about his real identity. If I did, I would have put it in a video.
And you didn't send the police to Kumo's house?
I don't know who Kumo is.
Okay. But in your video... Okay. All right. But then...
I would have put it in the video. This is insane. Now, Lio throughout this interview is saying things like, well, I go to the white pages, I find out who people are, like, through publicly available information. Okay, let's just be really fucking clear about something. Because, like, the definition of doxing, like, I hate when people do this really autistic thing of going, well, that doesn't qualify as doxing. If we want to be really, really autistic about things, I'm pretty sure that like over half the people who claim to have been doxed by Kiwi Farms wouldn't be. Like this whole thing of, well, it's publicly available information. People have been like doxed and had their location found from wallpaper in a fucking hotel room. Okay? Like most information that we say is doxed is publicly available stuff, you know, or stuff that people have released and then there's excuses for. I believe this was one of the things with Keffels. Like everyone kept saying, "Oh, Keffel's phone number was doxed." They released Keffel's phone number. Do you know who released Keffel's phone number? And if I'm wrong on this, you can correct me. But this is my understanding. Keffel's released Keffel's phone number. It was a Patreon tier reward. It was you can have a call with Keffel's. So does that mean that releasing Keffel's phone number isn't a problem? That it doesn't matter? Like I think that's a pretty extreme position to take. Actually. We all know that the issue with doxing is that it's taking things into the real fucking world and using them maliciously as a form of intimidation. Because gathering like massive amounts of information from people and going, hey, we know this about you, we can do something about it, is the fucking issue, right? And the other side is, if this is the case, if this is the information, if this is the standard that the like art commentary community goes by, Lio has not been doxxed. Lio has provided that information publicly. He's provided his name. He's provided his home address. He provided his home address to people so they would come to fight him. Like, I don't know if you can claim that people are doxing Lio. Now, certain bits of information are private, like who people's employers are. And I've had that argument made to me, but quite often employers will carry lists of their employees that are public. We also understand that this is unacceptable to contact someone's employer. I know I'm getting really autistically into the weeds here, but I really hate when people are like, well, technically I didn't do the thing. It's like, yeah, but we all know what the fucking issue is, okay? we just don't do things in the real world unless an actual crime has been committed and you need to go and report it to the fucking police. Don't do things in the real world. There you go. There is your fucking like gift. You fucking idiots. Oh my god. It was so, oh fuck me. So I've heard mixed responses to this fucking interview. I've heard things from like all over the fucking place. I keep getting fucking DMs. I've heard things from all over the place for like people's responses to this conversation. I want to give my take on it overall. I think it is probably the best conversation that Akumu or anybody was going to get out of Lio publicly. And I say this for a couple of reasons. So, firstly, I think Lio wants to be done. Lio inherently is going to be defensive of some of these things. He doesn't want to talk about Jax. Doesn't really want to talk about Rosa. I think there's an element here where... Oh, that's the word I was looking for. Let's go accountability. Let's count. Because, where the fuck is it? Akumu says to Lio, what does accountability mean to you? You use that word a lot. Okay, cool. Here, this was, I think this was interesting, and I can't remember what the fucking response was, so my brain hurts. It's Sunday. I've been streaming like every day, fucking sometimes twice a day. Bear with me, okay?
Again, and here you are bringing him up.
I'm bringing him up because I think that the whole situation to begin with is like insane. It's asinine, and
Okay.
you know this.
That doesn't change my point.
The two black call. You said you had taken accountability in the call.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what does that mean? Because you use that word very, very frequently.
Hold on. Taking accountability is owning what you've done and trying not to repeat it in a lot of cases. There are other times it's not. Some of it involves legality for a lot more serious things, but that is part of taking accountability, is owning what you've done, whether it's right or wrong, and moving on with it and not repeating that behavior.
Okay, so let's talk about accountability. I know, the guy who doesn't give a fucking shit about accountability on the internet. Let's talk about what accountability is and why accountability is actually important, particularly for people who want to be in leadership roles. Accountability is the buck stops with me. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be sorry for everything. It doesn't even mean that you have to turn around and say, hey, I fucked up. Accountability can simply be, you may not like this decision, but here was my decision making at the time, and I would do it again. You can have issue with that, but that's what I did at the time. That's, you are taking account of your decision making. Now, my issue with Lio's response is that he provides evidence for why people hated Rosa, why things were said about Jax, why other actions were taken. But it doesn't really, again, they feel like excuses. There's an awful lot of a whataboutism in Lio's response. In fact, there's an awful lot of whataboutism in fucking all of this. Oh, well, I know we did this, but fucking Rin ran the SCK account. That fucking Kumu's like done this. Akumu's done this. Gilded's done this. Leia said this. And we'll get to the end of Zach's video at some fucking point today. And I'm just like, okay, look, are you sorry or not? You don't have to be. I personally don't fucking care if you are. But don't be like, I'm sorry, and then continue to just do whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know how this is hard. I don't know how this is hard. This isn't what accountability looks like. And the problem is, people keep saying this word over and over and over again, and it's fucking meaningless, and it's very, very, very fucking annoying. It's not just Lio doing this, by the way. This word has become a catch-all, not just in fucking art commentary, generally. We need to get people to take account. To what end? What's the outcome here? And this is a big question as well, because like when Lio's talked about the Senate, what he wants the Senate to be, and what all of these people want these fucking servers to be. They keep talking about them as like, oh, we need somewhere where we can like sort out issues, hold people to account, like resolve things. I cannot think of a single example. Now, again, I'm not an expert. I've only done, what are we at? 30, 40 hours of fucking looking into this community, which in the grand scheme of how long this fucking group has been around, isn't much, actually. It isn't much, because we're dealing with years and years of stuff. But I cannot think of a single case where somebody was brought into the Senate, screamed at for several hours, changed their behavior, and then was let back in. Other than people who were, like, maybe very, very core people, who were, like, friends with everyone. Generally, what happened is this. People were brought in, screamed at, and then burned from the community. That's not a resolution server. That is a blood sports barbarian rip people apart server. And that's not a problem. Just be like honest about what you are. Like, I guess. Does that make sense? Santa Claus, welcome to membership. You'll be able to see my community posts now. Good for you. So, like, there's this general feeling. Now, one of the questions I've had, Akumu asked it last night. Akumu, again, full disclosure, I did ask Akumu to ask this, but I did speak to Lio about it in DMs. So one of the things that Lio says in his apology, in fact, we'll just go, is this gonna give it to me? Okay, here we go.
Out of all people, have such that much control over you, because I know you had the other adopted kids, but Peaches seemed to be able to easily play you like a fiddle, like a piano, just piano master in that shit. Okay, Stevie Wonder.
And now I have Jax calling me.
Okay, so here is an important point about Lio's response video. Lio says in his response video he's treated all his kids equally. Everyone was equal, guys. And no, they weren't. That doesn't mean that, by the way, that doesn't mean that Lio was like malicious towards the other people he brought into his home. I actually don't want to claim that. I think Lio is bad at this and should stop doing it. But I think his intentions... with the more I learn about like Opal, Jordan, and everything, I think his intentions are that to help. He's just shit at it. Like, now I spoke to a few people who know Lio, because Lio was like, well, if you want another opinion, here's who you can talk to. And we talked about one of the other kind of adopted kids. And like the way they were described, Lio was described towards them as kind. Lio gave a lot of financial support to a lot of to all of them. He really did try and provide, but the difference is this: he was nowhere near as defensive or soft, from what I've heard, with the other people he'd adopted as he was with Peaches. Other people still would be like disciplined in some way, if you like. Peaches seemed to avoid this, and this is kind of what like we're getting at. It's quite clear that for whatever reason, And you can say that this is because Lio was manipulated, or Lio had like a special place. Peaches got better treatment, even if Lio doesn't. I don't even know if he realizes it himself, because from what I've heard, actually the other people in that found family unit were fucking talking about this. So I think it's like pinning down to those like fucking points, which kind of like is like the frustrating end point of this shit. So I thought that was interesting, and like there's an awful lot of dodging here. Lio doesn't want to address the Jack stuff. I don't know how much Rosa comes up either. I think that Lio does want to open up communication with Akumu. I can't say I blame him. I have my own tinfoil hat theories as to why that is, which I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you, and I'll tell you why. Because I want to be as good faith as possible at this juncture. And, it might be that Lio is prepared to change. I said yesterday that my position is this. If Lio shows, like a real physical, I want to do something else with this shit, then, like, I'm like, well, why fucking, like, it's none of my fucking business, is it? Because ultimately then he'll stop being funny. But the other side of all of this has been kind of the surrounding people. Now, we couldn't really get into Doodle Tones. I've had other people send me stuff about the Doodle Tones video. I will probably do something about Doodle Tones separately, because there's so fucking much. Put it in the community post. That's a great idea, Rage. That's exactly what I'll do. There you go. The members can see it. Based. The community post just become Beckett conspiracy posts. Fantastic. No, I'll do Doodles separately. There's so much to go over, and it needs pulling apart. Now, there's bits, apparently within that Doodles call, there's a call no one's heard before, which is kind of interesting. And I know now we're at sort of the zenith point. More and more calls are coming out that have kind of been suppressed. Like we saw this with the Crystal call the other day. But is there anything else in this fucking interview? We'll have a look through. And just quickly, if there's anything particularly anybody wants to see me, I guess, give an opinion on in this call, do you know what Serafina thinks? I've spoken to Serafina, like in DMs about that, but so Serafina's general position was, very blasé about the treatment towards the other kids. It was like, it didn't look particularly special to me. So yeah, is there anything else in particularly this interview with Lio that anybody wants to hear my opinion on? I know that's a hard push, because me giving an opinion on anything is, fucking who gives a shit. But if there's anything anybody's like, oh, what did you think of this bit? Let me know, I guess. Let's have a look at this. I think
They don't want Toasty to end up like the Omega, that he's a sexual harasser. All that was said August 17th.
Gotcha.
But yet nothing was ever publicly said about Toasty. I could be condemned for far less, and yet publicly, just a few days later, could accuse a minor of sexual harassment based off of someone saying that they were made uncomfortable by a photo. Not that they were sexually harassed, but they were made uncomfortable by it. That's my issue with that whole thing. Like, the DMs don't help Nezzy Monster out. It makes the hypocrisy of the whole situation way fucking worse.
I see. All right. So my question to you then would be, what do you think the correct answer should be to that then?
I just want the hypocrisy acknowledged, because the thing that these people have done for years now, and one of the reasons why I have the biggest issue that I have.
I think this is fair. I think one of the things to remember about like the side with Akumu is, like, people keep doing, like, on the other side they keep going, Akumu doesn't care about the victims, he doesn't care, he's just got an axe to grind, all this shit. And I'm like, even if that's true, and you're the side that cares about the victims, Doodles, even if that's true, then why don't you talk about the FCK? I know Leia something has said that she wants to talk about the FCK. Like, that she's like, oh, we do actually need to talk about this. And, like, I'm not keen to get into the FCK stuff, because it is not It's not what my content is, if I'm honest. I'm not the guy to go over it. If other people want to, good. But clearly you are using this, Doodles, as your defensive play, which is just fucking frustrating. You can't be like, it's about the victims, and at the same time be like, yeah, but also, Akumi's really mean. Right, okay. Oh, do you mean like if Serafina has any given any thoughts on Lio's video? I haven't spoken to Sarah about Lio's video. Do you know what? I don't even know if she's seen it. I don't. I have no fucking idea. I know that she is. I with this. I know that she is like fucking hates all of this and just wants to not talk about it. Let's see what we got about the FCK in this. Please stop giving me random things. There's like 37 mentions here, but you said towards the end. So, let's see. Feel about the FCK account essentially becoming an account about me instead of the actual main. Who fucking... Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. It's like, but the FCK stuff is about you because it's about you not talking it right. Right, fuck it. Fuck it. If someone wants to send me a timestamp and be like, actually come back to this, talk about it, do that. If not... because I don't want to be here forever and we're already 30 minutes in. Let's talk about Zach, shall we? Now, okay, I'm going to preface this. I found this video response really weird. It is basically like the thumbnail's like, we will not be silent. It is basically the bit part players. And I don't mean like the streamers and things. I mean the people who've been like hovering around the background for a while, like Zach, like Hidden, like Aska. I actually think Jibs is less than a bit part player than fucking Hidden is. I'm gonna be honest with you. At this fucking point. So it's a really weird fucking video in many, many ways. God. There's a reason that Zach is Gollum on the fucking thumbnail. Oh, thanks to Nikki for this thumbnail, by the way. As always, much appreciated. Didn't even know Zach made a vid today before the stream. Excited to see it ripped apart. I'll be honest, I've laughed at this one more than I laughed at the others. Right, let's get into it. We're going to speed it up. And see whether it's understandable. He speaks like a Zoomer.
Okay, so before we get into this, there are a
Oh, fuck. I can't speed it up that much. I'll never understand the fucker.
plethora of content warnings attached to all of this situation. So those are going to be in the introduction section, and we will get to them when we do. Just please be aware, this is not a video for the faint of heart, but I would appreciate you guys hearing out all of our stories as we...
Okay. If at any point any of you are like, wow, Zach's really fucking dramatic. Yes, Zach is incredibly fucking dramatic. Unbelievably dramatic, in fact. Frustratingly dramatic. I'm going to be honest. Zach is like... It's like Zach found like a video from the mid-2000s on what a gay guy is meant to be, and it's like me and my friends at Pride memeing and then made it his personality. I don't understand. I don't, is TikTok doing this to people? Please, can we stop? Please? It is very weird. Now, also, just before we get there, because I think it's probably going to be in the video about sexual harassment and everything else, if you called yourself somebody's twink secretary while constantly drawing fucking buff daddy art of them, people are going to look at you weird. Okay? People are going to look at you weird. Oh, I have one other thing to say as well, actually, because it matters. On how people reacted to Peaches within the fucking Lio's group and everything else, I've been told that I can say this. So there's been a lot of questions around how the like OGs like of Senate, like the older people who came from Barrel and been around for years, felt about Peaches and whether they liked them. an entire server was created by one of the admins of Senate, one of the older admins, to get the fuck away from Peaches, because everyone thought Peaches was fucking annoying. And the only reason this wasn't called out majorly was Lio. Peaches, like, and this is why a lot of the people who, and I would posit, call it a conspiracy theory, I would posit that a lot of the people who've not come out and talked about this are because they are in two minds. A lot of them are like, have known Lio for years and they don't want to like shit on him because he's like an old friend. But a lot of them fucking hate Peaches. They've always hated Peaches. They've hated Peaches pretty much since he turned up. And this has been going on for a fucking while, okay? So I will tell you that I have also been shown the fucking the server itself to prove it exists. It does exist. It really was a fucking fuck Peaches server with like a couple of people in it. But people who like were moderators and things. Now, also separate thing. Finally, before we get into this, if I hear one more fucking mod refer to themselves as being part of the staff or on staff or anything to do with staff, I'm going to lose my shit at you. You are a moderator on Discord. There is a reason we call Jannies. It is not cool to be a moderator. You shouldn't be happy to be a moderator, okay? My mods are people who I make mods because I know it annoys them. And they vaguely keep a community together, mostly out of like because I've guilted them into it. None of them are happy about it. Okay, my head admin Hoz hates me. Actually hates me, and has reached the point where he's like, I'm literally just here because I'm sort of like invested now, but I don't want to hear about bronies anymore, Beckett. I don't want to hear about I don't want to hear about I don't care anymore. Please stop talking about them, please. You're such a cunt. The yearly salary of $0. Listen, if you're not getting paid, it's not a fucking job. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, here we go.
Come forward about Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro. Thank you. Whenever I think of internet drama and how I prefer to address it in my day-to-day life as a catboy online, I tend to think back to a situation from 2020.
Okay, listen. Who wants to place bets that Zach is going to end up as a groiper? When Zach finds out that Nick Fuentes is also a catboy, is this Zach's future? I don't know if listen, I don't write the best scripts, but I don't know if I'd open a video with I'm a catboy online. And the problem is it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Not a joke. This isn't humorous. This isn't Zach. Fucking I hate this. Oh, God.
23 being the Quite situation. For those unaware, the basic summary is that a user on Twitter came forward claiming to have been assaulted and abused by YouTuber Quite. This situation sparked massive amounts of people to rally around this individual to support them, and in the process use their own platforms to tear Quite down to the ground, including making fun of the very situation that this person was traumatized by. However, in March of 2023, Quite would come back with a video entitled For the Record. This video debunked all the allegations against him and is seen nowadays as a masterclass in how to clear one's name from accusations of the worst things imaginable. Quite's vulnerability was put on full display like never before, and the internet believed his evidence and condemned a supposed victim for being the perpetrator of harassment for months against someone who never deserved it. I've especially thought back on the Quite situation more recently. The major takeaway from this entire situation should have been that supporting victims is encouraged, but digging into information and waiting for the other side's testimony and evidence is something that needs to be ingrained into these large-scale internet accusations. Yet somehow, we're witnessing a repeat of the Quite situation on a smaller scale, with the accusations against YouTuber Lioconvoy after Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro came out with statements against him, claiming various forms of abuse, albeit with no evidence. I would have thought people would have learned the first time that waiting for the other side is encouraged.
We did know, Zach. Do you know who didn't know? You, motherfucker! You didn't know because you're fucking dumb. I would have thought people would have learned to wait. I would have thought that people would be good faith. I'm sorry, Zach. Who wrote a fucking text document saying that they were leaving Senate and abandoning Lio, and then gave that up within 24 hours while being part of a fucking cabal? Was that you? Was that you? Or was it the other side Me specifically, who sat on stream the day they came out and said, this is bollocks, and I'm the one attacking Lio, and I said that, you fucking hack. Okay, so here's my frustration with the Zach video. And I'm gonna be super full, transparent and disclose. As Crystal says, transparency, we love to see it. I might take some shots at Crystal today. It's not that I hate Crystal, it's that I'm just in that mood. Hidden and Zach are one of two things. They are either incredibly fucking dumb, like unbelievably fucking stupid, or they are complete fucking snakes. There is no in between. Because the actions of Zach and Hidden are all fucking over the place. Now, let's be clear, and I've had this confirmed. In Lio's apology video, he says, Peaches leaked my Jay and Jordan script to the public to slander me. Now, I'd like to ask a question. How did Peaches get that script, Lio? Oh, I don't know. Who's the person who worked on your scripts? Was it fucking Zach who leaked it to Peaches? Yes, it was. You fucking... No, very, very quiet about that, aren't you? And Hidden, who during this call is going to give all kinds of reasons as to why they were involved in this little cabal. And again, you are either a snake and lying, or you're a fucking retard. There is no in between. And I really want to stress this, because this is a side that keeps talking about accountability and never seems to fucking take any. And this video, out of all of them, this is actually, in my opinion, worse than Lio's. Actually fucking worse than Lio's. Now, there are apologies in this. Hidden gives an apology, which is better than Lio's. But make no mistake, this is a sweeping job of no, we weren't involved in anything, we didn't do anything, no, we were always on the right side, guys, we were manipulated as well. You fucking, listen, you believed Peaches, you were lied to, but you still did a ton of sneaky shit, and no one should fucking trust you because of it. None of this, oh, we get to be all fucking in with the win now. Because firstly, Lio's apology does not clear him of much. Let's be clear of that. It doesn't exonerate him. It doesn't change the Rosa stuff. It doesn't change the Jack stuff. It doesn't change the bullying stuff. It doesn't change any of the calls. Doesn't change what happened in Senate. It does not exonerate him from any of the fucking criticisms made. It merely gives context to a few of them, which some people may accept and some people may not. But Zach and Hidden... I think you both have very interesting careers on the internet ahead of you. If this is your starting point, I'm very excited to see where this fucking goes.
Before making a full judgment, but yet we're sitting here in the same situation again. So now we give you that other side that always needs to come out. There's something you all don't know about Hopeless Peaches in Lumitro. We are their victims, and we would like a word. Hello, so this is going to be a more serious video today. I know we normally try to keep things more upbeat on this channel and complain about fighting games or whatever, but today is just not one of those times. There are a lot of content warnings that I need to put in this video, which are now on screen for all of you to see. It is important you're all aware of what we're discussing here. If you take nothing else away from this video, it's important that I say this now. Myself and my friends have been used, manipulated, and abused in silence by Hopeless Peaches in Lumitro, and we will not be silenced any longer. I ask you all to hear our stories, see our evidence, and listen. These two people are despicable and don't deserve your praise, attention, or support. They silently abused all of us for too long, so today we speak up. You'll probably notice that this video
Again, you're going to notice the framing here of we're the real victims. We're finally speaking out. We need a platform too. None of the, like, where's all this understanding for Lio's victims? Where's all the understanding, like, for like all the people who've been fucked over by Senate? Beckett and Crystal drama when. You're fine, Crystal. You'll just have to deal with me being snippy, but you can be snippy back. I encourage you to do so. We're both British, so you know what it's like. That would be huge. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Video is multiple hours long because of how many testimonies, interviews, Discord logs, etc. we have to go through. So get your snacks and please sit down and take in all of our stories. Peaches and Lumi hurt so many people, and we want to make sure that if either of them try to come back to the internet, they can't. So let's begin our...
Yeah, I mean, you've done such a good job at holding people to account so far. I know that we can trust you in the future. These fucking people. I said this to somebody I was watching this, and I was like, listen, there are many parts of Lio that I dislike, but I don't think anyone annoys me as much as Zach and Hidden do. I think they actually, of all of this, may be the most annoying people involved in it. I completely, insufferably frustrating.
Story with explaining the major people involved in all of this.
Oh, and before anyone's like, well, Beckett, where's your evidence? I would encourage you to go and listen to the leaked call that happened between Kumo, Hidden, and Zach, where during that call, Kumo asks, oh, well, you're friends with Serafina, aren't you? And Hidden says, oh, well, I wouldn't say, we're friendly. Yeah, we're friendly. Serafina has said nothing but the utmost nicest things about fucking Hidden. Gone out of her way to say nice things, described her as a friend, described her like in the best terms. When like Hidden was on a Kumu stream and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Hidden was like, yeah, no, Sarah was like, yeah, I know Hidden, I trust Hidden, took the time out. Hidden can't even do that in a private setting. You should always be careful about people who'll say one thing to your face or one thing publicly, but when it's convenient for them or when they need something, they will twist what that narrative looks like, and then they'll hope people gloss over it. Really don't like that fucking shit. It does not make you look very fucking trustworthy. Now, one thing I will give to Crystal is, as much as I will take the piss out of Crystal for like just being a bit naive, Crystal seems to like try and be fairly consistent between public and private, and they're like, here's what I think, here's my positions, and they might change, but I'll take... Crystal actually tries to take accountability. They're not that scared of taking the L. They literally came on stream and they were like, yeah, no, I was a fucking idiot. Where's Hidden or Zach coming on a stream and being like, yeah, do you know what, I was fucking so dumb. It's not that. It's we were manipulated and abused, feel sorry for us. There is a fucking world of difference between those two fucking things. And again, if you're still on the side with Hidden and Zach, that's fine. I'm not here to dissuade you from that. But when they stab you in the back, don't come crying to me. I'm just telling you ahead of time.
Before jumping into all of our stories and what prompted all of this to come out, we need to illustrate the main players in this story and how we got here. So who is Hopeless Peaches? Hopeless Peaches was a commentary channel and artist who was prominent in the art commentary community for years. They would do content exposing bad actors in the commentary community and dabbled in predator hunting by being a platform for the Camila Cuevas and Glitch Tale situations. Peaches had come under fire a few different times in the commentary community, but the first time that this occurred was with the Creepshow art situation of 2020 to 2021. For a full recap of that situation, there are videos out there that explain the entire situation with Toby Majestic, Prison Mate Luke, Kai, Omnia, Creepshow, Spoctor, and everyone else involved. After this, the community would end up taking a split approach to Hopeless Peaches going forward. They had their detractors like Zay, previously Kai, Omnia, etc., but would end up associated with another individual that we need to...
Do we need to see any of this? I actually don't think we need to. I think we're all on the same fucking page, right? Listen, the difference is, I'll say it to your face. I will say it to your face. If I think there's an issue, I'm not gonna fucking hide anything. I can do you think it's on Kato's channel? Yeah. Send that to Jibs.
So, when discussing the run-up to Lumi and Peaches going nuclear on the Senate in mid-March, we need to go back to February 22nd, 2024, which is where the first of two major incidents that prompted Lumi and Peaches to do what they did occur. There was a Senate call on this day for one Raven Pines. Why is this the call that began the Senate derailment, though? It's because it was really bad. Weirdly, though, this Senate call wasn't awful for the normal reasons that Senate calls tend to be bad. Often, they are criticized for going too harshly on people unrighteously. However, the Raven Pines situation was quite the opposite, where people came away from the call thinking it was nowhere near the harshness it should have been at. Raven Pines Hines was an SEC member that was taken into the Senate for their disgusting actions that they encouraged minors to discuss in videos of their own admission. During this call, Lio was attempting to understand the capacity of Raven, who is on the spectrum. The reason was simple: to find out just how much of the situation and their actions they actually understood. Grace he had not given Rosa back in the call in 2022. However, this invasive questioning due to him overcorrecting since he didn't want to repeat the mistakes from the Rosa call was going a little bit too far and entered into ableist territory accidentally. It should be noted that this was an accidental thing where Lio did not know he was going too far at first because he was viciously getting grilled for the now infamous Rosa Bray Ramsey call both publicly and privately from Peaches and Lumi. In the call, he was viciously screaming at and insulting.
Again, we are talking about a man in his late 30s who you are saying, while in a woke community that is constantly concerned about transphobia, ableism, racism, and homophobia, didn't know what ableism looked like. This is your defense. So much of this is insane. I don't understand. The Raven call began the downfall note as Peaches. Well, okay, you've got to think about this, Strawberry. From their perspective, this all began with them. This is the center part. It's not the fact that the FCK stuff was happening. It's not the fact that, like, Akumu was, like, digging into things. And actually, let's talk about this. There is good evidence, and I showed this yesterday, that Peaches had been planning this well ahead of time. He'd been planning the burn of Lio because he knew that video was coming. Now, that's a bit tinfoil hat. I can't prove it, but all the evidence points in that fucking direction. All of it. So, again, this whole narrative of, well, this is where things really began. Let us tell our story. It's like, you want your little fucking pound of flesh. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting, that.
Rosa, who was on the spectrum, and there were times that Lio was extremely ableist in call and disgusting in 2022. In trying to understand how to address Raven, he overstepped and moderators were concerned that the questioning would lead to Raven giving out personal information that was not required for the conversation. During that call, Peaches actually tagged Lio in the side chat for the gallery, asking him to stop this form of questioning. But here's the thing, Lio didn't see that due to him being at work and unable to see the message. For anyone who doesn't know, Discord Mobile does make it kind of hard to get into open chats easily, especially if you're busy doing other things. Lumi then stepped up to the plate asking about Lio's questioning methods, which Lio explained, but Lumi didn't stomp him down for it. And Lumi would later lie about this, don't worry, we'll get there. Then Peaches jumped up into the gallery to speak and server muted Lio in front of over 100 people. Now, will I say Lio's questioning was right? No. Will I say that Aaron was right to server mute Lio? Absolutely not, because then Hidden, Sunny, and I had to step up to take over the situation that we had extremely limited knowledge about because Lio left the call. The thing is, in hindsight, I didn't even handle Raven properly at all because I had zero context of what the hell we were even discussing and had to step up in the call because Aaron fucked us all over by immediately leaving and not stepping up to handle the call that they derailed. And then Lumi would also leave the call as well. Thanks, guys, for derailing a call that was actually serious that we now can't properly do justice in. I actually apologized to Doodle Tones personally after the call.
That we now can't do justice in. God, this is what this whole fucking thing's going to be like, isn't it? It's about justice and accountability, guys. That's why we follow Lio, a man who screams at mentally ill women and doxes children. These are the fucking good guys. Jesus Christ. Didn't Lio tell Lumi and Peaches that they should have messaged him instead of muting him? Yeah, I mean, like, let's be honest. It was a fucking Senate call. The whole place was a fucking mess. Now, the one thing I've said from, like, meeting what are referred to as the old guard of Senate is the old guard of Senate surprised me. I said this to Gilded. Because like many of them are ex-4chan kiddies. They've been around the internet a long time. They are incredibly fucking... They actually don't care about a lot of this fucking accountability shit. It's like dealing with, like, the early morning Kumite or fucking, like, the skeptic community or blood sports or anything. These are people who just want to laugh at shit on the internet a lot of the time and take the piss out of shit. Which is why the culture of the Senate looks the way it does. It's just now it's done with this weird virtuous leftist bent, which is just fucking weird. And it doesn't work because you get call outs like this.
all because I later got context of what all Raven had done, and it was far worse than what I thought we were initially dealing with. The reason an apology went directly to Susie was because she was the one dealing with Raven initially before bringing them into the Senate. Susie is talking about it in her own video on the Raven Pine situation, so go watch that. That was then ragged on in what I perceive here to be the first major inciting incident that would lead to Lumi going on hiatus from the Senate and Peaches leaving in late February. The second major incident, though, requires more context to be given. We actually need to look at a different situation regarding one Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame is known for their work on the glitch tail community, where Crystal did a bulk of the work to expose dozens of people for being harmful to children.
Hold on a second.
She is talking about it in her own video on the Raven Pine situation, so go watch that. That was then ragged on in what I perceive here to be the first major inciting incident that would lead to Lumi going on hiatus from the Senate and Peaches leaving in late February. The second major incident, though, requires more context to be given.
No. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit, what are you talking about? This was clearly planned way ahead of time. Like, are you seriously saying that, like, what happened in the Senate was the inciting incident and not all the shit that was happening external to that to Peaches? In this video, Zach is going to talk about what they went through with Peaches, having to sit on calls with them because they were suicidal, and we'll get to that, by the way, because that shit's pretty fucking interesting, actually. But you got the fucking reframing of this is wild. God, to have an audience that doesn't watch any of the other content must be a fucking blessing. Holy shit.
We actually need to look at a different situation regarding one Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame is known for their work on the glitch tail community, where Crystal did a bulk of the work to expose dozens of people for being harmful to children, grooming them, and exposing them to things children should have never been exposed to at that young of an age. Crystal had previously worked with Peaches over this very subject, making videos on the actions of Camila Cuevas, Nyx the Shield, Artie Chan, and others. However, in February of 2024, just days after the Raven Pines call that jump-started Lumi and Peaches' takedown on Lio, Crystal would bring to Lio and Peaches that Peaches had some leaked screenshots of the things that Peaches
Wait, hold on.
Nyx the Shield.
I'm gonna actually have to slow this down. I can't believe this. Hold on.
Artie Chan, and others. However, in February of 2024, just days after the Raven Pines call that jump-started Lumi and Peaches' takedown on Lio, Crystal...
It wasn't a jump start because of the call, it's because they had what they needed, or thought they had what they needed, and the pressure was getting too much on Peaches because of what was about to fucking happen. Peaches was aware. They must have been aware. Holy fucking shit. Like, that's not to say that Crystal didn't play a pretty major part in, like, forcing it forward, because, like, something was about to drop and Crystal was aware of it, and then that got accelerated through Crystal's call. But, like, there were DMs going back ages, like, into last year, into September, of, like, Peaches basically starting to lay the groundwork. It's just that they didn't know whether they had enough to execute. The Raven call is what allowed them to know they had enough to execute, because there were a ton of fucking mod calls where all the mods were pissed off. It was, oh, holy fuck, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Would bring to Lio and Peaches that Peaches had some leaked screenshots of the things that Peaches had done under the influence of their groomer at the age of 18 and 19 in amino chats where they had a lack of a filter around minors. The evidence for this was rather bleak, but still Crystal wanted answers to what happened. Crystal would then go into a call with Lio and Peaches. The call was rather unfortunate, but was recorded and used for later. We'll get there. Then Crystal would share the thread that they made on Hopeless Peaches on February 26, 2024, showing this evidence before talking with Lio and Peaches about it. Later that night, myself and Lio would go into a call with Crystal and Water Dorito 13, which is Crystal's partner, and explain everything. By this point, Lin had also talked with Crystal as well. Eventually, we began making a video on Crystal and what they had done by the pushing of Aaron to make the video happen. Repeatedly, we did actually have second thoughts about the video, wondering why we went so far as to make one in the first place. We did a lot to justify that this was for the good of Peaches, and Peaches made sure we felt it was necessary by constantly reiterating how terrible Crystal was and exaggerating the claims that Crystal made, so we would upload the video on March 13th, 2024. And the video was extremely mixed in reception, hitting around a 66% like to dislike ratio. It was not optimal. This was mainly not helped by the fact that two of Lio's ex-family members, Jordan and Jay, were spinning allegations against Lio already that were being run with as fact. Lio also discusses these allegations in his own video as well. After this, Crystal themselves would make a response that would explain the calls much more, give context to statement, and debunk a lot of things said about them and their partner Water Dorito. The video was positively received and would cause Lio's video to begin receiving more and more dislikes. Before the video though, Lumi, who we mentioned earlier, began a count.
The video was positively received and would cause Lio's video to get more and more dislikes. Now, like, I don't want to underplay Crystal's part in this. I actually really don't. This isn't like an ironic thing. But like the pressure from the opposite side had been really fucking high. And like at the same time, like the February calls had been leaked and made Lio look insane because he was talking about removing Jordan's income. Oh my god, this is so weird. This is so fucking weird.
Countdown on his profile in the Senate and in the Rules of Nature. It began with 7 days remain on March 11th and would count down day by day. But we speculate that this plan was set into motion after the Crystal script was shown to Peaches. Eventually, with heavy speculation as to what was going to happen on that day, March 18th, 2024 happened. On that fateful day, Lumi would drop massive bombshell statements in the Senate announcements channel that would describe and discuss that Lio was an abusive individual who needed to be exposed for what he had allegedly done to not only Lumi and K Cosmic, who you'll hear from later, but Hopeless Peaches, who was already out of the Senate by then. Peach's statement in particular.
Zach, didn't somebody else drop a statement? Didn't you drop a statement? Fuck, do I still have that? Wait, hold on a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I still have that. That's Opal's. God, I swear that Zach dropped a statement. I don't think I even saved it because I thought it was irrelevant. But give me a second. Let me open these separately. Continue, right? So. I think this was Lumi's I'm looking at. But he did. He absolutely dropped a statement. Zach, bro, where's your little mention of the fact that you also abandoned? This is what's really fucking annoying about this shit, because the way this gets played, and I hear this get played in this call, is like, we didn't know anything, we didn't know, guys, we didn't know what was going on, we were so innocent. Hidden was on a fucking stream with Akumu defending the Supreme Court before she realized that this was all going tits up. These Okay, listen, maybe I'm being a poor Zandy. Maybe Zach's gonna bring it up. I don't know. It's like, I haven't seen this bit. You're getting a genuine reaction out of me. Of like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, Zach lies more than Lio does. Holy fuck.
Was the most damning, accusing Lio of mental, emotional, and verbal abuse. There was a lack of evidence, but with claims this damning, many people were looking to believe Peaches due to the fact—
Oh wow, you might be right about him being a snake. Listen, look, I'm just a guy who laughs at people on the internet, but I will say this. I also have been around a while. Okay? I'm open about this. I've lurked for a long time. I was there in the heady golden days. And you develop a sense about certain people. Now, it's not perfect. I've been wrong before. I've been wrong many times. It's, lots of people who think they're a good judge of character, they get fucked. But sometimes you just got that thing in the back of your head, and you're like, are you watching all 4 hours of it? No, we'll probably skip over you and Crystal, to be honest, Jibs. Because frankly, Crystal, I think we know statements from Crystal, unless there's something particularly in there. And Jibs, you're bad to react to because I like you, and then I can't really laugh at you because I feel bad. I like you too much, Jibs. Congratulations, you've hit the point.
Fact that several things lined up with Jay and Jordan's statements. We will also blissfully ignore the fact that several things also contradicted their statements, but whatever. These statements would also attach to the Supreme Court, which was Hidden Heroine, another Senate moderator's server. The server was then used as a way for people to—
Okay, here we go. If you can't find his channel, there's his channel. Okay?
Escape the Senate and things also contradicted their statements, but whatever. These statements would also attach to the Supreme Court, which was Hidden Heroine, another Senate moderator's server. The server was then used as a
Also, and this is me just giving you a little fucking preamble of why you should stick around. Hidden's explanation of the history of the Supreme Court is very interesting. I would go as far to say that it makes Hidden look incredibly fucking dumb. I'm not sure why. Like I'll put this honestly. If Hidden is telling the truth about the history of the Supreme Court, you could not waterboard that fucking information out of me, okay? You could not waterboard it out of me. It is not good. I can laugh at you, Jibs, but I don't want to. Shut up. Stop being fun.
as a way for people to escape the Senate and go to a server run by some former Senate moderators and those closer to Lumi and Hidden. The Senate bled about 150 members in 2 days, while the Supreme Court gained around 340. It was truly a mass exodus for the Senate. Many people actually stayed in the Senate to hear both sides of the argument, which I clarified in my own statement that I dropped about an hour later. The statement I dropped was more so saying that I was going to wait for both sides and that I gave Lio an ultimatum in regards to him getting help in therapy.
You did drop a statement. That's very interesting. Now, to be clear about that fucking statement, because this sounds a lot better than it was. Zach did wait. He did drop a statement later. I remember that happening. But let's be clear about this. Zach was hedging his bets. It's very hard when you're dealing with something like this, where you've got a lot of fucking moving parts to pin people down. But when you've also got somebody being like, and again with Hidden, and how quickly they retracted. You were all friends. You were all involved. At no point before this did you think to go to talk to Lio? Like, why would you... If Lio's so close to you, and you guys were close, you did leak the script from what I hear, that's not a neutral fucking position, Zach. That is an aggressive fucking position. And you're separating yourself out from all these other people, as is Hidden. And it's interesting that Cosmic got completely fucking burned. But you guys didn't. I don't know. Maybe it's because you came back on your fucking hands and knees. That's what I fucking hear.
Also, a side note, because we will be talking about a certain individual who made a video on me later saying that I forced Lio to get therapy. Lio was already in therapy a separate time before.
Wait, hold on. That did kind of get upsetty that I mentioned that the person who sent me the Peaches doc and the cool link when it dropped was Gilded Poo. Yeah, it's almost like the people who've been on the side against Lio have been far fairer and more considerate to the people that have been hurt by all these people than anyone in fucking Senate has been. Now, like, that's not to say that we haven't had our callous moments, but... Oh, come the fuck on. Oh Christ! Let's be clear. If Lio is telling the truth, and I hope he's just posturing, and he's like, I would have released Vlad's name and Kumu's name and their addresses and who they are. He didn't say addresses. Apologies, but who they are. Fucking asshole.
All of this happened, like, months prior, so no, I did not force him to get therapy. Lio is actually confirmed to be consulting a new therapist, which is pretty great, and was actually already therapy shopping before March 18th. The statement I made was retracted later that day as I found out more information, which we'll get into here soon. So, with the Senate undergoing a mass exodus all at once and people taking the side of Peaches in all of this, what caused everything to change? Well, it's that me and all of the other victims of Peaches were ready to burn down theirs and Lumitro's names. They've tortured us for too long, so let's discuss what
they've tortured us. They've tortured us for too long. Listen, I'm in no mood to be charitable to fucking Peaches. And from what I understand, Lumi was deeply involved in all of this. One thing I would say is that it is very interesting that the current narrative is that Lio should be forgiven because they were manipulated by Peaches, but Lumi is irredeemable. I think that's interesting. Now, like, I'm prepared to hear what all of these people have to say about Lumi. But I do think that that's an interesting perspective. Lumi themselves completely fucking disappeared. Now, the one thing I will say is, from what I've seen of the evidence, Lumi was a bit more intimately involved in the coup. They seem to be directly planning with Peaches, and sort of like doing probably the vast majority of the legwork, because Peaches is fucking incompetent, to sort of set everything up. And the history I've heard about Lumi is that that's the role that they served within Lio's little group anyway, so it makes sense. I've also said to other people, and some of the OGs actually, when talking about their reactions to Peaches, that I think Peaches manipulated a lot of people. Do I want to extend that same charitability to Lumi? It's a coin toss. I don't have the same attachment to Lumi, and I don't know as much about them. I'm interested to see like what this is and how this is phrased and pushed. But I do think Lumi was the one sort of at the end doing the final jump, and you know, make your own decisions up. But I will say, for the people who are forgiving Lio, if you're forgiving Lio and Lio is a victim, I think you should probably question whether you should view Lumi in that way. If you think, and I want to be really clear, if you think that Peach's manipulation of Lio exonerates Lio, then I would question why it doesn't exonerate Lumi and everyone else. Right? Like, that just seems like a logical position to be in. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that's a consideration.
Peaches and Lumi did to those in Peach's personal server. This is where our first set of victims comes in. So now we're going to enter the darker territory with these logs. It's important to note that the people in these logs, including myself, may be victims of Peaches, but it does not excuse all of our behavior. There are still things we had to address and discuss, which you'll hear about soon, myself included. So what server are we specifically discussing with all of this? This server is known as the Burger King. It is Hopeless Peaches' personal server that they used initially to hang out with those they consider close friends. Close friends is an exaggeration, though, as a lot of us haven't even spoken to Peaches properly, and barely knew them for between 2 and 4 weeks, only through shared VCs. However, we need to go over who is in this server so we know who everyone is. The first is Aaron, or Hopeless Peaches. Then there's...
Wait, what? No. Oh, no, Zach. That's not what I've fucking been told. That's not what I've heard that server fucking was. Because this whole, it was a place for them to hang out and talk to their personal friends. You've just said you barely had any conversations beforehand. No, it wasn't. It was a place to start pulling people so that, like, Peaches could either begin weaving their little fucking narrative. And you're all perfectly happy to be woven in. Well, I didn't do anything! Do any of these people, why do all these people sound the same? Jesus Christ. Chris, who have you heard that sounds like this? Yeah, fuck, actually.
Aiden, which is Lumitro. They are the two major culprits in all of this. Then we move to the involved people and then get to the less involved individuals. The involved group is Hidden Heroine, who is referred to in the logs as Zakraut. Sin He Chaos, or just Sin, is labeled as the anti-twink. Psy Illustration is just Psy, and Billiam and K Cosmic retain their names. They all have things to answer for 100%, and they'll be addressed in due time, and these people were subject...
They all have things to answer for, and they will be in due time. Now, place your bets. Will any of the things that Zach might have to answer for be addressed at all? I don't know. So that's an interesting question. Also, I said this to I did say this to Lio, and I do think it's true. So, and the reason I say I said it to Lio is because I'm trying to like be fully open and transparent. I think Zach did monumental damage to Lio during this. I think Zach did possibly more damage to Lio than anyone else on that side. Because Zach cannot shut the fuck up. He cannot shut the fuck up. And because of that, for ages, for like a month, the only person giving Lio's side was Zach. And Zach is not very competent. It got leaked, it led to Twitter battles. Like, this was your greatest defender. I've said before that the biggest loss Lio suffered in the last, like, over 2023 was the kind of bulwark of the old guard of Senate. Because you may not like them, but many of them are quite competent. And many of them have been doing this a long time. And Lio's left with a load of fucking Zoomers, like Zach and Hidden, who don't know what they're fucking doing. They don't know how to play the internet game properly, and this is why they got fucked. Now, again, they're looking at this point. Lio's put his response out. It's a victory. It's not a victory. We're still talking about it. And, like, yeah, many of us are tired and bored, but Gilded's still going to make a fucking video. The next time anything comes up, there's now a whole new host of people who are going to be watching it. Doodle tones will probably still be dug into. It isn't a victory. It's just that Lio is probably going to get, like, a bit more like leeway now because people are bored. That's the reality. Like, we've kind of hit that point. But again, I'm now kind of invested. I will say this, I will probably be watching Hidden's next video. I'll probably be watching Zach's next video. I'm interested to see where this goes to.
To the awful things Peaches and Lumi subjected us to. Then the last two people would be Untitled Sunny and myself, who were also subject to horrific treatment. We were the two least active users in the server and had the least to answer for, but still. So what's in this server? Let's split things up a little bit, why don't we? We'll start out by discussing the crude humor within the server. As for why I didn't call this out sooner, there's two reasons. The first is that I simply wasn't actively looking in the chat super often, and the second is that I was the only person to be booted out of the Burger King server in these logs, which will be important later when we discuss a certain instance later. So, there were multiple instances of the use of slurs that were actually asked to be refrained from happening, including the use of the F slur and the R slur. Also, I just find it extremely funny that Peaches was harping on Lio for the use of the R slur, which he eventually took out of his vocabulary, but Aaron wants to do it behind closed doors? Answer that. These happened on and off.
Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Fucking shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
It wasn't super frequent, and I was the one to voice discomfort around the use of the S slur specifically, and it didn't happen around me. It's more so just that it was used. Obviously, I won't be reading out any of these, as they're censored on screen now. Then there's the shit talking of other Senate moderators in there, and it's unclear whether or not it was addressed in the call itself, because all of these came from VC side chats, including Lumi taking shots at Asukagumi, who you'll hear about later, and DN Dolce. So along with all of this, there became further questions raised surrounding Lio specifically, and we will get into the awful story he has with Hopeless Peaches very soon, don't you worry. In these logs, there are a few specific things that I will be pointing to that puts the server's behavior on full display, and things that Peaches did that were downright illegal upon further investigation. The first thing would be that Lio...
The S slur is based and should be used more. I'm going to be honest with you. Most of the people I talk to involved in this use the F slur. I use the F slur. I've used it since I was a fucking teenager. I used it when I was at Pride. I used it with my friends. I've talked about this before. It was actually, like, quite helpful to me when I was a teenager in coming out as bi. When, like, because, like, I had boyfriends and things, and I had some friends who were pretty homophobic. But when it became a joke, it's fine. Shut up about it. Also, because people haven't heard me say this before, don't make assumptions about what other people fucking like to hear. I personally hate the word queer. I've never used that word about myself. I find it actually personally quite offensive. Don't like it. Most people know this about me. Just, like, do not be offended on other people's fucking behalf. If you don't like to hear a word, tell the person, and if they keep using it, I don't know, distance yourself or get over it. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a fucking word.
Was actually painted as abusive to the rest of the server long before the allegations from Peaches specifically would be released. Peaches was feeding those of us in the server with story after story, instance after instance. All of this was in an effort to discredit and frame Lio. Lio was told by Peaches to be abusive, aggressive, manipulative, and threatening. All things we would later learn were projections onto Lio from Peaches' own behavior. It would happen somewhat regularly, especially in the lead-ups of BK server's plot to destroy the Senate that almost worked. The problem is that I would begin to see through this, hence why I became less and less active in the server over time. What was the inciting instance of this? That would be when Lumi and Peaches insinuated that Lio was putting off the Crystal Flame video for his Miku Month short series. This is a lie, and let's talk about it. So in these screenshots, you may have noticed that
Who fucking cares? Zach, this is 4 fucking hours long, and it's irrelevant. What finally broke the camel's back for me? They said that Lio cared more about Miku months than the Crystal Flame video, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take it. These fucking people. Oh my fucking god. Do you know what? You know when you've like, when you see something, you're like, oh my god, new fear unlocked. I've just unlocked a new sympathy for Lio, unironically. All these people who are saying things like, we need to stop, we need to hold Lioconvoy to account, we need to cancel Lioconvoy. Lioconvoy is surrounded by these fucking people. Like, do you know what? I think he's suffered enough. Lio. Mate, I might fucking leave you alone. You're clearly living in a hell of your own making. Holy fuck.
I was also saying things in them, two things in particular. The first being me criticizing a joke made by Lio in the call that both Lumi and I shut down, which was Lio joking about using Miku music in the background of the Crystal video. I didn't think that was a joke, hence the way I responded negatively. The second was when I criticized Lio for how long the video was taking. This statement was actually to get Aaron to shut the fuck up about this. I knew how hard Lio was working on that video to appease Aaron, and frankly, I was disgusted with how Aaron acted, but I started playing my cards a little more carefully around this time. I've apologized to Lio for the comments I made in the server privately, but also publicly. Lio, regardless of whether it was to keep up facades or not, I do genuinely apologize for what I said.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's one really interesting thing about this video. They're going to talk about this. They keep bringing up things like saying, oh, well, we were always on Lio's side, or like we became on Lio's side, and then we were mean about him in the server to keep up the facade. We needed to keep up the facade and gather information. I'm sorry, so we're meant to trust you that you weren't lying then, but you were lying then, and then you weren't, and then you were, and I don't know how this makes you look good. I don't fucking get it. If I turned around and said, hey guys, I know I'm in Sarah's server and I've made friends with people, but actually I was just doing it to gather information. That's the only reason. Haha! Actually, I was always based. People would look at me like I was a fucking snake, because that's a snaky thing to fucking do. Especially when you yourselves are saying that you're victim advocates or whatever the fuck you're doing, and you did not have all the information. Because you didn't. This is nothing to do with the fucking abuse claims, which we know Peaches was fucking talking about at the time. You were like, well, I didn't like how they were saying this certain thing, so I switched sides back. Is that your fucking bar, Zach? That's real fucking interesting. Playing both sides so you don't lose, yeah. That's exactly what this fucking is. And now they want sympathy for it. It's so pathetic.
Sad. The issue with the statements is this. Lio was never putting the video aside for Miku Month. For anyone unaware, Miku Month is a month that Lio ran in March where he reviewed various Hatsune Miku figures for the entire month of March. These videos were pre-edited and pre-recorded about a week in advance at a time. The instance referred to here on March 10th is rather interesting because this was a scripting session that I was sitting in on. In fact, there are two instances where this happened, being March 6th and March 10th, and both of them have very similar stories. So let's talk about the 6th. During that day, Linlin was required...
Behind by 18 minutes. Becca doesn't like me. This is so sad, and I'm sobbing and crying. I'm being nice-ish to you. When you catch up. It's fine. Like, I think my main thing is this. Actually, if you want to think... Crystal, I think, has done some really good work. I think I said this last night. I don't think you should have retracted the tweet. And I think my other thing is, like, Crystal, like, jumps around a bit too fucking much. Between different like calls and positions through all of this, but generally speaking, like Crystal's been pretty good at like owning their own mistakes, which I like about them. And Crystal can be funny. Crystal has their funny moments. That's pretty much like there you go, nice. And also they're pretty like I've spoken to them in private, and they're quite chill. They're quite chill as a person, so I don't want to be totally mean.
for the scripting of that video. On that day, though, Lin was at a concert for several hours. So, with time to kill, because scripting couldn't go further without Lin there, Lio did his Miku month shorts for the next couple weeks so he could put his effort into that video for the rest of the week. Lumi, you were also on the call when that happened. For you to run to Peaches and lie boldly to their face and strike fear in the rest of the server is just disgusting. Especially because you knew that Hidden at the time was working on the script for the Crystal video for Lio.
Why are all of you working on Lio's fucking scripts? None of you know what the fuck is going on. No wonder they're such a fucking mess. No wonder they're such a fucking mess. They're being worked on by people who just don't understand. Painting more commissions right now, but Warhammer DLC 2 days, bestie. Okay, cool. We are doing... so Sarah and I are going to do a Warhammer stream, by the way. We're going to be doing a campaign. I'm actually quite excited about this. I'm actually taking a day off to do it. I've decided. I'm taking a day off from work so we can sort it out. It'd be great.
And even in the logs, you can see that Aaron was mentally breaking down because of Lumi being a fucking liar. This then led into the comments that we've seen above, but I went around Lumi's back being a fucking liar. And even in the logs, you can see that Aaron was mentally breaking down because of Lumi being a fucking...
He spent all day on Miko, bro. He's allowed to be... He's allowed to be... Do you not think that Aaron is trying to poison your wells? You fucking idiots. Oh my god, Lumi did this thing and they were working together! What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit, no, it's all manipulation. Aaron manipulated everybody. Show screenshot of Aaron being manipulating, and they're like, oh, well, actually, that was caused by Looney. You people are fucking unbelievably dumb. Holy shit. Fucking so stupid.
Liar. This then led into the comments that we've seen above, but I went around Lumi's back to both Hidden and Sunny, expressing that I was finding Lumi's behavior of running around to Peaches to lie.
I went behind this person's back. By the way, I'm a trustworthy source. Fuck off.
Lie about Lio's behavior in Senate extremely alarming, considering that by this point, Peaches was using their ideation against us already. We will get there. Sunny and Hidden did agree with me there and waited to see how it would play out, hoping it would get away. Then it got uglier. Remember when I said that there were things that Aaron did that were illegal? Let's talk about that. To explain the illegal recordings that Aaron was doing against
Shut the fuck up, you annoying fucking teen twink. Oh my god, Aaron recorded people illegally. I can't fucking believe that illegal recordings happened. They broke the law, guys. Do you know those fucking flags, those fucking t-shirts of be gay, do crime, and all this shit? And these people are bitching about illegally recorded calls? Fuck, I'm gonna end up saying the F slur during this stream. I can fucking feel it. It's bubbling. God. No one has ever cared about an illegally recorded... Actually, do you know what? Fuck this. Come here. No one has ever fucking cared about an illegally recorded phone call on the fucking internet. No one gives a shit. No one. It's fucking irrelevant. Stop adding to this like it's some sort of victim narrative. It's so painfully, fucking irritatingly, frustratingly stupid, and it makes you look like you're so dumb. I don't know why you do this. Like, you sat down, you wrote this script and went, for all the things, all the bullying that happened, all the meanness, all the lying, she recorded illegal calls. Fuck off. Holy fuck. Is this, how do you get up in the morning and look at yourself in the mirror knowing that you're this fucking annoying? I would actually, I'd log off. It's just unreal. Shut up.
Lio, we need to go back to how we even figured this out, meaning we need to go back to the Ravenpine Senate call discussed earlier. Let's talk about what happened directly after that call occurred and the mods were at each other's necks. Lio in the moderation call afterwards was really annoyed with Aaron for server muting him because of the constant overcorrection that Aaron had already been putting on Lio in recent times. Lio tried to express his grievances only for Aaron and Lumi to try and get the BK server fired up over this expression of feelings. You'll notice a common theme of Peaches' feelings mattering more than anyone around them.
Yes, because they're trying to manipulate Lio and gather evidence, because what Peaches was trying to do at the time was get a call where Lio would shout at him. That's why. And when Peaches couldn't get that, they had to use the fucking Jibs call. That's why. That's all that needs to be said. It's been said 1,000 times over. Like, this whole narrative that, like, oh, fuck me. It's really frustrating, because these are people who, like, I call them bit part players at the beginning, but they are people who are involved in this. And it's like watching, I tweeted out earlier, one of the, like, best bits of this is watching people find, like, Lio's apology video and coming to the drama super late without any idea what's going on, because it's like watching people play Dark Souls for the first time. But these are people who've been intimately involved in it, whose, like, narrative on it just lacks any comprehension of any of the evidence that's been dug up. It is so fucking frustrating. Holy fuck. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind.
That'll be a constant thing. After this, there were 2 calls that Aaron and Lio would then have in private. In the first, Lio did raise his voice at Aaron when Aaron was trying to defend their actions. Again, not yelling, just a tone change. Aaron then went to all of us and started telling us Lio verbally abused them and yelled at them over trying to take their own life. This was never proven in the calls, and in fact, the next call makes Peaches look awful in retrospect. On February 23rd, Peaches and Lio...
What, you mean the call that you all listened to and still went through with your little cabal plan and all, like, released statements, and Hidden went and started the Supreme Court over? All that stuff that happened, and then Hidden went on Akumu's stream and defended it. That cool. Interesting little fucking way that's turned out, isn't it? Jesus fucking Christ.
Lio had another private call recorded without Lio's consent, which was then streamed to the Burger King server. With the context that Peaches gave us, the call was played, which showed Peaches grilling Lio for his behavior and actions and telling him how bad of a person he was. By the end, Lio sounded genuinely hurt. To our eyes watching this call, we saw a person snapping back at the person who the night prior had berated them for their own issues being called out. Now, though, I just see it as Peaches doing damage control on all of us.
Isn't it really fucking interesting? Isn't it really fucking interesting that you all saw it as snapping back, and you're meant to be the ones who are friends with Lio, but everyone else who watched that call, people who'd been criticizing Lio in some cases for years, saw that call as sympathetic to Lio immediately? Isn't that fucking weird to you? Doesn't that make you question your judgment to some extent? Because, like, this is the side full of people like Gilded who are getting called bad fucking faith. And you guys are the ones who watched that call and went, yes, queen. What the fuck? I'm so happy more people are calling this a cabal. Cabal's a great fucking word.
To further justify their plan and verbally abusing Lio to our faces and showing it like a victim. Because that's exactly what it was. Here's the thing though, Peaches, I now know your calls were illegal. The United Kingdom, where Peaches lives, actually requires all party consent for calls to be recorded, which was not given as it was recorded in private against Lio.
It's overseas. It's overseas. Nobody cares. That's not how any of this fucking works. They're also Discord calls. Nobody cares. Like, when we're talking about, like, consent with calls as well, what we're really talking about is, like, journalistic standards. That's not what any of this is. Okay? This is so insufferable when people do this. Peaches broke the law. This person broke the law. Motherfucker, you've got people on your side who've doxed people. Do you know what else is actually illegal in the UK? It's gathering information and using it for intimidation purposes. Actually, the reason you don't see many people in the UK getting doxed, swatted, all the other shit happening to them is because the laws here towards that stuff seem to be harsher and, like, and actually tracked down when they happen internally. But because all this stuff is overseas, very little of it happens. It's very fucking hell. It's difficult to get stuff like investigated cross county in some cases, let alone across countries. Like, this is who cares? Are you really telling me, Zach, that, like, of all the calls that have been recorded, whether it is Senate, whether it's group chat, where it's things that have been released, that you give a shit? Because why aren't you saying this about anyone else? Plenty of people have recorded calls that in some way, by some standards, will have broken a law, and you don't care then, so why do you expect anyone to care now? I can't believe how annoying this is. I'm actually, this is so infuriating. Guys, you can't have sympathy for me. She was a criminal.
Wishes. Peaches literally framed this to turn all of us against Lio to make their actions later on more justified and use their mental health against Lio, and then use it once again to instate rage in us against him. So now I'm going to talk about the darkest subject in the Burger King server before we get into the Senate meltdown being plotted and how it was affecting those in the server. That would be the use of Peaches' mental health and suicidal ideation against us to keep us quiet. And Lumi was severely affected by this, which is absolutely something I can attest to in the logs that I had on that situation. There were also multiple other people that witnessed this happen, including Cosmic, Sin, and Hidden.
Really interesting, and actually you can hear this in the Crystal Call. Lumi is clearly concerned about Peaches. Now, we'll get to some... Maybe I'll talk about this when the hidden section of this call is up, because if you have somebody who is constantly saying to you, I am going to fucking kill myself constantly, over and over and over again, unless it's me on stream, because honestly, it's not so much a cry for help as a deep and honest cry for help. Please let me stop doing this. But it's not normal. It's not normal. And also, we should all know by now that if you're in a toxic relationship with somebody and you're like, and let's say you're trying to break up with somebody and they're constantly like, if you leave me, I'll do something bad. Yeah, that's actually abusive. It's literal abuse to do that to somebody because you're emotionally manipulating someone to stay. The fact that none of you spotted this, and you can make the argument, oh, this is really serious. We could fucking, do you know what? It's one of the very few cases where you can actually take things real world, in my opinion. If somebody is constantly saying to you, I am going to do something bad to myself, call a fucking wellness check on them. Genuinely. I'm not even fucking kidding. It's because if you're really that worried, what are you going to do, Zach? You're in America. Am I fucking crazy? What's wrong with you?
By my count, there are 5 documented times that this happened to us in text or voice call, with Cosmic, Sin, and Hidden saying it happened far more in voice chats, including multiple instances where Peaches would mute themselves for 20 minutes mid-discussion, attempt to overdose on painkillers, and then come back and unmute while the whole call panicked. And Lumi was approached about calling help for Aaron, but refused to do so under the assumption he knew how to handle an overdose from an ocean away. This is even more disgusting considering Aaron was...
Hold on, what was that screenshot? Who is Sinhi Chaos? Oh, that's fucking Hidden's boyfriend, isn't it? That's fucking Hidden's boyfriend. They should really be with a doctor right now, toxic dose or not. They probably shouldn't be alone right now. That's the fun part. I'm in Ireland. Then call Charlie. I can't. Why? I was told not to, but also I'm familiar. I know what is going to happen. I know what this dosage will do. Fucking what? And you guys all believe this? I'm sorry, is this, like, and I said this about Lio's video, I'm not sure why your defense videos make you all look so bad. Because they don't make you look malicious, depending on if you want to give a charitable reading or not. They do, however, make all of you look really fucking stupid. Like... Why would you do this? Fuck, couldn't waterboard it out of me. I said this about Lio ages ago. If the choice was for me, I had a choice in my defense. I could either say, I'm just mean on the internet and I bully people and I don't give a fuck, or I was manipulated and abused. My choice would be, yeah, call me a fucking bully. And this doesn't seem like a hard sell. Holy fuck.
How to handle an overdose from an ocean away. This is even more disgusting considering Aaron was likely to attempt to again in voice call. It is a clear example of Lumi putting Aaron's mental health above anyone else's, including the people in the server, as he'd rather allow us to be traumatized more than the risk of possibly traumatizing Aaron. It was fucking awful. The turmoil those involved were put through was extreme, and it messed with all of our heads severely. I certainly know with the stress of everything going on was also weighing on everyone. Speaking from personal experience, I dropped about 1/7 of my body weight at one point, going from 140 pounds to 120 from late January to March. It also doesn't help that I do have issues with food, but that is not the...
Okay, once again, and this is actually my genuine opinion, this isn't me taking the piss, if internet drama is affecting your health, turn your fucking computer off. I'm not kidding. this should not be affecting your health. If you're stressed and losing your hair, if you're like not sleeping, if you're up thinking about it, fucking log off for your own sake. None of this should matter that much to you. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. You can have your close friends and you can care about real world life stuff that's going on, but doing this to you, touch some fucking grass. Like, just what's wrong with you? Go find a tree and hug it, okay? Just please.
Discussion I'm looking to have today. Other members like Hidden and even Lumi to an extent were experiencing extreme levels of stress, including constant throwing up, nausea, heartburn, and more from stress. That doesn't even mention the massive lack of sleep, because some of us were forced to stay in voice chats for days at a time to babysit Aaron, listening to them sleep, and only sleeping when we knew someone else was there and they were awake because we were terrified of what would happen if we left them alone. And if we left without explaining or at the wrong moment, Aaron would immediately get paranoid or break down and spiral again. While all of this was going on, we who were Senate mods were forced to act like none of this was going on. We dared say a word to Lio or anyone publicly, there would be the threat of Peaches harming themselves or worse. Hidden actually said that they were going to stay in the Senate after Cosmic and Lumi said that they were going to leave, which was followed by Peaches trying to attempt in the call right.
Okay, yes, same. I think they're high. They attempted and they ran out of pills. They're high right now. They actually attempted over what you said. No, they dipped from the call with Lumi, probably attempted and then came to call. I see. What is going on in your lives? Some of you are adults in your mid-20s. How old is Hidden? Unironically, how old is Hidden? How old's, like, Hidden's boyfriend? Like, is this what you're doing? Like, what? What is wrong with you? Oh, yeah, okay, I heard this. Somebody's reminded me of this, but I actually did get a screenshot of it from the chat. Something that was stated only in the stream chat by Zach. Peaches had a crush on Sin and was jealous of Hidden because Sin liked Hidden. This is all so dumb. This is all so painfully fucking dumb.
Right after Hidden said that. Not only this, but by Hidden's own testimony, Aaron said that they knew it wouldn't kill them because they didn't have enough painkillers due to an attempt the prior day, but they continued forward with it, letting everyone think they were going.
Prison Make Loot was right about the suicide baiting, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, actually, I know somebody else said this. I don't know the Creepshow art drama, and I want to be real fucking clear. Do not do this bullshit thing of these people get cancelled so this person can come back. Don't do it. It's always a mistake. It always ends badly. But from what I hear, this is like whole thing sort of validates a load of people who were like back in the day going, yeah, this community is fucking insane. Like, how is it so difficult for these people to just turn their computers off and just take a jog around the neighborhood? What has the internet become cocaine to them? I got a message from one of the OGs. And they never had to deal with this shit. This level of bullshit. They're just like, what's happened to this fucking community? Why don't I give a shit?
Going to die. It was absolutely targeted. There were instances where Peaches would mention that Lio would threaten them with a psych ward if they couldn't get help. I used to think that was something that was far-fetched and weird to say to Peaches, but having lived it for a fraction of the time he did, I can say confidently that he was right about Peaches needing actual help. Instead, we were all tortured with Peaches' own issues. This moves us into the plot.
Yeah, it's almost like, and I know this is a crazy take, it's almost like none of you should be doing any of this because none of you know what the fuck you're talking about. None of you have any fucking clue. And every time something like this happens, like, people are still like, well, Lio still needs to help people. Does he? I've said this, so like, for those of you who know my history, that you know I come from the political streaming space. Like, that's how I first started streaming anyway. Because I was like, well, that's distant enough from where I used to hang out in other spaces. I like talking about politics, yada yada. But one thing that is really fucking obvious to anybody who's got any real world experience, not with politics, but with anything, if you are a political streamer and you want to help a political cause, because there are plenty of them out there who are like, I want to start campaigning, I want to get involved in real world politics, you are fucking liabilities. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should not be putting politicians in the position where they're standing next to Vosh on a stage. And somebody, like, to even give the ability for a journalist to find out who Vosh is and say, hey, proposed congressman, how do you feel about fucking horses and goblin porn? You shouldn't be putting politicians in that position. You're a liability. In the same way, the people involved in these fucking communities, they're like, we need to do victim advocacy. What in the world makes you think you're competent enough to do any of this? Can you see the mess surrounding your communities? The insane bullying? The fucking, upset? There was a call from Senate with somebody sat with a shotgun saying that they're going to off themselves. Is that not a clue to any of you that maybe you aren't the people who should be dealing with this? And if not, why not? Is it because you don't care or because you're dumb? It's one or the other. Pull your shit together. It's so stupid.
Against Crystal. While the Raven Pine stuff happened on February 22nd and continued into the 23rd, the Crystal Flame stuff would follow after the 25th of February. There's a reason that in the second call with Crystal, Lio and I sound a bit stumbly at times in the calls. We were doing the most to defend Peaches because of the threats against us by them. This isn't to say Crystal was perfect in their execution and everything they did.
Interesting. Hold on. Let's go back. That's an interesting statement.
Second and continued into the 23rd, the Crystal Flame stuff would follow after the 25th of February. There's a reason that in the second call with Crystal, Lio and I sound a bit stumbly at times in the calls. We were doing the most to defend Peaches because of the threats against us by them. This isn't to
Hey guys, it wasn't that we were snakes. It wasn't that we were trying to dilute the truth or present a defense to protect our friend. It's that we were scared of Peaches. We were terrified, guys. Have sympathy. Why is it that when people like Kumu do something and might have an additional reason, nobody gives a shit? And this isn't to excuse Kumu either. If people have good evidence on shit that Kumu's done, sure, let's talk about it. Fuck it, whatever. But why is it that when Kumu does something, there can be no other reason, there can be no excuses, but when you guys do something, there is a plethora of fucking reasons why that happened and why people should have sympathy for you? Absolutely fucking wild.
to say Crystal was perfect in their execution and everything they did, and I've said as much to their face. However, Lio and I were also in the wrong, be it under threat or not. So to Crystal, I do apologize for that. But with that...
the shotgun call should never, ever get released. I agree with you, okay? When I first heard about that call's existence, I heard about it on stream and I was like, fuck, I want to hear that call. My opinion has changed. That call should never be released. Genuinely. It's rare that I will say that about anything involved in this. That call, specifically, should stay buried, and if you have a copy of it, you should probably stay pretty fucking quiet about it, because I don't know what anyone's meant to do with that, because it'll only get used in the worst ways possible. That's just my standard. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Out of the way, let's talk about the creation of the Crystal Flame video by Lio. The video was hell to produce because of the fact that we were all under this duress during this time. The Crystal video began work in late February and would go through two different script renditions. The first was written by Lio and the second was written by Hidden. So we have a lot more to address with that second version of the script than previously thought. The initial thought that was proposed by Doodletones was that Hidden was planning to sabotage the script for Aaron. However, in our call on the 28th of March, I learned that...
We'll get to this because... I learned that is interesting. What you actually mean is Hidden told you another story, and as far as I've seen, and if I'm wrong, if it's presented in this video, I will retract this statement. Hidden told you a different story because it looks really fucking bad. $5 from Ellington. Under the desk, emotional support Catboys should be seen and not heard. Do you know what? Unironically, I disagree with you. This is fucking hilarious. I said this to somebody else because I was like DMing back and forth with somebody watching this, and they were like, I can't, this is awful. And I was like, I am so glad that Zach released this video because the Lio one, the Doodle ones annoyed me. This is legitimately quite funny.
Wasn't true at all.
For context, and if you want that context, I can explain what happened with the Crystal script.
I mean, we're here, so might as well.
So that script...
Okay, so to be clear, when Jordan, Jay, and everyone else, and Kumu, and anyone releases testimony, that's not enough. But when Hidden releases testimony, that clears everything up. That's convenient.
If I did not...
Is that Doodle Diapers? It is Doodle Diapers.
Sabotage. I did not intentionally harm that script. I did not sit down and try to make that script worse than it was. I wasn't sabotaging the script by Aaron's request. Aaron conveniently left out the fact that they had publicly addressed Crystal's glitch-tailed up and misrepresented it as sexual roleplay, making the entire point of the script void. They repeatedly assured me that Crystal was dealt with in private, constantly. I learned from Crystal after the video was up that that was not the case, and I saw the link to the tweet that Crystal was talking about, and I went to Aaron with it, and I was like, what is this? And Aaron confirmed that it was true to my face, and that they had done it, or like they had posted a tweet back then for Camila's sake, because they wanted to call out Camila Cuevas on the stuff that was going on in the server.
Fucking I
I
can't.
was trying to write the script as truthfully as I could with what I knew at the time. It was just that Aaron left out information, and my intent was to help Lio because Aaron kept pushing for the video to go out as fast as possible, and I was aware that Lio was working on the Jay and Jordan script, so I wanted to help him, so Aaron left him the fuck alone and lighten his load.
So why was the script written by Hidden?
Is Crystal still watching? Hold on, I'm actually gonna DM Crystal. Fucking, where's Crystal? Because I'm interested. I'm interested in this. Do you know what? Fuck it. Let's talk to Crystal. If Crystal, see if Crystal DMs me back. Oh fuck me.
Well, Hidden repeatedly pushed for the.
Hold on a sec. Right. Okay. Hold on. Crystal,
Hello.
how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How may I help you?
Okay. I have so many thoughts about this fucking video.
What? Wait, are we on stream right now?
Yeah, we're live. I haven't just ended randomly.
awesome.
Okay, sorry.
I failed.
You're watching me. Okay.
I ADHD, leave me alone.
What's your opinion on all this? Go on, give me a take.
Boy. In relation to what?
Okay, so you're watching. You know what my thoughts are.
Yes.
I think this is massively revisionist to save their own fucking skin, frankly. I find it very interesting the way they frame your involvement and their involvement. I find it very interesting that kind of, oh, well, we saw this thing out of Crystal and then we went to Peaches and everything else. But that Crystal video dropped before the mass exodus, right?
Yeah.
So the Crystal video drops. Hidden is claiming that they came to you, they saw it, and then they came to Peaches, and then Peaches confirmed it, and they didn't sabotage anything. They were just looking at it, and they were like, "Oh, this is really bad," but then still decided to move with the Supreme Court, as did Zach, and like release their own statements.
Okay, so to my understanding, yes, the video came before they all left and like had their funny moment. And then
Right.
it was a few days after. The timeline of that Zach has presented is a bit silly, but that's okay. So basically, yeah, that happened. The video on me happens. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is terrible. This is not true at all. Here's screenshots to the actual contrary on everything that's been said in this video. And then Hidden gets in a call with me. I think it's like 2 or 3 days afterwards. Being like, hey, can we actually talk about this? I'm like, yeah, sure. I've been up to talk this whole time. So we have a conversation. I explain, here's the facts. Here's actually what happened. Here's Peaches lying black and white about what's been presented. As you know, because I didn't know at that time, Peaches helped with the script. I only found that out way afterwards. But I had a feeling from the beginning that, yeah, this sounds Peaches. This sounds Peaches coded. So it's weird.
So
there's one thing I'd like to say.
Yeah, sure, go
in
ahead.
relation to all this. You're gonna hate me for this because I know you want to move on, but
No,
I'm
you're fine.
also making a video on this. Oh,
No, you should. You
But
should.
It's my aspect of all of this because I'm not going to be covering the same shit they've covered. I'm not covering the Rosicle. I'm not covering the Senate. I'm saying here's what happened with me and here's what happened with Peaches behind the scenes, which nobody has covered because I'm not like drip feeding anyone with it because I don't care for it.
Yeah, look, I mean,
But
like,
it's very. Oh, gone.
Well, look, I'm pretty open, like with little jabs and taking the piss out of you, but like it's quite clear that like I don't hate you or anything, and like if you want to promote your stuff, I think you should. I will say this about like the threads you dropped; they were a massive help. And my big thing is, and this is what annoys me with this Zach and Hidden stuff. Because it's very similar to what annoys me about the Doodles stuff. It is weaponizing perceived victimhood to exonerate themselves. Now, I think that what happened is, and this is my full disclosed opinion, and I've said this multiple times, that they hedged their bets. They thought that Peaches, because of both their Peaches' size and influence in the community, was the right way to go. And when it fell apart, Hidden in particular fucking scurried back over the fucking border and has been trying to change the narrative every time, ever since, because they constantly sit there and go, this is Supreme Court's my community, I'm going to be a fucking content creator. And I like when they come on the call, they're like, oh, you know, this, I've been a big part of this. Hidden, the only reason Hidden's been a big part of this is because they are desperate to insert themselves. It is fucking asinine. It's so annoying. I cannot describe to you how ridiculous this is.
I can get why people are viewing it on that, and when I mean like I don't really have an opinion because I don't really care enough about like that whole aspect. If Hidden wants to do that, good for them. Like just at least own up to it. Again, I don't know who's who. But
yeah, sure.
Here's an interesting aspect with it is like the thumbnail is like, we will not stay silent anymore, you know, for Zach's video. It's like, didn't you guys try to silence me when I was talking about the thread? But yet you guys aren't saying silent anymore? It's like,
when has Zach
really?
ever been fucking silent? Zach's ability to shut the fuck up was not installed in him.
Peaches has been holding us back for so long. It's like, bro, I literally made a thread and you guys all got pissy about it. I was the first one in the quote inner circle who spoke about it first, and you all went against me. Like, I understand to a certain degree with, again, what they're saying, what Peaches did to them. That's terrible. But it's still like, you can't be like, we're not staying silent anymore when the first person who quote wasn't silent about it and you attacked them. It's like, okay, sure, you do your thing, I guess.
Have you watched this full video?
I'm watching it with you.
Okay, cool.
With you.
Let me
hear your input on it.
Okay, so we'll get to Hidden's explanation of things, and let me be clear. When I found out how Hidden finally got control of the Supreme Court, I laughed because it is bad. It is so bad. It makes Hidden look fucking awful, and they're like yes queening at each other over it. It's fucking incredible. Okay, I'll let you go and get back to watching the video. Thank you. That really helps, Crystal, and I appreciate that. No worries.
Good rest of your stream.
Cool. In a bit. Bye. Do you know one thing I will say about Crystal that I really like? I can give Crystal shit. Nothing's personal. They just come and talk and hang out, and it's fine. I really like that about Crystal.
The video's released before anything else, so Hidden offered to rewrite the first script with the notes left on it to lessen Lio's load and placate Aaron and give them peace, as the situation with Crystal was a source behind constant mental breakdowns and anger for Aaron and trauma for us. The script would have a heavy emphasis on clipping the calls and adding in screenshots proving points, rather than Lio
Listen, is trauma the bar? Is that the bar? Because I have trauma from watching this video, Zach. I deserve an apology for the trauma you have caused me having to watch this shit. You fucking twink.
playing the entirety of the calls like he does.
Oh,
the structure
God.
would be more or less similar to the lines of the Cat's War Fox videos. The script was written with context removed by Aaron lying to Hidden's face about pieces of evidence that absolutely would have changed the framing of the entire situation with Crystal. What was this missing evidence? That would be that Peaches had previously addressed—
Not defending Crystal, by the way, that's a terrible move. Looks like they were rightfully dragged through the coals for when it happened 3 years ago. Just absolutely fascinating that Camilla doesn't care about that fact, about how public it is. Makes sense. What was that about jokes, Cammy? Jesus fucking Christ.
The reading that Crystal did at the age of 18 in the Glitch Tales server publicly already. Peaches' Twitter was gone, and they conveniently didn't give us that information. Otherwise, the entirety of the video would have been handled differently. Hidden even went through the calls and clipped them herself, so we really have no reason to think that anything was going to be based off of incorrect knowledge or be maliciously framed, as it wasn't intended that way by Hidden, just written on knowledge she had at the time. Aaron just didn't give any proper context and continued to frame Crystal Crystal is the worst of the worst to us all, especially through the comments left on the first script. Eventually, the new script would manifest in the form of a 40-plus minute video that was made as a counterattack to the thread made by Crystal on the 26th. Fun fact, I was the editor on this video because I desperately wanted all of this shit to stop for Aaron and to stop them from spiraling and trying to harm themselves. And
Interesting that. I was the editor on this script. I was the editor, the script that got out. Ah, that's funny. That's
Crystal does know this. So by the end, when the video went sideways in reception because of the shaky ground it was on to begin with, Peaches and Lumi began plotting out their plan. According to Sinhe Chaos, the plan was initially just Lumi leaving the Senate, but with—
Hold on. It's a very interesting way to frame that, Zach.
Went sideways in reception because of the shaky ground it was on to begin with, Peaches and Lumi began plotting out their plan. According to Sinhe Chaos, the plan was initially just Lumi leaving the Senate, but would spiral further and further and further from that into blatantly false accusations that would be disproved by Lio's own testimony. By the time Saturday hit, the plan was being set into full motion, but Lumi and Peaches needed to fully convince us of the plan working. To do so, they used the Jibs calls that Aaron conveniently remembered only a few days before their plan was set in motion to intentionally scare me into leaving Senate and to drop Lio. This included pinging me and DMing me directly about it. On top of this, I had no evidence for the things that he—
Okay, so let's be clear about the Jibs call. Let's be clear about this. Peaches, to my knowledge, and okay, if people want to correct me on this, they can. But more people than just Peaches had that call. It wasn't unknown. Multiple people were on it. Peaches hadn't forgotten about it. It's just, it was a convenient call that people hadn't heard before. That's all. Like, and again, you guys are meant to be the ones who know how this works. That's why I keep saying, you just look fucking incompetent. Like, oh my god, oh no, Peach is going to do something to us. I don't know, we have to do something, and we have to help him. What? Are you guys really this fucking dumb? Is this your defense? You fucking idiots.
He did to Jibs. Interestingly enough, I asked for the Jibs call and was just told that I would get it the next morning. Lumi and Peaches never gave it to me and just decided to never give it to me to see, despite needing so desperately for me to be on their side. They also did something similar to Hidden, forcing Hidden to listen to the call while she was on a 5-hour car ride where she had no chance to look at the screen, let alone pause the call or pay proper attention to it. Now, I have seen the Jibs calls now, and they are really fucking bad. Sure, some things could have been chalked up to edgy jokes, but intention does not equal impact. I do feel for Jibs having been hurt in the way that he was, and you'll hear from Jibs later on in this video. And this goes back to my point that yes, Lio does have things that you can absolutely criticize him for. However, Peaches doing so in the way that they did is just downright disgusting and hypocritical. The next day, on Sunday—
Okay, that's an interesting statement, Zach. So Lio can be criticized the Jibs call. Now, so see, the Jibs call is very interesting in the way it's played out. Because Jibs being one of the few people who I've met during this, I'm going to be, actually, do you know what? Fuck it. Because Jibs was like, you can take the piss out of me if you like. So I'm going to give my true take on Jibs. And one of the reasons I won't take the piss out of them. Jibs, when I first spoke to them, when I first saw Jibs, it was in Seraphina's response video. And I was like, Jibs seems like somebody who has been through a lot, wants to get their story out, and is like a typical like chatter person around the community and going to be really self-centered and very me. Jibs isn't like that at all. Jibs is really fucking chilled out. They are really adults. Like every interaction I've had with them has been like either like enjoyable or like surprising. Like Jibs, and this is part of the reason the Jibs call is so bad for everyone who like has tried to attack Jibs over it or like who used it, because Jibs isn't just like a sympathetic person like, oh, you're a victim. Jibs is somebody who's really easy to like. So it was really, really fucking important that Lio and everyone else got that apology out properly, because Jibs has like a really good reputation with anybody who's interacted with them. Now it's really interesting actually where that like emphasis on apology is coming, because it's like when you've got like Jax or you've got Rosa or you've got other things, it's like it's harder because people have these preconceived notions about them, and so they don't need to give the same emphasis of of like apology, but like a lot of people are now going, well, we've apologized to Jibs, that makes us the good people. It's like you're doing, like, there's an optical angle to this that, like, Jibs, again, I can feel like Jibs is being used, and this is nothing against Jibs, by the way, and I'm saying how I feel about it, and this is why it makes me a little bit annoyed, because it's the same thing as Peaches was trying to do, just in the other direction. Well, Jibs has forgiven me. I said sorry to Jibs, therefore it's fine, and Jibs is okay with it. That's actually just like, it's exactly the same shit. You're still weaponizing Jibs because people like Jibs. It's just a little thing, but it does annoy me. And like, I said this before, like, I had Jibs on when this whole thing dropped, because it was the right thing to do as a basic thing. It's just a human thing to do. I don't get credit for it. It's not like, oh, Beckett is a good person. It's like, no, that's just what a normal human being does, motherfuckers. That's just that should be the standard. Shut up. And every time Jibs is brought up in the context of this, I get annoyed. I get annoyed about it because of the way people use it.
Monday the 17th, I was booted out of the Burger King server. Now, why was that? Well, Lumi had asked if I had renamed an alt account in the Senate to be named Aaron, which would have led to people thinking that the alt was Peaches. I said I didn't change it, and we never found anything in the bot logs saying anything about it. Then I was booted without warning, and I asked about the server. Lumi said he couldn't see it either, which made me worry about his boot.
Sorry, we're just gonna go back.
To be named Aaron. Disgusting and hypocritical. The next day, on Sunday the 17th, I was booted out of the Burger King server. Now, why was that? Well, Lumi had asked if I had renamed...
Yo, any clue who changed the alt's name? Because it's not Aaron, it's me. Which one? In Burger King? No, in Senate? No, lol. Someone changed the alt's name to Aaron when it's not bloody them, and I don't want people... Oh my god, fuck me.
Named an alt account in the Senate to be named Aaron, which would have led to people thinking that the alt was Peaches. I said I didn't change it, and we never found anything in the bot logs saying anything about it. Then I was booted without warning, and I asked about the...
I said sorry, therefore it's fine. Nope, an apology doesn't make it okay. 100% agree with you on that. If a person keeps bragging about apologizing, that apology isn't sincere. Yeah, it's an optical choice.
Server. Lumi said he couldn't see it either, which made me worry about Aaron again. I asked Cosmic as well, and they said they couldn't see it either. I assumed the server was deleted until Cosmic told me the next day that the server was still there and they were forced by Lumi and Peaches to lie to me. It's clear that they made it the fuck up to boot me. The actual reason I was booted was off of suspicion that I would tell Lio about their plan and also talk about the things that the server was doing.
Yeah, it's almost like no one should trust you, Zach. I know that's wild to you, but if you go around behind people's backs and sort of snake your way through, maybe people are gonna have fucking questions of your motivations, right? Now, like, I think I'm pretty upfront with where I stand with people, but I don't think Zach is, and I don't think fucking Hidden are. You know, it's again wild. Like, if Hidden came to me and was like, "You've been really mean to me on stream. Like, I can't believe you said these things," and I was like, you know, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Like, I wasn't being serious. I clearly think Hidden is a dick. I actually think Hidden is a dick. I'm not particularly. I don't really know Zach, but I'm not a fan of Zach. Now, like, I ended up in a call with Zach. The same one I ended up in Sarah's server, like, with Lio, and Zach was like, "Oh, does anyone have any hobbies?" I was like, "Yeah, I laugh at people on the internet." Like, it's not a particularly nice interaction. I think my interactions with Lio were nicer than my ones with Zach, from my side. So if that should tell you anything, there you go.
Doing in my absence, such as posting images mocking Lio and mocking the grooming of doodle tones.
Okay, also, I just did get told something. Now, I just want to make this clear. There's been a lot of conversations about this Jibs call, and I've just had somebody say something to me. Now, I can't confirm this, but it is somebody who would know. So, I don't know if there was a new mod chat, but in the original mod chat for Senate, with all the old OGs and everything, that Jibs call was in there. So, I don't know whether the new mods of Senate, whoever they were, had access to that. But that call was in the server. It wasn't hidden and squirreled away by Peaches in some little chat somewhere. It was in the original mod chat. Multiple people had fucking access to it. So this thing of, like, well, why didn't you have access to it is an interesting fucking question, actually. Because again, you're sort of relying on the fact that no one outside Senate would know that, but like with anything, stop saying things that are like easy to challenge or disprove with no fucking evidence. It's very, very annoying.
I'm kind of glad that they had the foresight of doing that, because oh my god, it would have wrung their fucking necks for that. They wanted me out because I would have absolutely seen that as too far, if I even saw it at all. Then there's the issue of the Supreme Court. The big issue with the Supreme Court is that it was pitched as a direct competitor to the Senate by those that attach statements. This was never...
What you mean by people like Hidden? Like people like Hidden? Interesting that. And Hidden's defense for this, by the way, is I was busy and stupid. That's Hidden's defense. Great server leader you've got there. Fantastic.
Supposed to be the case. In fact, it was intended to be Hidden Heroine's community server that Lumi set up to, according to Hidden, bribe her into leaving Senate under the idea that Hidden would not need the Senate if she had her own place with people in it, possibly from the Senate's former community. While inspired by Senate's template that Hidden at the time could not see, as the server was made on the same car ride that the Jibs call was played, Hidden never intended on it being Senate 2.0, merely inspired by it. Lumi obviously...
What do you mean by Hidden never intended? What do you fuckers mean? Because again, if your arguments are that you were all manipulated into this, then it's not Hidden's community. Hidden cannot sit there and go, it's my Supreme Court's mine, it's my community, it's mine, if it's not. It's clearly fucking not. You look dumb. Stop saying this. Oh god, fucking these are adults. Jesus Christ.
They had different ideas. The problem was that Lumi was the owner of the server and couldn't be kicked. Eventually, both Lumi and Cosmic would end up leaving the server when shit began to hit the fan. However, the way Lumi left was just weird. Lumi made the server with the intention that the server was going to be used as Hidden's community, not what actually happened. Then Lumi left saying that he, quote, knew when he wasn't wanted, solely because he was asked to transfer ownership to Hidden, and then handed the server to Sin instead of Hidden. Lumi said the reason for this was because apparently Hidden wasn't fit to run a community in Lumi's eyes, despite the fact that all of this was for Hidden's community server, but what the fuck ever. When the statements dropped, Hidden was never notified of the plan to use the Supreme Court as a way for Senate members to disperse and have a server to continue similar antics to the Senate. Hidden found out when people started joining, which is kind of a problem when a plan like this goes down. Hidden was thrown the load of what responsibilities Lumi and Peaches had for doing the things that they...
Yeah, it's almost like Hidden was a fucking really easy patsy for this stuff because they realized they could very easily basically throw them up into the meat grinder. And like, again, doesn't make Hidden look very good that that's their position, if I'm completely honest. I don't know why you'd think it would.
Did and was given a community with a particularly low bar for moderation, since moderators hadn't been chosen outside of Hidden, Sin, Lumi, and Cosmic. And Lumi and Cosmic were out of the server. In fact, on the first day of everything going down, Peaches used Lumi's ult to go into the Supreme Court and give their testimonies on everything. Interestingly enough, according to multiple people in the call, Peaches couldn't elaborate on any details when asked by anyone in the server for further details. Then, when Lumi and Cosmic both left, Hidden had no mod team. Now, she thankfully does.
Well, why would Peaches, like, be able to... Why would Peaches be expected to illuminate anything? It's Hidden's server. What do you mean Hidden now has a mod team? It sounds like that mod team, like, basically just tells Hidden what to do. Because in the call that was leaked, well, like, can these people join? And you guys had a vote on it. Are you fucking kidding me? You can discuss things with your mods. Like, I know me joining Queen Seraphina's server was brought up with, like, a few of the mods. Would it be okay if Beckett joined? Because they're, like, all friends and things. But that's not what Hidden server is. It's, like, you're talking about, like, a huge amount of general people. And, again, you don't look impartial. It just looks like Senate 2.0. It looks like a Splinter Cell.
And I am on it. So the Supreme Court is finally back on its feet, but the Senate certainly wasn't. The statements were left...
Do you know how you build a mod team? I'm gonna give you the secret. I'm gonna give you the secret of a mod team. Your mod team should be people directly, if you're a content creator, should be people directly involved in your channel, like your editors, your artists, your research team, should you have one. Like for instance, I don't have a research team. I just Jenny and I do our research, but I know other people do. Like they'll have a news too. And it should be people who don't want the power. Those are the best people to mod. Most of my mods who do most of my work, most of the work for the community, if you like, which is tiny by the way, you'll notice that I like, since I've been streaming over here, you don't see many posts to my like community Discord. It's actually a pretty closed community. It's just people who, like, I thought, you're adults, you can do what, like, I can fucking, what I need you to keep things running, and I don't really want a big Discord community. I don't think it matters. It's not something that appeals to me. But yeah, if you want mods, get the people who don't want the power, because they will just basically do, they won't trip out over it. Beckett Buttons is a Riri? What the fuck? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Fuck me. Also, like and subscribe. Fuck it. Well, I pause and fucking autism out about modding.
Up by Lumi because of the moderators losing all mod access for about 8 hours due to Lio's PC account being the owner of the server, which he didn't have access to since he was at work. Lumi knew the timing of this and exactly what he was doing, including lying to Lio about getting the bot permissions and why he was doing it. Lumi literally got the bot permissions to demod every single moderator in that server so the statements couldn't go down, including Aaron's statement, which had Lio's full name out there. Now sure,
What do you mean? Like, why are you posing it like this? It had Lio's full name. Everyone knows his name. Who cares? He's literally been taken to court. There is a recording on Seraphina's channel with Lio's full name in it. And also, here's another thing about this fucking community. I don't think I don't think even a tenth of the people in the general community understand who Lio is or what goes down. And I don't mean like in a bad way. I mean in a general way. People have argued on Twitter with Akumu about Lio being in Seraphina's server and about like Lio still being friends with Bargy. I have sat in a call with Bargy now, and I've sat in a call with Lio and Bargy together. It was the same fucking call. Bargy, he's still around. Sarah has been on this stream talking about the fact that he is in Sarah's server. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And this is why it gets frustrating when people are like, well, Gilded Poo's a zoophile. Well, then aren't you going to criticize Seraphina for being friends with Bargy? No? It's very interesting. It's almost like none of you have any consistent standards. I don't think Bargy's a zoophile. I actually asked Bargy about those drawings, and like he was just like, I never thought anyone would fucking draw any of them. I was shocked when they, because Bargy's a troll. he's just like, he likes old 4chan memes. Like, that's just like, cool, he admits to this, he doesn't care. It's just really frustrating, because none of these people have any fucking consistency. It had Lio's full fucking name in it. Lio's name's out there, his address is out there, he's given it. Shut the fuck up.
We make jokes that Lio doxes himself pretty regularly, which is absolutely something that could be criticized, but like, why would you perpetrate that? That's just ew. Not only that, but due to the lack of moderation, people were happy to throw slurs around, harass Lio in call with no chance of being server muted or booted, and attacked one another relentlessly. After finding out so much information and diving back through all of the logs that I had, there were 3 individuals I specifically wanted to hear from. These 3 people would be K Cosmic, Sinhe Chaos, and Hidden Heroine. They did some bad shit, but did turn around to help Lio through all of this, so I conducted interviews with all 3 of them. I will start out with the first interview that I did being for K Cosmic, who dealt a lot of damage, but was also immensely traumatized through all of this. So basically,
okay, so we're not going to watch Cosmic's interview, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I've spoken to Cosmic. Cosmic has been really good and chilled out and wants nothing to do with stuff. Brief conversation, I don't think it's relevant. I don't think Cosmic's really been brought up much. So I don't really think it's worth dragging this interview out. That's pretty much my position on it. Yeah, because again, I think they're pretty disconnected. Leave them alone. There's my fucking statement. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead. Who the fuck was this person? Okay. Okay.
To what I think it is, because it could be any multitude of reasons, being that they had a lot of real life things going on, or that they were dodging accountability, because fun fact, Cosmic promised to give a statement to Lio and then never did. So yeah, I'm a little bit...
Oh, also, want to say something about this. Cosmic never gave a statement to Lio, I think is a bit bullshit, if I'm completely honest with you. Is that my internet, or... From what I understand, Cosmic got completely burned, more like, for some reason more than anybody else. I don't know what the fuck happened, but Cosmic got completely burned, and then was just like, oh, well, why did you dip? It's like, well, why did the rest of you fucking get to, like, walk back into the circle when you apologized? Why is Hidden still around, despite running the server that was, like, set up to fuck everyone, despite being intimately involved in all of this, but Cosmic's not? That's a bit fucking weird, isn't it? I think again, that's a bit of a strange double standard. Why is Eren, like, manipulating Lio, and that excuses Lio, but when Eren manipulates Cosmic, no one gives a shit? Fucking wild. Fucking wild. And also, I want to say something interesting about this manipulation stuff. Isn't it interesting that the current narrative that Lio was manipulated by Peaches, who was the first person to say that? Who was the first person? Does anyone want to guess? Because I've actually gone back and checked. Who was the first person to say that Peaches manipulated Lio? Oh wait, I'll let chat catch up. Who wants to take a guess? Anyone? Any ideas at all? Because I think that might be fucking relevant, actually. Any ideas? Anyone? No? Yes? It was fucking me. It was fucking me. I was the one with that fucking take. Me ahead of everyone else. I think I was actually ahead of you, Gilded. Actually. So isn't it interesting that the arguments of Lio's detractors have fucking become his defense? Gilded might want to correct me, but I believe it. Like, it was. I think Gilded was either on call with me when I said it. Is Gilded going to disagree with me? I believe it was me. Fuck you, Gilded. It might have been when Gilded was in call with me, but I'm pretty sure, like, it was me, or at least it was from one of my streams. Because it was like, because I'd been saying this a little bit before. You said it publicly first. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Listen, Vlad and I aren't about to start fucking beefing, don't worry. Okay, I'm sorry for the pause. I know we hate dead air. You all know I hate dead air. But I think that is incredibly fucking relevant. That my argument has become Lio's defense. Because it comes from his detractors. It doesn't come from Zach, doesn't come from Hedden, doesn't come from any of these people who are apparently on his side. It comes from the other side. Does it matter? It does, actually. Because, like, I'll explain to you why it matters. Fucking hell. I'll explain to you why it matters. Because, like, it's not about, no, it's not about the watching. It might be about the watching. Like, maybe, like, I'm not going to go to the extent to say that they stole the argument from me. That's not really my point. My point is that long before Hidden or anybody else on that side was saying, oh, Peaches manipulated Lio, the people who were providing Lio the most leeway, because all these fuckers were burning him. All of them were burning him. They were letting it fucking happen. The people who were providing Lio the most charitability during this period was me and Gilded. Because we were sat here saying, I think Lio is being manipulated by Peaches. I think these calls show Peaches manipulating Lio and actually doing some form of abuse. It wasn't that side. They listened to the fucking calls and burned him. And that's probably worth considering, isn't it? Because now, right now, they want to play the, oh, we really care, we're the victims. They didn't provide an ounce of charitability to his friend. His enemies did. And that says an awful lot about that fucking community, actually. I think it's worth commenting on. I think it's worth fucking focusing on. And I think it's something that Lio in particular should consider about the people who are surrounding him. You know, might be something that is going to keep biting you in the ass.
With Cosmic just randomly deleting their Discord. So now we move to the testimony of Sin. Sin's testimony is largely backing a lot of what was said about Lumi and Peaches beforehand, so here are the questions and answers that I got from Sin. It was actually my audio that...
Right, so this is Hidden's boyfriend, right? This is Sin. Due to an OBS preset on my mic settings, it will sound like Sin is speaking over me. This is not the case. My microphone feedback was delayed. Oh my fucking god. Okay, hold on. I've heard two things. Give me a second. Let me pull on Gilded. Buddy, how you doing? Gilded? You there?
Oh shit.
Yeah. You're live. Congrats. How you doing, buddy? You good?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. I sound different. I'm on my phone.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Sorry. My fucking video on this has just died. Okay, cool. How are you doing?
Wait, your video died?
No. My stream's fine. The video I was watching on Zach died. Give me 1 second. Thank you for the 5. Hopeless Peaches sunk their ship when they idiotically released that video call where they wore down Lio mentally. Also, you are correct, Cope. Thank you. Thank you for the 5, the Opinionator. Yeah, man. How's things? How you feeling?
I'm in pain, but outside of that, I'm good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an agonizing pain. And what I mean is that Zach's voice is making my eardrums hurt.
This is pretty. I mean, like, honestly, this is pretty funny. Are you gonna like? Do you want to get on your computer and you can come and watch some of this with me? Because I've got some interesting shit in this.
Hold on.
Okay, there we go. Also, before you go away, I'll give you something to laugh at. Do you know? So you know Asuka?
Who?
Asuka, like Lio's little capo.
But I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. They're one of the people. They'll come up in this video actually, but apparently they've just left the new Senate.
Oh no!
You know, I know. It's all falling apart so quickly. Right, go and get on your fucking computer, and you can join me for this stream.
Well, I'm just switching devices, so I don't have to actually use my phone yet.
Oh, lovely.
Let's press a button. Technology.
Oh, God. Zach is an OC disaster that got drugged through a tie-dye blender. Jesus fucking Christ. Nature is healing. True and based. Fucking hell, this video. It's actually killing me. Do you know, isn't it depressing that this is like the best response video as well? All the others were absolute, like, all the others were actually worse. At least this one's funny. Fuck my life.
I haven't watched them. Oh shit. Okay, so I got on my computer, switching back to waiting room.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Welcome back.
Sweet. Okay, how do I sound now?
You sound much better and like you're ready to be on a stream as opposed to living in somebody's hedge.
I would live in somebody's hedge.
Yeah, I know you would, buddy. Okay, give me a second. Let me pull you out.
I don't actually know what that means. It just sounds funny.
Oh, fucking god. I'll share the screen to you as well. Yeah, but it was you and me who provided, I think, the most charitability to Lio. None of the other people who were like who are apparently his friends did any of that.
Yeah, we were on the, I think, like, so I wasn't on your stream. I was just saying the same shit in chat, like around the same-ish time. But I had also said the same take in Endless server and had arguments with people in Endless server, just the peanuts, over my take there, because I'm like, dude, like this just sounds like Peaches is being emotionally manipulative, which I do consider abusive. And what blows my mind is that Lio didn't just use the evidence that Peaches tried to throw at everybody. Like that was the best evidence. Like if he wanted to claim elderly abuse, the best evidence was what she had provided.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think what frustrates me about this is it's such a weird reframing that kind of cuts out everything done by you, by Akumu, by Kumu. It's just and Enla. Sorry, Enla, I don't mean to forget you.
She's forgettable. It's fine.
Stop it. But oh, she's fucking Christ. But yeah, like I feel like we've been nicer to Lio than they have, and now they want to claim that they're victims. It's just annoying as much as anything. It's just fucking infuriating.
Yeah, and to be fair to Inla, like I like Inla said she's been charitable to him long before anyone else except me. I want to expand on that. I don't think it's a matter of the length of time that she's been charitable. I think that she's been like the most charitable. That has probably since been nuked from orbit, but like at the start, like she was ultra charitable with Lio and Peaches and everybody else. Like more so, like I'm not saying like to the point of being a problem, just you know what I mean, like outsiders looking in, not wanting to attack everything that moves, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those where, like, and again, that's why I keep saying you should question the people around you, Lio, because the people these people don't have your back. These are meant to be your friends, and this is what they fucking did to you. Are you kidding me? Fucking insufferable.
Yeah, like me and Inla had whole arguments over her level of charitability. Okay, like she was being too charitable.
Right, we're going to. Do you know what? I don't think anyone cares about Sin. Does anyone care about Sin? Does anyone give a fuck about who this guy is?
I'm a sinner. Oh wait, the person.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Let's get to Hidden, because I found this incredibly fucking interesting.
Okay, so go ahead and start out by introducing yourself to the audience.
Okay, so hi.
Oh my god, Zach, do you not think your audience knows who Hidden is? It's Hidden Heroine, Zach. It's the leader of the Supreme Court. A woman who needs no introduction. God. Zach, what's wrong with you, bro?
Hidden Heroine here. You probably know me as the owner of Supreme Court, because that seems to be...
I'm sat here memeing on her, and she's like, that's how you'll know me, right? That's how I'm known. Holy fuck.
The only thing I'm known for these days.
I want to die.
I'm an artist. I used to be on staff in Senate as a moderator.
I used to be on staff. You're a fucking Janny. Get back in your fucking box. Come on.
I I'm about to start making content. I wasn't a content creator before, and I've been a big part of this entire mess.
You haven't been a big part of this entire mess. You have inserted yourself endlessly because you're hungry for fame. Let me be clear about something. I have only recently started referring to myself as a content creator, and that's because I've started to actually put fucking work into shit. Before this, I referred to myself as king of the hobbyists, and that's obviously not the case anymore. But like, if you want to call yourself a content creator, make some fucking content.
Yeah, I'm not a content creator. I upload videos on the internet. I consider those two things to be very different. I don't take this seriously enough to be so presumptuous as to say I am a content creator. It's fucking
yeah.
weird.
It's like a fucking shorthand thing. But like I don't know. Yeah, none of this is that.
It started off shorthand.
Do you think it's come off as something else now?
Yeah. Like I think it started off like innocently enough, but people have weaponized the term to mean like even streamers like you are refer to themselves as content creators. Like you're not really creating content on a live stream. You're just pressing a button and talking, right? Like there's more to content than creation.
Yeah, no,
than that,
absolutely.
Right?
Oh, absolutely.
But you got people like Vosh saying like, I'm a content creator. It's like, no, you're a talking head that pays for an editor. Like you're not a content creator.
Yeah,
you're not actually doing anything.
Well, it's one of these as well. It's like it depends how seriously you take yourself, I guess. Like one of the things that I've noticed is I know like a couple of people, and like they'll if you join a server, they're like, well, where's my special role? It's like who fucking cares? No one gives a shit. No one cares about you. You're not important.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. We're just a bunch of people on the internet. Like we don't really matter. And that's
the only difference between me and a chatter is that I'm dumb enough to think my opinions are entertaining. That's it. That's the only difference. And like chat is smart enough to stay in chat.
Hold on. I'm not dumb enough to think my opinions are entertaining. Okay, I am smart enough to absolutely know for a fact that I am.
Okay, there we go. That's the ego.
Okay. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Yes. Okay. So that was a very good introduction. So we have a lot to go over. I mean, it is kind of scary because it's like everything we've gone through in the last like 2 months. But basically,
what do you mean gone through? What do you mean gone through? It's the internet. There's nothing. You're not getting raped in the fucking street. Oh my god! Like I can't. Like it's instantly losing my mind. Like
it gets worse.
It
gets so much fucking worse. It gets so much worse.
Wait, this is 4 hours.
This is 4. We're not going to watch all 4 hours.
Why is this 4
because
hours?
it's about their trauma, Vlad. Okay.
There's no trauma. It's the internet. You can just unplug your computer. Go sexually molest grass. Okay? Just go do anything else. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Run down a list of questions I have here, and then I will throw them in the video for everybody to listen to. So, the first major question I have is how did you end up in the Burger King server? Like, how was it pitched?
Originally it was pitched as a server to us where Aaron wanted to keep their quote-unquote friends around for us to all hang out. So it was literally just a server to make it easier.
If Hidden wants to be a content creator, she needs to pull the fucking mic out of her vagina while she's speaking. Like holy shit.
You really
get a new fucking microphone.
You are really gloves off tonight. This is...
Yeah, dude, I'm actually, when I said earlier I was in pain, I was actually being serious. I'm in like agonizing pain right now. And so I'm just like tweaking in my brain off of like adrenaline from the pain. But no, like, but really, like, I just can't. I'm a content creator and I have a mic from like 1983. Like, stop. Like, get a new microphone. Holy shit. Like, I just can't. I just can't do this. Like, I can't listen to these people speak and take them seriously.
This is why this is the best response. It's fucking top to bottom terrible.
that's how it was presented to me.
Okay, got it. And then you joined with me on February 12th, and then the rest is documented history. So regarding the Burger King server, when
Vlad's in pain. I'm surviving, Sarah.
When did things like first start to seem off with what was going on there?
I think it started around, and I would have to look this up, but it started.
Wait. When did Aaron start doing things that seemed off? When did Aaron seem normal to you fucking people? Once again, for those who've joined us partway through, I got confirmation of this. The original Senate mods made a specific server to get away from Peaches, okay? Like, and you people joined one to be her friends. His friends. Fuck, sorry.
Around the time that Aaron put everyone into a group chat away from Lio. At the time you weren't modded yet, so you wouldn't know.
Wait, hold on. Somebody just pointed something out to me. I just want to check something. Wait, did they say January? Did Hidden say January there? One second. What are we at? 126. So that started, I think, back in January, so about a month after I joined, I started interacting with more people through just silly drawings and being in calls. No, okay, it was February. I think it was February. Okay, yeah. So, like, part of the thing that's, like, happening with this is the timelines are getting fucked because Aaron was having conversations with people behind the scenes. And I find it a bit fucking hard to believe that in a month they persuaded Hidden to just randomly make a fucking server for them or like be in charge of this fucking server. It's all a bit fucking weird.
But they put us in a mod chat where they wanted to discuss the at the time new allegations that Jay and Jordan had levied against Lio, because they made the insinuation that those might be true and that Lio would have to complain about them to us. None of the moderators were really aware of what was going on, like we were just thrown into cold water.
What?
And a lot of us were
I think I lost something. What is she saying? Like I'm really confused now.
So they're saying,
is she saying none of the mods in her server had any idea?
This is in the Burger King server, Aaron's server, to take down Lio.
Oh.
Yeah. They had no idea that Aaron was manipulating them. They had no way to know. No way to know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Confused me
I'm just
most of all because at the time I wasn't
Suffering.
a bot for very long. That was the first moment where I had a little bit of a strange, but I guess it's kind of explainable moment. But I think it all really went downtown around the time that we had the mod staff call, I think it was, where we were talking, like, this was when Heaton, I think it was, brought up the the group chat that Aaron had made and expressed that they weren't particularly fond of it, mostly because it undermines a lot of trust we are supposed to have in each other as a team, because who's to say there's not a mod chat about XYZ right now, right? And Aaron got incredibly pissy with that. And I kind of was thrown off by it because it was a very valid complaint.
But not thrown off enough to do anything about it. This is part of the fucking problem with this. You can't have two things hidden. You can't, like, pose this right fucking now where you're like, oh my god guys, you don't understand, I was manipulated and I was always playing both sides, like, oh no, I wasn't playing both sides, I was actually gathering information, and at the same time have release statements gone on multiple streams defending this, that Lio might be an abuser after all this happened, and then saying, well, right from the start, really, it was very odd, it was very weird. This is like insane revisionist history. Good evening, Cecil.
So I'm a bit behind, I think. Was the server actually called the Burger King server?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, what you're telling me is that Hopeless Peaches named an entire server after the fanciest restaurant joint she ever went to.
Yes, I am. Do you want to know a fact about Burger King in the UK?
Yeah.
Everyone hates Burger King in the UK. It's like the
Really?
lowest rated.
I love Burger
I
King.
actually quite like Burger King, but nobody rates Burger King in the UK. That's why it's very funny. It's better than McDonald's,
no,
but
I wonder if she would like comfort eat Burger King like every time like Lio like raised his voice one octave.
well, I imagine well, to be fair, Burger King in the UK is quite expensive. Might explain why Lio had to send so
Really?
much money to Peaches.
Oh my god, he admitted to the 8K.
8K.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
Like I knew about that ahead of time. Actually, I just didn't. Somebody told me, and a birdie told me, and I said nothing.
So we're clear. From what I've heard of the breakdown, that is very close to being what Peaches would have needed to pay rent, depending on where they are, in certain places in the UK for each month, and the way that money was broken down. So it's fully possible Lio was actually just paying Peaches rent for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Which is, fucking wild. All this, I don't know. I don't know whether Lio's inexperienced, but like, he kept saying things like, oh, because the UK and the tax system sucks. Listen, the tax system does suck, but only when you're earning like above like 45k, then it starts to get a real pain in the ass. But generally before that, it's not too bad. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's about the same in the States, actually.
Yeah, it's because we're not going to talk about this. You'll derail me, right?
To have, even though Lio at the time said that he agreed with the chat being made, but that's neither here nor there. But that was the first moment where I had a little bit of this is a little bit strange, especially because afterwards Lumi told us that he was blowing up at Lio, and I was like, why? Like, there's little to no reason as to why that was necessary at all. But
Hidden is the most annoying person on the fucking planet. I'm gonna keep saying this. The more I watch this video, the more like something solidified in my mind. Hidden and Zach annoy me more than Lio does. I actually cannot fucking deal with these two. It's fucking unreal.
I just pushed it off because at the time I was like, I'm sure they have reasonings and lore that I don't have.
Yeah. And then because obviously things really started hitting the fan after the Raven Pines thing, which wasn't great. So when it came to Aaron attempting to paint Lio as an abuser, how regularly was that?
It started out rather
Wait, no.
Oh, no. Stop. Because I actually need to hear this, because this is kind of important.
When it came to Aaron attempting to paint Lio as an abuser, how regularly was that?
It started out rather inconspicuous.
No, it fucking didn't. No, it didn't. That's a fucking lie. That is a lie, and I know it's a lie because A, we have the fucking logs of Peaches messaging people about this shit constantly, actually well over in the last 6 months, into like September, where Peaches was doing this to people. I know from other people who were in that fucking server that server right from the off was shitting on Lio. It wasn't inconspicuous at all hidden. I haven't seen the text logs, but I know people who were sat in calls with Aaron, and that's what the fucking conversations were. Because Aaron, through February, was laying the groundwork for that. Either you are stupid or you're lying. It is one or the other. You're either out of the loop, and therefore you should shut the fuck up, or you are actually just trying to snake your way in. I can't. I don't know why. This is the fucking so frustrating about this shit, because I know that they are talking to an audience that's not going to watch this stream, and that is a lie. And again, if somebody's like, well, Beckett, you've got no fucking evidence, neither have they. These are all testimonies while they try and exonerate themselves from being part of a fucking cabal. Sorry, Hidden, go ahead.
Well, Hidden. You called me Hidden.
Fuck, my brain is broken. I said Vlad, didn't I?
No, you said Hidden. You said, okay, Hidden, go ahead.
Okay, fuck, sorry. Vlad, go ahead.
I was gonna actually complain over the utility of why she was lying. Like what makes this annoying is that it was so not inconspicuous that she was one of the people pushing it. Like the whole narrative.
Yeah.
Like she was on Akumu's stream arguing with me.
Yeah.
Over that recording that Peaches used for evidence, and I said that entire recording makes Peaches look like an emotionally manipulative and abusive cunt. Like it made me actually like briefly feel bad for Lio before I remembered he's a retard. But no, like it's just one of these things where like I don't know why she's lying. Just be honest and say you fell for it. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, but Hidden's constantly trying to make themselves. Hidden is constantly trying to make themselves look good. I've said this before. The minute I knew I disliked Hidden was the Elite Call, where Hidden was like saying, "Oh, I'm not really friends with Sarah." I'm like, Seraphina's been nothing but nice to you, privately and publicly. Like, Sarah came on my stream and defended Hidden. And it really fucking annoyed me that Hidden did that in that call to Kumu, because it was like, in my opinion, and it is just an opinion, it was to like sort of like endear themselves to Kumu because they know that Kumu doesn't like Sarah and doesn't like Mon. Like I'm just like, just be honest about it. It'd be like me going to call with some of these people and being like, yeah, I don't really like Gilded. Of course, obviously I'm friends with fucking Gilded. Just like, I really don't like this behavior. It's real fucking snaky.
Well, the weird thing is, that a lot of these, I guess you'd say like old guard people, because isn't Hidden new, by the way?
Hidden is new.
Okay. A lot of the old guard people like probably hate my guts, and probably understandably so, and it's fine, right? But you know what's great is that I don't have to like question like whether or not they hate my guts. Like it's pretty like obvious. They're not like going around like telling me one thing and then telling other people the opposite, you know? Whereas I feel like Zach and Hidden are just constantly playing that game of like going up to Queen Seraphina and playing nice and everything, and then Hidden goes to Zach here and is like, by the way, I just had a call with Queen Seraphina and I want to kill myself, right? Like it's just like, I feel like the name Hidden was unintentional accurate branding.
Yeah,
I think that she intentionally tries to hide her wow, my brain.
If this had gone, well, the Akumu stream proves this. If this had gone in the like opposite direction, this is why they never reference it. They're referencing what happens like to them. It's a Raven call. If this happened in Senate, if it had gone the other direction and Peaches had come out on top, that Hidden would be like, oh yes, you know, Peaches is in my server. I'm friends with him, and I also know from the background, and I don't know how reliable this is. But I hope it's true. I know that actually Lio did get pissed off because Hidden got moved out of the fucking circle with Lio. That's what I got told. Like Hidden was no longer in the loop by the time like the fucking videos started dropping because Lio doesn't trust Hidden. I can't fucking blame him. Again, don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard on the grapevine. And if that is true, Lio win, actually. I would respect that if he had that kind of foresight.
So it started out as Aaron just letting us know that Lio's presence was stressing them. And we were like, yeah, sure, whatever. That's certainly a thing that we could somewhat understand. But it kind of shifted because Aaron very quickly started sharing very personal stuff. And the biggest thing they started sharing are those fabled 8 months that I'm sure, you know, were addressed somewhere else as well, where Aaron claimed that for a period of 8 months, Lio had continuously screamed at them, had belittled them, had screamed at them while they were age regressing, had threatened to call psychological help on them or like otherwise help on them. And that was the part where it was like, I don't have proof for this, so I don't know if this happened.
And yet you still released the document and went and defended Supreme Court and defended those accusations publicly when they were made. And apparently you were like, oh, I don't know. Then why did you do it, Hidden? Again, these people's defenses are either that they were, like, stupid or they're lying. I don't... You couldn't waterboard this out of me. Absolutely fucking insane.
Happened, but at the same time, you know, I'm always here to believe all victims, so I did not have reason to doubt Aaron at the time. But back then, Aaron also painted it as it's better now, so I just disregarded it. However, when I think it was shortly after the mod call, after the Raven Pines call, where Aaron shifted into letting us know that Lio still wasn't great. So then it shifted from Lio, you know, still is undermining me, still belittling me, still sometimes screams at me. We had once again no proof, but I also at the time didn't have any reason to distrust Aaron. So I went with it. And I remember that it was a very short period of time. I cannot directly pinpoint it, but it was a very short period of time where we went from I had a shitty past with Lio, and Lio was trying to better himself, to Lio has continuously abused me and continues to abuse me. I know that within the Burger King server, there's a mention of Cosmic bringing up abuse. I never used that word in regards to Lio, because I didn't feel it.
Hold on a second. Actually, hold the fuck on. I actually want to check this. Where the fuck is this? I don't know if this is there, because I'd be very interested to check this. This is.
Well, I just want to point out she said that she believed all victims, so I'm just throwing that out there.
So yeah, sure, but it doesn't change the fact.
No, they deny that. So that's why, like, so they say that they believe all victims, and then whenever Lio requests evidence, they're like, we never said that. That's all I was pointing out.
Okay, but like they never say abuse. That was their claim here.
I never used that word in regards to Lio.
Hold on.
Bringing up abuse. I never used that word in regards to Lio.
Okay. That's a claim, and I don't know. I don't know whether that's disputable, but
no, I can like, dude, I asked her point blank. Do you think that call in this stream? I asked point blank. Do you think that call that Peaches showed was indicative of was proof of Lio being abusive to Peaches? And she said yes. So even if she didn't use the word directly, I know for a fact that she told me explicitly she agreed to my use of the word.
Okay. Let's see. Fucking hell, yeah. It's a really weird one, because this is part of the problem where it's all like fucking wrapped up in like, well, I didn't say the word. And again, it's like, well, I'm not transphobic. I don't say the transphobic word. I'm not ableist. I don't say the ableist word. But you're clearly taking the action, right? Like, or there's an implication, or it's just fucking frustrating. I fucking cannot believe that they put this video out, actually. Well, actually I can, because like, I've seen the chat for this. I watched it happen. In fact, actually, people, do you know what? If Hidden and Zach see this, and they're like, well, you know, nobody cares. People from this side, from Zach and Hidden's side, were DMing me the chat from this video, being like, are these motherfuckers serious? So I don't know if you realize, but I don't know if I don't know whether it will come up to you guys later, but plenty of other people did not fucking buy a lot of this. I don't think that you should be like yassifying each other over this. I think you guys look insane.
Because
to any rational person.
As far as I remember, if I'm incorrect and I have used that word, I apologize. But as far as I remember, I never outright called him an abuser.
Okay, got it. So then, because you mentioned that you hadn't had a reason to doubt Aaron up to a certain point. When did that change?
I think it started changing when this whole idea of like leaving Senate came up and this whole mod call out kind of deal came up. Because at the moment, like at the time that was happening, I was like, this doesn't feel like somebody trying to tell the story of their abuse anymore. This is starting to feel petty. It almost starts to feel vindictive. It doesn't seem like a genuine, I want to call this person out and remove myself from the situation that continues to harm me anymore. It feels like I want to do harm to somebody I don't like. And
somebody from Senate wanting to do harm to somebody they don't like? Fucking wild. That's never happened before. Holy shit. Oh my god.
That's why I started doubting the story. But, due to my own trauma, and not to excuse it, obviously, but due to my own trauma, and also due to the fact that I haven't really seen evidence of the contrary, I was still willing to believe Aaron at the time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep nipping this in the bud. If you guys want charitability for your own trauma, or the things you've been through, or that you've been manipulated, then you have to give that charity to Lumi, you have to give it to Cosmic, you have to give it to Kumu, you have to give it to fucking everybody. You have to give it to Rosa. This whole thing of you need to have sympathy for us because of what we went through as victims means that you need to shut the fuck up. Because I like, the double standard here is so fucking bad that I cannot believe that this is your play. Like, and again, it's the same with Lio. Like, there's a big difference between going, I understand why something happened and it doesn't excuse anything, to our voices need to be heard. Actually, we were the good guys the whole time. It's unreal. Unreal that this is your play.
So, in relation to, like, the calls themselves...
You fucking idiots!
There are a few main things that I think about before we get to individual events regarding, like, public videos and stuff. So, the big thing is, can you confirm that Aaron did attempt on their own life multiple times in call?
That is correct, yes, I can confirm.
Okay, now, fuck it, I'm gonna hold Gilded here, because this is important, right? I'm gonna let this bit play in full.
Confirm that. One time happened with me in call. One time happened the day before that, and I know about that attempt because Sin was traumatized by it, and came to me about it, and told me about it. And we had a call about it. I know from Cosmic that there are more attempts, but those I were not present for. Like, I wasn't there.
Okay, I have 5 documented times where Aaron did harm themselves.
No, you don't. Now, I'm going to catch flack for this. And that's absolutely fine, because this annoys me, and I know people are going to get, have strong opinions about this. I am not saying this didn't happen. What I am saying is you guys do not have evidence for it. What you have is testimony from it, from somebody you yourselves are saying is highly emotionally manipulative. That's what you have. I do not understand how you can both claim that somebody is a complete liar and claim that you've got foolproof evidence of something. Peaches may have been in a call, but all you have is their voice saying that they're doing something, in the same way Jordan has DMs saying that they're taking pills, or whatever. Or the multiple things on Twitter saying that they're going to fucking do something. That is not fucking evidence. You are saying that Peaches can't be trusted, that Peaches lies. Why are you presenting this as something that you're seriously traumatized about? Now, if you want to say, hey, we were taken in by this, and this is what Peaches was doing to us, that's a very, very different claim, actually. And it's this really weird thing, because it's almost like they're trying to, like, both, like, paint a picture. Actually, in fact, I don't even know why this is here. I don't know why this is here, because, like, it's like, oh no, well, it was really serious. We're not fucking stupid. You are. You got manipulated. These two things are not, like they don't fit together properly. And it's really fucking frustrating. I don't know why, like... It's like, this was so traumatizing, guys. You got manipulated by a liar. That's what happened. Now, it's the same as, like, people bring up Peach's grooming thing. I'm not here to dispute those claims, but people trying to weaponize, like, really severe stuff, and both Gildan and I have said this, we've lost friends to fucking suicide. It's not fucking fun. And one of the reasons that both of us have been so, like, harsh on Peaches on this particular point is because it's not a fun thing to have to listen to, like, people talk about, like, fucking suicide like it's a defense. It's just not... I fucking hate it. You don't stop trying to make yourself main characters. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, I'm going to catch flack for that take. I know it. And that's fine. You can be like, that's a heartless thing to say. You don't know. Why does it matter? Why harp on about it? But this sort of shit really annoys me. Because it's like, again, you're using quite serious real-world things, potentially, to, like, cast yourselves as the main characters. And secondly, as I said earlier in this stream, if you have evidence that somebody is going to do harm to themselves, the correct response actually with a friend is to call a wellness check on them. And none of you fucking did that. You're actually adults. What's fucking wrong with you?
Either text or call, and then that makes 6 now because I didn't know about the one the day before.
Yeah, like, I remember that quite distinctly because Sin came to me and he was completely shaken up because I wasn't in VC at the time. It was the first time he had watched somebody attempt on their own life and he didn't know what to do. So I just sat down with him and kind of just, you know, we talked about.
Oh my fucking... Oh, so traumatized. Oh my god, fuck. Okay, give me a second.
Yeah. Question.
Yeah, we'll watch this. This is the abuse thing. We're just going to try and... Do you know what? I am providing more evidence than fucking they are. Oh my fucking god.
That I had was... Have you watched the call that Peaches released between... It was called Raven... After Raven Call 2 or something like that. It was just Peaches and Lio.
Yes, I am aware of that call.
I understand that the call tries, like, super hard to make Lio look like the bad guy, and I'm like the last guy to, like, defend Lio on literally anything, but am I crazy for thinking that call actually makes Peaches look really bad?
How so?
She sounds manipulative, controlling, starts off acting like she's a 5-year-old, despite what her claims are. It doesn't sound like what she claims. It just sounds like she's stressed, actually, if anything. Lio is accused of being several things, but which are probably fair. But as a result of mods in that server quite literally backstabbing him by recording a private conversation and sending it to Peaches so that Peaches can hypocritically, I might add, go after Lio for things that she has done quite repeatedly both before and after the Rosa call. So, like, I'm watching this and I go into it like I'm expecting Lio to be like an absolute dick. And whenever I'm listening to it, all I hear is like a defeated 38-year-old
True.
that is basically like had his nuts just crushed in a vice by somebody who was being blatantly emotionally manipulative.
I mean, that is your view on things, and I will not sit here and try to tell you otherwise. I disagree, but I also disagree.
Okay, so I
on a
didn't
lot
use
of
the word
things with you,
abusive.
so-
My bad.
No, that's fine. That's
I
fine.
thought I did.
But at the same time, like, right, this is the day of this happening. Hidden was quite happily sat here until the tides turned against Peaches, completely on fucking side. Completely on fucking side.
Yeah, then she, by the way, at this point shifts the entire goalpost to you know, you made fun of Peaches' grooming. So she doesn't just say this, like she goes to bat for Peaches in this stream, like hard.
Yeah, I mean, she's been going to bat for Peaches and explaining the Supreme Court for most of the fucking conversation, like with Kumu and Kumu. Like, and again, very... I fucking hate these people.
Oh, and by the way, I stayed very silent during your rant about suicide and stuff because I felt it was best if I don't say anything.
No, that's fair. Sorry, I did reference the fact that both you and I have had this conversation. We've had it on stream, but it's annoying. And like,
no, you said the same thing I would have said, just more eloquently than how I would have put it.
You mean optically?
If that's sure, I guess.
No.
I would have caused you flack for entirely different reasons.
Yeah, true. You're fine, buddy. Listen. If people want to guilt by association me, that's fine. I don't fucking care. I don't guilt by associate anybody. And you know, if people have a problem with who I'm friends with, that's their fucking problem. That's not mine.
About it, I was like, what a trauma. But yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So that brings us up to 6 total times. So then also, can you confirm that there were conversations had about Lio attempting to bring me into his house to abuse me?
Not direct. Like, I know that there were talks of you replacing Aaron and also talks about you possibly being the next Lio kid. Whilst I discounted those as jokes, in hindsight, I don't think they were jokes. I think what they were doing, specifically Lumi and Aaron, they were looking at our concerns regarding you, because a lot of, like, me and Cosmic specifically, both of us were like, you're pretty young, you're close to Lio, we're hearing all these harrowing stories about Lio, and now we're worried. But also we recognize you're an adult, and you know how...
I'm sorry, Gilded, do me a favor. What's Zach's official title? From Lio.
Lio's twink secretary.
There we go. Yeah, like, a little fucking weird. Also, again, Zach, maybe people wouldn't have, like, because Zach's talked a lot about, like, people are telling my story and they're accusing Lio of sexually harassing me. I'm not making that accusation, motherfucker. I'm really not. I'm not, like, again, I don't fucking care. Do whatever the fuck you want. But if you're bothered by this, why are you drawing Lio as, like, a fucking buff daddy figure? Like, what the fuck are you doing? What do you think people are going to say about that?
I'm gonna be real. I made jokes about it, okay, like everybody else did, okay, because it's a good meme.
It's a good meme.
Made it easy to meme. I don't think very many people actually legitimately thought, like, that there was anything going on there. However, if I had a Twitter account still and I saw somebody unironically saying that, I would retweet them. Because my good faith is dead. I have no more good faith for Lio. It is gone. He nuked it from orbit. So it doesn't matter what anybody says anymore. They could just make up insane crap. Like that Lio has a fucking harem of Martians, and I'd fucking retweet it, right? Like, I don't care anymore. Like he took all the good faith that I had, that he didn't even realize apparently that I had, and then threw it in the dumpster. He played himself.
I will say this as well quickly. Leia, I sent that drawing that Zach did of Lio to somebody. And they were like, what the fuck is this? And that's somebody who is on Lio's side. They were like, they had no idea they were doing this.
Dude, the fact that there are people on Lio's side that are not keeping up with any of this shit says a lot, actually. I can tell you right now, every single person in my Discord is very intimately knows almost every fucking detail of all of this drama. Okay. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that Lio unironically tries to push ignorance amongst his fans. I actually think he takes advantage of that.
How to handle yourself, and we recognize these stories don't have necessarily merit to them because we didn't see any proof. And they turned our concern and how the relationship you and Lio have might be misconstrued publicly into, oh, Lio.
Cecil's like, what drawing? You want to see the drawing, Cecil? I'll show you the fucking drawing.
Oh my god, not the drawing.
Yeah, I'll show you the fucking drawing, Cecil. Where the fuck is it?
It's the one with the door, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the one with the door. Yeah, it's the one with the door. Fuck.
There you go, Cecil. Just for you.
God damn it. I'm so glad I don't have a Twitter anymore. Oh. I hate this photo.
I'm just gonna leave it up for a second while I DM someone.
You're hurting me. Stop it.
Oh fuck, that's so funny.
The worst part is like the part that I think some people missed is the door there. Like the words above it are actually the name of the entry room in the
Jesus
Senate
fucking
server.
Christ.
Yeah, like so this was like a literal visual representation of how Zach sees himself in that server.
Okay. Where the fuck were we? Jesus Christ. I think I'm an atheist now. Oh, I love having Cecil in my chat. It's fucking great. Right, okay.
It was clearly intending to be closer to Zach than he should be, and he's clearly intending on like making him an Aaron replacement and keeping him as a kid. And I was like, that is not what I said, but you know what? Sure.
Okay. Listen. No, fuck it, I'll move on. Like, okay, I've heard something unsubstantiated about this, and it is unsubstantiated, and that's why I'll move on.
Yeah, if there's anything I've learned from this entire situation,
I just want to point out something though, real quick. I just want to point out one thing. The fact that sentence came out of her mouth and no red flags popped up in her brain is weird.
Right? It is. It's fucking crazy. These are the people that want to be taken seriously. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Lio's gracious loss was pissing off the old guard.
There's a lot of, bitch, that's a whole nother sentence.
And like a lot of the times that did happen where I would express concern and it would be turned into an entire different sentence. And I was like, that is not what I meant.
Yeah.
But you do you.
Yeah, okay. But you can definitely clarify that there were talks where Lumi and Aaron were trying to make it out that I was going to be Lio's next kid, and that was his intent with me. Okay, got it. Yeah, because Cosmic said that it went a little bit further in some chats where, like, they were talking about how he was going to abuse me. Thanks, Lumi and Aaron.
Fantastic claim.
Yeah, I love it so much.
I'm sorry. Like, you guys were in these chats. Those claims were made, and even if your claim is now that you're like, oh my god, I love it so much, thanks for that. You stayed in those chats and stayed friends and stayed supportive with those people. And now you're pleading for sympathy? How the fuck do any of you think this makes you look good? I know I sound like a broken record saying this. I just feel like every time it happens, I have to highlight it because it so much gets glossed over. Interestingly, again, like I had people from commentary messaging me about the Lioconvoy interview last night. And they were like, I can't believe this has just been said and no one's addressing it. What's wrong with this fucking community? like, normal commentary is looking at the art commentary community like it is fucking insane. Like you guys are actually out of your minds. Not like, oh my god, they're so woke. Like, wow, the fucking shit you guys are doing is stuff that none of the rest of us would consider doing in a million years on the internet in this day and age. It's actually crazy.
But yeah, so then moving from that, I wanted to talk about the situation regarding the scripts that Lio was working on. So I mentioned somewhere in my script, which you then corrected because you're proofreading it, that the crystal script...
I've just realized something and I can't get it out of my head. Gilda, do you know the the fucking conversation between Jim and the furry Sargon defender on Killstream? Do you remember that conversation? I don't know, Gilda might have died. Anyway, there was a conversation between Jim and a furry Sargon defender on Killstream. And during that conversation, Jim uses, like, his meme gay voice. And it sounds exactly like Zach. And now I've realized that I can't get it out of my fucking head. Thank you for that, Zach.
Was sabotaged by you. And people that were going through the Burger King logs were claiming the same. Due to, like, how the script was written. I was wondering, like, what was the premise of rewriting the Crystal script, and how did you get to the point of having this project in your lap?
So, how do I start with this? Okay, so originally this happened because, as you might remember as well, when the first draft of the Crystal script was out, Aaron spent a lot of time correcting it and made it a point to say that, hey, this script cannot go out no matter what, and it needs to be rewritten.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I was like, okay, Lio already has his hands full. I'm not going to have him sit here and rewrite an entire script. Because at the time, the script that Lio had already written wasn't awful. It just needed a little bit.
Just so we're clear, because this is what Hidden's not saying. You knew, Hidden, that Aaron was in a server talking about Lio potentially being abusive and crying and saying that Lio was a bad person, and then allowed Aaron to basically push you to edit that script. Now, you're saying that you didn't sabotage that script, and I'm not saying you did it intentionally, but you knew what fucking Aaron was doing. You were there, and you still let it happen. So even if you're like, I didn't sabotage anything, guys. I didn't sabotage anything. You kind of fucking did, right? Like, because like, you allowed Aaron to push you. And none of this occurred to you. What the fuck are you talking about? That's insane.
Bit of reshaping. So I took the script that he had made, and I took the notes that Aaron had left on it, and I was like, I'm just going to rewrite it for him. I'm going to offer it to him, and if he wants to take the offer of me rewriting the script, he can do that. It was intended as genuine helpfulness. I was not there to entirely, like, sabotage the
script. So you got used by Aaron. Okay, cool. You got used by Aaron, and you had enough information to know that's probably what they were doing. So again, either you're dishonest or you're dumb. Pick one.
Or anything like that. I had no interest in doing that. What I wanted was, because Aaron was dead set on that Crystal script going out before the Jay and Jordan script, to help Lio get that script out quicker, so Aaron would be happy and things could move on. So that's how that script originally ended up in my lap. Now, yeah.
Okay. So then with
welcome fucking back.
With the Crystal script,
so
people started pointing out, like, a lot of issues and flaws with it because of the fact that it was, similarly to Crystal's original claims, based off of things that were flaky and in some cases did have context removed, such as, like, Discord screenshots. Or they had things that, like, the other side equally did that were not great. So with the script, Did Aaron have any influence in the script at all?
More or less passively. I was mainly going off the comments they left on the script, and I'm going to address this now. I know I've addressed it in the correction that I made on your script. I did not know that Aaron had addressed Crystal publicly. Aaron repeatedly claimed to me that Crystal was never addressed publicly by them and was solely addressed in DMs. I had no reason not to believe Aaron. I was like, okay.
What do you mean? Oh my fucking god, this is frustrating. I had no reason to believe this person who clearly had a fucking axe to grind. Holy shit. Like, again, like, this is all testimony as well. There's no evidence for any of this fucking shit. Oh, guys, I just didn't know. Poor innocent me.
You know, there's a solution to all of this. You know what the solution to all of this is? It's don't stop with this believing people shit. All right? Don't believe people. Everybody lies. Everybody is a liar, right? You should start with that by default and look at evidence, not people, not their words, evidence first. All the rest of it's bullshit. I don't know why it's so hard for these fucking people to do that.
Okay, we've got Seraphina's joining us. Hey, Sarah.
What's up?
Hello.
Welcome to what I hope is the last stream on this.
I mean, that's what you told me. You that's what you told me.
Yeah.
Wait, Warhammer afterwards.
You
right?
think this is the last ACC stream?
This is my last stream on Lio and this particular drama. This is the return of the king. It might not be my last stream on Zack and Hidden. At this fucking rate, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I know they are bit part players, but Sarah, I've got a level with you. Like, I said this from the beginning. Look, Hidden and Zack, I'm saying this publicly, are either incredibly dumb or are incredibly snaky. Like, I cannot stress enough how fucking manipulative some of this shit is, and how kind to the timeline they are trying to be to themselves. I'm actually kind of shocked that they released this. It's not a good look.
I mean, I've been out painting models, so I mean, I'm a little bit late. Are you 2 hour? Oh my god, hour and 30 minutes. How have you sat through an hour and 30 minutes of this?
We skipped Cosmic. We skipped Cosmic and Sin.
Okay. Okay.
Because there's little things like I know for a fact that the way Hidden, well, not for a fact, but they're all going on testimony, so I might as well. I know from testimony from other people in Peach's server that it wasn't very subtle. Peaches set that server up, and also we do have the DMs from like September last year where Peaches is laying down the groundwork to burn Lio, well ahead of any of this. And then when that server was created, like, Peaches is in calls crying and apparently like attempting suicide, talking about how abusive Lio is and what a terrible person he is and how terrible Lio's always been.
Yeah.
So this,
that's what I was informed about. Yeah.
So this argument from Hidden of, oh, I couldn't have known, I was really, I got a bit suspicious. It's either you're lying, and if you were suspicious, how fucking dumb are you to then go through with this whole burning Lio plan? Because they all release fucking statements.
Okay. So from what I remember seeing, again, you don't have to quote on me like 100% here. Like, a lot was being said in those particular chats that I know was it like two of my friends were there while Aaron was saying like a bunch of shit. I was being fed stuff that was being said in there. I'm not like your conclusion of either Hidden is lying or Hidden was not paying attention. Like, I don't know. That's very confusing. So like, tell me the gist here. So is what they're trying to say is like, we didn't know, or like they were suspicious? Like, is that what they're trying to say?
Well, it's a mixture of both. And the problem is they keep doing this thing, and I've said this a few times. They keep going, oh, well, we were victims of Peaches and Lumi. We were manipulated by Peaches. Now, I've pointed out two things. Firstly, the first people to say publicly when all this happened that Lio was being manipulated by Peaches weren't his friends. It was me and Gilded. We said that. It was his detractors who said that. They tried to fucking burn him. Hidden went on a stream with Akumu and defended all this fucking shit. And it's only when the tide turned that she turned against Peaches. Like when it was quite clear where the fucking wind was blowing.
Is that what that stream was about?
Yeah. Because Hidden was on Akumu's stream going, come to the Supreme Court, I'm going to be a content creator. And like, yes, you know, Lio's done these terrible things. And the calls
Stop
prove
having
it.
a life, Serafina. Okay, you got to pay attention to the crucial drama. Okay.
Yeah, like you messaged me this morning, like while I was going to work, and I'm like, I was brought up in what?
Sorry, I hadn't slept yet. I was out of my head. So I had there was a big tornado warning, and it was a close call. So I was kind of still awake. Yeah.
The problem is, like, and this is less true of Zach than Hidden. Like, I feel like Zach, pretty quickly worked out, actually, that, and I think they're painting themselves as a bit more of the main character than they were, but they seemed to pretty quickly work out where the wind was. But Hidden just seemed to flip between the two, where like ever was convenient, and just wants to be the main character. Now, Hidden will also come on to how the server ended up in their hands, and that's a very interesting story. But like Hidden just went along with it. So again, like, why should anyone believe you? The final thing that's really fucking annoying me is if the excuse, and I don't mean excuse, but like the sympathy, charitability plea for all of these people, including Lio, is they were manipulated by Peaches. Why is that not true for Lumi? Why is that not true for Cosmic? Why? And also their arguments of, well, we've gone through trauma, you need to listen to our stories. Why is that not true for Kumu? Why is that not true for Rosa? Why is that not true for any of the other fucking people that have been burnt by this community? I don't understand why these people seem to want to get special treatment for the shitty things that they've done, because like suddenly they've got a story to tell. I just think it's incredibly disingenuous.
Well, I have
for. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, at least for Cosmic, I remember Cosmic bounced. A lot of things with Cosmic started to, I guess, just burn down after they were dragged into my server and had a conversation or whatever. I think it was from both Crystal and Lio. I guess sudden team up or whatever railed on Cosmic, and then Cosmic just fucked off. Like I don't know. So it's all over the place. I mean, I just popped in, but yeah, no, all over the place already.
I have
a reasonable explanation for this, Beckett.
Sure, go ahead.
I think they're fighting, or we're trying to fight, or not fight, but compete over Hopeless Peaches's audience. That's honestly what I think it was. Even Lio made a community post trying to appeal to Peaches' audience, like straight up. Not even, and I sent that to you, Beckett, in DMs. Like, that was like a mask off, like straight up appeal to her audience, even going as far as to say Peaches' audience. So,
wasn't that about like the commissions though?
That was, it was about the commissions, and there was something else to it. Hold on, we find it, because you see, I can't just DM like one person. I gotta be blown up by like 50 fucking people at once every day. Here we go. Wanted to tell, blah, 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 blah. Okay, if you haven't, I encourage you to check it out. Nobody cares. That aside, though, I say in the video that I plan on doing for Peach's audience things he failed to do when his Ko-fi and GFM goals were met. They actually weren't met. I don't think. Like, I looked into that. I don't think they were ever met. I could be wrong, but from what I saw before it was deleted, it didn't seem to be met. This also extends to commissions. But in my viewpoint, how I see that is like an appeal to the audience. Hey, I'm the good guy. I'll help you out. All right. You know, like that's not out of like the kindness of and generosity. I mean, come on. They're all bickering over that juicy 100K that just got fucking nuked, right? That's all this is. And so, want to know why Hidden took Peaches' side? 2 reasons. One, it optically looked better in the moment. You know, defending an AFAB against allegations of abuse by a aggressive man, right? And also Hidden, as she's advertised ad nauseum, is going to be setting up a YouTube account, or has set up a YouTube account where Hidden plans to do videos and shit. I mean, like, come on, like this is all like just a play. This is all just to get that juicy clout. That's all this is. And the thing is, by the way, I'm okay with it. I don't actually care, right? You know, it's just that they're not going to be honest about that, but I think that's what it is.
Yeah, this is why I'm getting so frustrated, because I'm just like, it's putting themselves at the forefront when I think, and again, Zach annoys me, but like I just think I think Hidden would, and I say this from the call that was leaked between Hidden, Zach, Kumu, and in Kumu's server. It seems like Hidden is overly willing to throw everyone under the bus. Like the way she sort of downplays, like, knowing you, seems to be like a plea for Kumu to like her. And it's just like, I just don't trust people like that. I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah, they do it for clout, though. That's generally why. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's it's dumb. Also, I believe Hidden. I don't think she knows who Queen Seraphina is. Who's Queen Seraphina? I don't even know who it is. Who?
I don't know who I am. I'm still confused by that. I don't. Wasn't Beckett told me about it like a couple of days ago, and I'm like, well, I mean, I think we're friends or something. I don't know. I mean, we seem to be pretty friendly with me.
Yeah, it's just very weird, Sarah. This whole thing is very fucking weird.
I'm like, what did I do? The fuck did I do?
Fine.
I know exactly what you did.
What?
What you did was you didn't pick a side immediately. That's what you did. That's what they're upset about. Yeah. My guess, anyway.
I don't know.
The people in the middle.
I'll probably talk to one of them then.
Well, the people in the middle always get the most flack, you know.
Well, that's true. But yeah, like, yeah, fucking, I don't know. It's an interesting one. How have you been anyway, Sarah? You've been trying to stay the fuck out of this, which I can't fucking blame you for, to be honest. It's a completely reasonable position.
I mean, it's been rotting. I mean, it's been rotting my brain like for a while now. I've told you about that. I've been spending a lot more time working on painting commissions and not wanting to lose my fucking mind. It's helped out a lot. Like, going outside helps a lot, guys.
You don't need your mind.
I don't need my mind? Oh, damn.
Yeah, we're all brainless here. Okay, welcome to the internet.
Well, we're just gonna I don't know. Like, my plan is to basically let this stream wrap once I'm through this bit. There's a bits at the end. There's the rest of this hidden conversation, which, again, very interesting. And then I'd like to take a step back from a lot of this shit because it's dragging. We'll see what happens, though.
Imagine. I'll answer a question real quick from Enlaw. Sure. What is my decision? I guess on Lyle's response. From a personal standpoint, it's very personal because, again, knowing the guy for a while and understanding the things that he's saying, and a lot of things that were brought up that how do I put this? A lot of things were brought up only if you know the lore, right? That you're really familiar with. In certain sections, like the patch section, overall, I think the video was just pretty mid. Again, and this is coming from somebody who's very familiar with the topic, right? With a lot of the things being brought up, I thought it was pretty mid. I'm like, I would have made the video entirely different. I didn't even know Gilded Skin got brought up until later.
Yeah.
because I didn't watch the full thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think you overall was an oof.
Well, I
There you
mean,
go.
Gilded wanted to take a step back and just re-engage him, which again, Beckett was right. That's exactly what I said would happen if he released a video like this. I was correct.
Yeah. Whatever. Fuck you.
Let me have my little victory lap. Even
Now,
Leia's
to be
saying
fair, like-
he's taking a step back.
You know, everybody told me that like Lio was not going to let me go, and I was just sitting there like, what the fuck is he going to say, right? Because I'm going to make this very clear. Okay, and Queen Serafina might remember this. I don't know. This is a while ago. There were people in the Senate that were doing this way before Lio mentioned me in a video, right? And I added Lio on Twitter and brought this to his attention. And he did call out the people that were doing that. And I believe they were inevitably banned from the server because of it.
What specifically?
Bringing up my kid and threatening legal action against my kid. It was a guy went by Grim Reaper was what he went by.
I think I faintly remember that. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, because I remember like the first person to like call him out was actually Monstrous, like before I brought it to Lio's attention. Because like to be fair, I don't think Lio reads every fucking message in that Discord. Obviously, because who the fuck would do that to themselves? And so yeah, like the point is though, is that to his credit, he did actually like publicly disavow those statements, right? And the thing is like, so I never saw that coming, is my point. And whenever that happened in his video, I would like, one, I missed it at first watch. I didn't even see it. Somebody had to tell me. And that really kind of threw me for a loop, I guess. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
One of the old guard in the chat said I remember that. Like, okay, all right, cool. Yeah, I faintly remember it. I don't remember like the super like in-depth details to it. That was like a blip on the radar.
Yeah, it wasn't important actually. I mean, it was to me, but that's me. Like, it's not everyone else.
That's you.
So yeah, like so like I you know like but I'm just saying like no, it was just a little. So I'm just saying I remembered it. And so I just thought that Lio would never go there.
Somebody pointed out to me, I guess in another chat, was that audio was played earlier in the middle. Was it in the call of what Hidden said? It was along the lines of like, we're acquaintances. I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's just one of those like, I feel like Hidden is very happy to be like, oh, we're besties. We're so friendly to people's faces, and then the minute it's inconvenient, like I would be deeply surprised to hear a call anywhere where Gilded was like, we're not friends, like Beckett and I aren't friends, like, or friendly. Like I would be very surprised to hear that call. Fuck you, you Yankoid twat. You know, I expect people to be like pretty upfront with me in the same way. Like, again, you've leaked our DMs on Twitter, Sarah. Like, it's quite.
I can't remember what were you talking about? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I can't even remember what I posted. What was it? I think it was a meme, right?
Yeah, it was a fucking like crab with a gun meme.
Am I being robbed? Yeah, that's what it was. Am I being robbed?
It's like, yeah. Anyway, actually, Sarah, do you want to stick around and watch a bit of this? Because it gets funny. It does. I promise you, it gets funny.
Why not? If it gets funny, sure, why not? I'll stick around for a bit.
That is the truth. I will go with that.
Yeah, and Crystal gave me that screen cap after the video came out. And I'm like,
oh yeah, it's fucking awful. All of this is awful.
You had a better microphone. Where's the better microphone?
I spoke out over this already.
Oh, you already did. Yeah. Dude, I am autistic. I'm not gonna say I have the best mic quality. Like my hindrance is the fact that I have a wooden floor. We needed the wooden floor. Goddamn, fucking cats ruined everything. But please, like, come on. It doesn't cost that much to get just a better microphone, bro. Not Xbox 360 toaster microphone, please.
Apparently they've got a better one now, but like, just.
But no,
Come on.
I said if she intends to be a content creator, she needs to pull the microphone out her vagina.
I can't laugh very much.
Interesting.
Same. So I can go on to that right now. So obviously I also had a call with Crystal afterwards, so Crystal could correct a lot of the things that I had put down in the script. And Crystal did show me that screen cap, and because I was pretty upset with Aaron basically lying to me, took that script or took that screen cap, well, not the full screen cap because I didn't have it, but I took what I knew to Aaron, and I was like, hey, Crystal said that you actually made a tweet where you misframed the glitch tell dub as sexual roleplay. Is that true? And Aaron, without missing a beat, goes, yes, that is true. I did do that.
Interesting that you said that, Hidden, because again, you still went forward after this with the planned coup against Lio. I want to keep reinforcing this. Hidden, you keep saying things, painting yourself as like, I was really shocked by this. You still went ahead and did it.
That because I wanted to call it out, because I wanted to talk about how Camila was allowing that in her server. And I sat there dumbfounded for a moment.
I'm gonna point this out real quick. There's a distinct lack of screenshots.
Yeah,
a lot of things.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? There's like absolutely no fucking evidence for anything.
Like, is this whole thing just them talking?
Yes.
Is it just them talking?
Yeah, there's no evidence. There's none. The only evidence
For 4 hours.
for 4 hours. The only thing they provide is screenshots that make Aaron look bad. None that exonerate, and none. This is just Hidden's testimony to Zach of what happened, and Zach going, well, thank God we know now. For 4 fucking... I mean, this call isn't 4 fucking hours, but that's what this video is for 4 fucking hours. And I'm not doing Crystal and Jibs because I like Crystal and Jibs, and I'm not going to sit here and fucking laugh at them. Fucking...
You know, previously asking Aaron if Crystal truly was only addressed in DMs. And now getting confirmation they weren't, and Aaron admitting that they knew that Crystal was not addressed just privately was kind of pretty fucking devastating to me, because that is the entire backbone of the script that I had written. Now something I will also say right now is, because I don't like the way that this is being framed in Hidden went ahead and sabotaged the script. I literally took Lio's script and only added the notes that Aaron had left on them, and added the screenshots. I did not rewrite that script up from ground with the intent of sabotaging Lio or sabotaging Crystal.
Okay, but you knew Aaron had an axe to grind against both these fucking people because you talked about it. Aaron had told you you just said to your face that Aaron had lied about something, and you still went ahead and did it. So, are you lying or are you fucking stupid? How does this make you look good?
Drew another drawing.
Okay.
DM.
God. Oh fuck! Stop drawing Lio like he's a fucking.
What is? I'm not.
Have you seen this one, Sarah?
Why?
Apparently, Leia retweeting this. Zach drew this. Apparently, Leia retweeting this is Leia sexually harassing Zach.
Wait, what? Wait, Leia. I'm so confused by everything.
He makes me feel like a normal person.
I have my funny comics with Melody, and they're all just boob jokes.
Yeah, but you wouldn't accuse anyone of sexually harassing you for re-fucking tweeting them, would you? Like...
Okay. I'm dying. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Of what I knew at the time and what I thought a friend told me. And if anything, that script was available to all of you. If you had concerns with it, you could have gone over it and added those. In hindsight, I know that a lot of things in those scripts weren't true, but I was only rewriting it. I was not doing all the research behind it. I was going off what Lio had put down in his script and what Aaron and Lumi and other people left me as notes, and just physically rewriting it. I did not sit there and looked into the situation myself because that was not my job. So I don't appreciate being framed like that, which is why I'm correcting it now.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, because that actually clears up like a pretty major concern that like it was sabotage, which now we know it wasn't. So that is absolutely huge.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. I can't believe it. We've just exposed it on my video. Fuck off, Zach.
So then there is the big event, the run up to the Senate mass exodus.
Okay, now this is actually fucking hilarious.
So when do you have any recollection of when the seeds for them leaving Senate were placed?
Yes, I have a DM where I specifically asked Lumi about what the countdown in his name means. At the time, Lumi lies to me and tells me it is solely for him leaving Senate. And I was like, interesting strategy, but you do you.
Do you have evidence of that? Do you show that DM at all, or is that just... do we just take that? And also, second thing, because something else is about to happen, which is pretty fucking interesting. Because again, you're sat in this server knowing something else is going on. So why would? Also, who believes this? Who does a fucking countdown for leaving a server? For leaving a server, why would you have a countdown for that? How fucking stupid do you have to be if you did believe that?
Yeah.
But for the longest time, until I think 1 or 2 days before this entire thing happened, I was under the assumption that the statements they were working on were going to be dropped into the mod chat. And in mod chat, everybody would be at it, and then they would leave. It was only until a day or so before where Lumi DM'd me telling me they would he would demote me as well, that I realized it was going to be an at everyone kind of deal.
Yeah, because I mean, what I was told about it was that I would have gotten the Jibs call to listen to it, which they never fucking gave me. I think that was on purpose, by the way, that they never gave it to me.
I think that was on purpose, by the way. And fucking these fucking people.
Then when they were doing it, I thought it was going to be, we all got in a mod call.
Okay, very quickly as well. Really important. Zach did release a statement. It was an hour after. It wasn't as harsh, but it was about like, oh, we need to look into this seriously. At that point, Zach would have had access to the call, and either they didn't do their due diligence before releasing the statement, which, by the way, very quickly, Zach, question. You seem to have released a statement an hour after everything happened, so, like, you did that very fucking quickly, like, writing that up and getting that out. Are you saying you had no pre-preparation for any of this at all? Because you were in the fucking Burger King server, or had been in it, or had known what was fucking going on. Little fucking weird there, buddy.
Lumi and Cosmic explained why they were leaving, and then they gave their statements in mod chat and then dipped.
Yeah, that was the...
That is not
that
what
is
happened.
not what happened, and that was the assumption I was under for the longest time, because I think something I need to clarify right now as well is the last 2 weeks, I want to say, before this massive nuclear assassination on Senate, I had not...
Nuclear assassination. Fucking... Listen... I have met some pretty dramatic people during this, and none of them approach it. Mon isn't this fucking dramatic. Holy fuck.
Joined
I just had a thought. So Is the nuclear strikes on Japan an assassination attempt?
Oh my god, Gilded. Fucking. Okay. Also, someone DM'd me something, and I just want to make this public that this is a thing. Apparently, in Cat's Lair, right now, after everything that's fucking happened, there is a fucking accountability call going on. I'm glad we've all learned. I'm glad we've all learned, and we're all moving on.
For who?
I don't know, but apparently it's.
I just came back. Did I hear Dr. Wolf? We are learning, Beckett. We are learning.
I don't want to make the claim because I actually don't think Lio is the one like running it. From what I've been told, it's only been a very brief message. But there is a fucking accountability call in this new fucking server. Again, it's the same shit over and over and over again. And fuck, like, what a way to get everyone who's like tired re-engaged. Well done, guys. Yeah, just startling effort. Once again, Beckett's right. I said this the other day. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. At the end of this stream, I'm going to sit for a full 5 minutes and say I told you so, because I promised to do that. That's how we'll end this fucking stream later. Because, like, I fucking told you so.
The reason for that is very simple. It's because I was getting sick and tired of having to consistently deal with Aaron's constant mental breakdowns and suicidal ideation. I was pretty damn tired at the time because I was also dealing with the fact that I had just lost my job and had to look for a new prospect. Also dealing with the financial strain of losing my job and being 10k in debt. And, you know, just not doing great due to everything else because somebody I worked for was a supposed abuser. So I just did not join VCs anymore, which means I missed a lot of what was being said and being planned.
Okay, that's an interesting statement. Because again, you still ended up in a VC with these people. You still knew what was going on, and you still, while dealing with all this stress, decided to get involved and take over this fucking new server that is the Supreme Court. I don't know, it's just interesting. Doesn't really match up very well, Hidden.
Yeah, so in regards to
any evidence at all?
Aaron,
No,
attempting, because there was a specific one that you mentioned
has there been a
on the
single
16th
screenshot shown on stream like while I went AFK?
No.
Of March, where you explained to them that you were going to stay in Senate.
Wait, were you AFK, Sarah?
Oh yeah, I was AFK. After I died from laughing, I had to do something. So
just very quickly, just so you know, in Lio's new server, there is currently an accountability call going on. Just so we're clear where we are.
But that's what we did the first time when we opened up Senate. Why?
Well, I just want to point out that Hidden explicitly just said that she was tired of listening to Peach's suicidal ideation thoughts. I don't know. I found that interesting.
They're just fucking... And that's what those calls were, by the way, because multiple people have said what they did in that server was they'd sit with Aaron and listen and make sure, like Aaron would sleep in that server because they were on constant fucking 24-hour watch. You guys need to touch some fucking... Yes! Yeah, and I've not just heard that from...
news to me.
Yeah, I haven't just heard that from this video. I've heard that from other people in the Burger King server who've come to me.
No way.
Yeah.
They call it Burger King?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, don't judge Queen Serafina. That's the fanciest fucking restaurant she's ever been to.
He's ever been to. There we go. I'll save you, Gilded. Fucking...
has never been to.
For fuck's sake.
Why you were going to stay in Senate, and then Aaron attempted in the call after you said that. Is this
That
true?
is true. For context on what happened, I have previously expressed to Lumi in DMs that I planned on staying in Senate. The reason for that was that I value the community in it, and I do value the other moderators, and that I thought this was the thing that we could fix. I was under the assumption this is something that is solvable, something that...
You're lying or you're dumb. Sorry, we'll move on.
Doesn't need to end in deleting Senate. So I explained to Lumi very kindly that due to me caring for the victims in the server, because, that is the community that attracts.
I just want to address. I know I'm bad these days at addressing chat. It moves too quickly occasionally, but is Zach and Hidden just Peaches and Doodles 2.0? This is the only time you'll hear me say this. No. Doodles and Lio are both a lot smarter than this. Dude, they both have issues, and Doodles is a fucking freak. But there's a reason Doodles has survived on the internet so long, and it's because Doodles is actually not fucking stupid. So
I have a confession to make, Beckett.
Yeah.
I underestimated you. I was really afraid you were going to say yes. And then I was going to go on a fucking rant about why you were wrong.
Yeah, no, I would not. Listen, I try and be charitable, and I would not be so mean as to compare Lio or Doodles to these two fucking clowns.
Yeah, Doodles and Lumi may be a lot of things, but they are objectively more competent than these two.
I love this video. This is my favorite response video. It's chef's kiss. It's what I wanted.
How long do they just talk? Like, just do a little.
You got 15. No, it's like no. You're gonna want to hear the next bit. You're gonna want to hear the next bit. I promise you.
Okay.
But also the people that are working on ongoing cases, I wanted to stay. At the time, in DMs, Lumi expressed to me that he understood that reasoning, and that he was not giving me grief over it. Now, within the call, what happened is Aaron specifically asked me if I was going to leave Senate. I explained, very kindly once again, that I was not going to do that because I wanted to still support Senate and I wanted to still support the community in it. Promptly, Aaron falls silent for roughly 15 minutes or so, temporarily leaves the call, and comes back announcing that they had just taken pills, but also announcing that they knew it was not going to kill them because they didn't take enough, because due to the attempt on the former day, they didn't have enough left. I felt awful.
Oh my god, the person who's a lying manipulator suicide baited, like they've done multiple times over the years. Please stop being so fucking dramatic. Both of you get a fucking grip.
I was sitting in that call being like, this is my fault. Like, this happened because of me. Because let's be honest, why else would it have happened? Like, there's no other indicator or reasoning as to why this attempt would have happened. And I even texted Lumi about it. I was like, I feel
okay, we're gonna go ahead.
Over what pills I had taken to, like, basically fight my own trauma and the fact taking care of Aaron because nobody else knew you. I mean, I was about to say something that I also would like to bring up because I think it's interesting. Well, not interesting, but I think it's important. We did actually, on the day before where, Aaron attempted, we did actually bring up that we wanted Aaron to get help and we wanted somebody to call help for Aaron because me and Sin were convinced that Aaron was going to attempt again. Sin, because Sin is much closer to Lumi than I am, texted Lumi about it, let Lumi know, and Lumi responded with, I know what I'm doing.
Any fucking evidence would be nice. Now, I've actually seen some, actually for this, I saw some DMs earlier in the video, but again, Sin is just saying, I'm in Ireland, so it's fine. So all of this is fine. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm dealing with.
And I
also, I sent you something to
that was
share
a
on
very
stream later.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll put that up later. Okay, the point that I'm trying to get to is, I believe, coming up because it's
a fantastic experience. Being forcefully institutionalized is a very weight.
That is fucking horrific. Excuse me. So then in terms of the last thing I want to talk about is the Supreme Court.
Okay, this is fucking fantastic.
Okay. I guess this is what I want to hear.
Yeah, this is what you want to hear.
How did the Supreme Court get made?
Oh, that's a story. Okay, so to put this into context,
let's
4 days before, I think it was 4 days, but God bless my memory, 4 days before this entire thing happened.
Okay, 4 days before, to be really clear, 4 days before this was happening, Hidden has previously said that 2 days before she wasn't really sure what was going on, which is very interesting that 4 days before they were planning to make this other server. Just like an interesting thing for the timelines.
So 4 day, where's the starting point? I'm curious. What's the starting point of this whole thing starting?
Probably, so according to Hidden, the 12th of February, and then leading up to March. like the big exodus from March and Senate. So about a month and a half, I guess, would be.
Okay.
But also, like, the way Hidden, like, paints this is, well, we didn't know what was going on. That's not my information about that fucking server. It was very clear that that server was a burn Lio server. And also there's DMs from Peaches going back to September last year, where Peaches is clearly talking about how abusive Lio is to quite a few people. It's just that once February rolled around, Peaches knew they had to make a move on something because the Akumu video was coming out. They had to burn Lio at that point to try and save themselves.
I was actually 300 kilometers away from home with a friend because on Saturday I was looking at the university that I plan on going.
Kilometers?
300 kilometers. Fucking.
You didn't have to pause. You didn't have to pause.
Oh my god.
I was just being an
So
American.
I had a roughly 5-hour car ride or so to do, and it was on the car ride back, which was I think the Sunday, where I was in Cole and the topic of leaving Senate came up again. This time it came up a lot more forcefully. So it did come up with like, Lio is an abuser. And you know that he abused people, and you know that he's a terrible person and he doesn't deserve your support. And I was basically belittled for a solid 20 to 25 minutes in that call while driving, which means I did not have the hands to hang up or mute myself.
Oh my god.
I couldn't leave the call. I was driving for the entire time. You had anything to pull over?
No, even better. You didn't think to just throw your phone in the back of the car or hold down the power button to turn it off, or basically any list of other options, like maybe even throwing the phone out the fucking window like you should do.
Okay.
Holy
Hit the
shit.
red button. You just hit the red button.
It gets better.
And I just did, I don't know if you know this reaction, but you know when a parent yells at you and you just kind of start nodding and going, yeah, with long pauses? That's what I started doing to them because I didn't know what else to do. So I then brought up that I do care for the community immensely and I think the community is good. And then Lumi had the brilliant idea that, hey, if I had my own place, my community server, then I wouldn't need to be in Senate anymore, right? And I was like, I would still stay in Senate, but that is not the point. And so before I could even say anything, Lumi and I think it was Sin and Cosmic started crafting the Supreme Court.
Now, two things here. Firstly, well, on my stream last night, now I don't know if Crystal's misremembering, but Crystal said that Peaches and Lumi came into Hidden's community and took it over. That's apparently what Hidden has said to Crystal. That's my understanding. Crystal can correct me if I'm wrong. But that's not what happened by Hidden's own account in this fucking video, where actually it is Peaches and Lumi who built the server for Hidden while pressuring Hidden to take it over. This is all while Hidden is saying that it is Hidden's fucking community. It's not. Hidden, is a patsy. Why did you stay Hidden? Why did you stay and run the Supreme Court if this is what it was?
To be fair, they didn't actually create the server though. All they did was copy and pasted from Senate.
Yeah, but the point is they're selling this to Hidden. Okay, so
I'm just explaining. I was just explaining like how little work went into it and how much like the Senate it is.
Was at the time I was still in a car, so I couldn't watch what they were doing. I had no idea what was going on, what they were making. The only thing I knew is they were using the template that Senate has in order to create the server. That was something that I didn't kindly look upon because that was not what I wanted for the server. But at the time, once again, I was driving. I could only do so.
I was driving. I couldn't do anything.
Eventually, after the server was done, and I didn't receive an invitation, by the way, to my own fucking server until
I didn't receive an invitation to my own fucking server until I begged for it. It's not your fucking server then, is it? What are you talking about? This is so fucking... This is actually insane.
Backed for it, but that is besides the point. People brought up, or I think it was Lumi who brought up that they could include the Supreme Court in their statements. I said no. I said I don't think that's a smart idea. I don't think that is going to benefit me or you. I would prefer if you would not do that. But at the same time, I can't stop you. So if you think this is something you want to do, then I guess. Because once again, I was completely overwhelmed at the time. I was extremely stressed. I had actually announced I think it was that day where I announced my hiatus from the Burger King server due to the stress levels I was experiencing.
But agreed to take over another server.
So
Go ahead.
I was just in a state of do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Do it. And
Why couldn't
so
you
the
just
Supreme
let
Court
Say
was
talk
made. I
instead,
begged
bro?
Okay.
I would have much rather preferred Sai talking about it instead of Hidden.
Well, isn't it interesting because Side, like her boyfriend, is actually the one they gave the server to. They didn't give it to Hidden. They gave it to him, and he gave it to Hidden. There is never Hidden server. This is why I'm like, Hidden's just a clout whore. I don't know what else.
Yeah, this is news to me. Like, this is mind rot. I like this is like my brain is melting.
You could not waterboard this information out of me. I've said that 4 times. I am amazed that they thought this was a good idea. It's so embarrassing. And the chat is like, Hidden win, oh, Hidden, like, you're so good, Queen. And I'm like, you people are insane. This is that's nuts.
Like, at least from what I'm understanding, a bunch of like what's being said sounds at least from what I remember seeing, right? Like, as I was being fed information from certain people who were in the server at the time, like as like, you know, the I don't know, the backstabbing was ending roughly. A bunch of this doesn't sound inaccurate. Like what this comes off more to me as is just like incompetence, like on a massive scale, especially with like you're just kind of sitting there like, you know, discussing like, I'm driving, guys. I'm driving. I'm like, well, yeah, like why don't you just throw the phone out the window? Like, yo, let's just throw the phone out the window.
I think it stops being incompetence. Well, okay, let me put it this way. I agree with you that I think that it's, and this is why I say dumb or lying, right? But the point is that, like, Hidden still went through with this plan and still went and defended it on Akumu's stream and has defended it publicly until the, like, tides turned against Peaches. That's why I'm like it's snaky, right? They were fine with it right up until the D-Day.
So at least with one of the main people there that was like trying to help Peaches a lot, like my bestie Sai, who does like a bunch of the art for my channel, she was telling me like what was going on for a while, and initially she believed everything that Peaches was saying, and then eventually was like, oh fuck, you know, this is completely fucked. What are we doing? Like to some extent, like I don't know particularly with Hidden and Zach, but I know like a bunch of people in there were like, oh fuck, like I didn't know it was gonna end up this direction. Like I didn't know that's what this is about, because like I wanted to believe my friend Peaches, right? It's one of those things. I wanted to believe them. It's a little bit weird. Like again, like I was being fed information at the time, like not from Hidden and Zach, it's from other people.
Yeah, like I think I find Zach annoying. And I'm like, this is reframing things in a way that is annoying and frustrating. But I don't think Zach... I think the minute Zach realized that he'd fucked up and that actually he loves Daddy Lio, he went back and he's been there ever since. I think Hidden is a lot... I think Hidden is playing all sides a bit more, and you know, I'm always very skeptical of people who are very desperate for the spotlight, very desperate to be content creators, or you know, I'm going to be this thing. Like people will remember the food shops drama for anyone who cares about Twitch poll, and before any of that like lolicon stuff kicked off with food shops, I was asked on my opinion of food shops. And I said, I think food shops is going to be a liability. And I was right. And you get certain people and you're like, the way you act is a liability to anyone who associates with you. Because they will end up defending you and you are a fuck up. And that's my read on Hidden. like they're a liability. And it's a real, and again, I think I said earlier, I think both of these two people are going to have very, very interesting careers on the internet. I don't think this is the stopping point. Because again, like Hidden's going to end up wanting to talk about drama, right? Like fuck, like this level of incompetence, like I don't know what to do with it. Becca, I'd be happy to talk about this on Discord. This is Cosmic. Yeah, hold on. Let me throw this in. What I'll do is this, Cosmic, because I know Seraphina is I want to see Seraphina to see the end of this. That is the Discord. If you join it, let's get through this bit and then we'll talk. I think that sounds good. Okay, so there's only a couple of minutes left, Sarah.
Me for the invite because obviously despite it being or supposedly being my server, I obviously wasn't immediately invited. And I wasn't even a co-owner. I was an admin of the server. Lumi was the owner of it. And I was a little confused because I thought the moment that I came into the server, ownership would be transferred to me because once again it was supposed to be my community server. That was what it was pitched to. Like, it was pitched to me as a community server for myself. It wasn't until much later where I asked Lumi for ownership of my own server once again that he begrudgingly handed the server over. Not to me, to my boyfriend.
Lamau! Please give me the server. Your boyfriend can have it. How misogynistic is that? Give it to the man.
Because... yes. I sent Lumi a message asking if I could have owner. Lumi said I didn't need owner because I was an admin, and a day later approached Sin, my boyfriend, and went, I know when I'm not wanted, so I'm going to give you owner. And Sin was like, what do you mean? Why are you giving me ownership? That doesn't make sense. And then Lumi goes, well, because I don't think Hidden, is fit to handle a server.
Do you know what?
True.
They were right.
She's not even fit to handle driving. Clearly.
I lost my mind listening to this. Oh my fucking god.
Screenshots, dude. That's all I want. It's like from what I'm gonna say it again. Like from my understanding, like this is accurate to what happened. It's just that you're just there talking, right? Just show something, please. Like, did all of this occur in a VC or not? Like,
apparently there were DMs.
I don't think all of it. It's like, just show it. Just show it, please. I'm going nuts.
Lose my mind. Oh my fucking god.
Then, yeah, fantastic comment, I know. And then just made Sin owner and dipped from my server without letting me know. So the only reason I figured out was because I went into the server the next day and saw Lumi's name was white. And I was like, ah. And then Sin told me about it after he woke up. And I was like, ah, interesting.
Yeah, yeah, that is so dodgy for no reason. Okay, so then you mentioned at one point that like you didn't know that the Supreme Court was actually in those documents until people started joining, but you can't confirm like.
I want to be really clear about this. Because I can see Lio in the chat. Hey Thuman, well I don't doubt some level of manipulation was at play. Lumi's actions were far more giddy and insidious. Lumi was part of trying to isolate me from other people. If Peach's manipulation exonerates Lio, it exonerates Lumi. I fucking, do you know what? I've actually strengthened on this take over time because there's no charitability given to fucking Lumi. And Lumi, actually, somebody DM'd me this, and Lumi has apparently completely distanced themselves from Peaches. Like, I can't confirm that, but it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you expect charitability when you're not prepared to give any? It's so fucking frustrating.
that you knew they asked about it and you said no initially?
Yes, so I know they brought up that they could put the server into their documents, and I said, I don't think that's a good idea.
And yet they did it, and you still defended it on a Kumu stream. I don't think it's a good idea. Why did you defend it? Stupid or lying? Again, over and over again.
I didn't know that they had actually done it because I had taken a hiatus from the server, so I was not looking at the server at all. So it wasn't until the docs dropped in Senate itself that I actually saw those statements for the first time, and I saw that Cosmic specifically had asked people to join the Supreme Court instead.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
So I think that answer.
Could you show us, please? Could you show us, please?
Is there any evidence for any of this?
Please! I'm dying, bro.
Look, I've been really mean during this stream. Like, I've been meaner during this stream than any of the others to these two, and it's because it's actually just so fucking, it's so fucking funny that this is their defense video. They're like, listen to us speak. We're gonna have our voices heard video. Motherfucker, we've heard enough of you two speaking through leaked calls, through tweets, through you jumping on streams. You've not been fucking silenced, and as Crystal came on earlier, you guys tried to silence Crystal. Both of you did. So I don't know what all this, all will be a voice now shit is. Fuck off. Absolutely ridiculous clownery. Absolutely ridiculous clownery. Okay, Sarah, I know you're tired. All right, that's what I wanted you to see anyway, because I just thought it's, particularly funny.
The only thing the main thing that's funny to me is just the lack of screenshots. I'm like, please, come on, guys, come on. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm the best person in the world for that, but please just show some. Come on.
There's some, as I say, there's some at the beginning of the video, but again, they don't really. I think they like validate like 2 points Hidden's made because there's no. I don't see any like tweets. I don't see any DMs. A lot of this, again, seems to contradict what I've been told about this fucking server and the way it was.
Listen and believe, guys.
Listen and believe. Look, I need to get a drink anyway. I need to go and get something from downstairs.
You gonna show the cat?
Oh, I am gonna show the cat.
Stairs?
Shut the fuck.
Show the cat.
Okay. Oh my god. There we go.
Yes, Jingles. I updated the link on my database video in particular for you. You can go in there. It should work, hopefully. There we go. There's my cat for the stream. There you go.
So I have
Ginger cats are the best cats. Go ahead, Hen.
Oh, you're back.
Go ahead, Vlad. Fucking hell.
That was fast. Those must be really short stairs.
Fine, I'll go get something. You can ask Seraphina a call, and if you fucking... you can ask Seraphina your question. If I come back to a garbage fire, you and I are going to have words.
Oh, no, it's not that kind of question. Don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. I was just gonna ask you, Queen Seraphina, if like you weren't probably there, but isn't there like a culture of like listen and believe in Senate, and is it not weird
when I was there
for me? Yeah.
Of listen and believe. Be more specific.
Yeah, like if somebody came to you that, like Peaches, somebody that was already well liked in that community said that they were, raped or groomed, or some guy was sexually harassing them, etc. Right? Would the MO be to believe them first before asking for evidence?
For much people, I would say yes.
And okay, so it's not like insane for me to find it a little strange that Lio is requesting evidence of claims against him, which by the way, he should, everybody should.
Yeah,
but it's
should.
not, but it's not weird that he would do that whenever he hasn't actually had that same standard for others.
Yeah, that's I mean, yeah, that could definitely be a point being made. Like when it comes to the chat, at the time, for a select couple of people, like, yeah, no, I would definitely say, like, for Peaches and for a couple of other people, even to myself, when I've said a couple of things. Now, that's not without reason. Like, if your friend, if you have a group of friends, like, obviously they're gonna want to bat for each other, right? Like, it just
Correct,
makes sense, right? But I would say it's going on, although I wouldn't say it was unreasonable, especially for, like, much of us who knew each other or have worked with each other for years or have known each other for years.
No,
with the
I
exception
don't-
with the exception of Peaches, though, because, well, I didn't really do much with them besides, like, a couple of things and working with videos. But yeah, I would definitely say for Peaches, yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't think that it was the case for literally everybody, but in that server, but it seems to have been like a culture there, because, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just strange to me that it was the requirement for evidence, or at least either the requirement or the bar for evidence seems to have either suddenly existed or increased in precedence since the accusations against Lio came out, which is really strange to me.
Yeah,
So,
it's. I would say a bunch of that listen and believe have kind of eroded, in a, I guess you could say, in a convenient way. The eyebrow raising way. I would definitely say that.
Yeah, it's just, and even Hidden herself in this video said that her first instinct was to listen and believe when it came to Peaches. So.
Yeah. I will say yes, that is my cat. I don't know why the image is not high quality like it's supposed to be, but yeah, my cat. That is the Beckett cat.
Discord. It's because Discord compresses things. The Beckett cat. Is that what we're doing?
My cat Gary endorses Beckett's stream. Okay?
I'm glad he enjoys it. Ginger cats are the best cats.
The dead look on his face tells you how just the quality of the video.
Oh, hurtful.
I love my boy.
I do have to correct something as
I
well.
Can't click anything, bro.
Yes? Apparently, Peaches and Lumi are still friends. They were playing a game together as well. So I just thought I'd correct that.
I see. And yes, I use a vertical mouse. Fuck you.
So do I. Vertical mouse is the best mouse.
I have arthritis.
Yeah,
What's a vertical mouse?
It's basically a mouse like this. It's rather than having your hand like that, you got your hand like that.
I can't see.
Well, look on stream, motherfucker.
Oh, I can look in the stream. Gotcha,
yeah.
Okay. That's what those.
Oh God, those.
Yeah.
God, no. Just stop having arthritis.
Listen, my wrists hurt. Okay.
Stop having a job. Stop having a job.
Well,
my job gives me arthritis. I don't have a choice. I have to work to die.
Oh, you want the cat back? Okay, fine. We'll put the cat back.
Yeah, bring my cat back on screen.
Okay. That's all. My ginger cat, Sarah's is sitting with me right now. I got 5 cats.
Cecil, please send me your cat pics at some point. Thank you, Cecil. I will share my cat pics.
So yeah, I think that's like with the Hidden call. Fucking hell. Look, I maybe I'm being bad faith. But I feel, but I don't know. Everything I've seen out of Hidden just doesn't put. When you get a gut feeling about something and you're like, yeah, this isn't. This isn't how this played out exactly, at least in intention. I think if the Akumu stream wasn't there, if Hidden wasn't on Akumu's stream, and so many people hadn't been down with writing documents and burning everything to the ground, I probably wouldn't be as I probably wouldn't disbelieve Hidden the way I do, but I don't see the evidence. All I see is Hidden crafting a narrative where they're not responsible for anything, where they're the innocent party.
Like my thing is like I want to believe what's being said, like, and a bunch of it sounds accurate. I just want more being shown on freaking stream.
Well, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I will say that them not showing any screenshots at all is better than what Lio and Doodle Tones actually constantly do, which is post screenshots and either completely reject any and all context of those screenshots or show screenshots that are contrary to the point being made. So I guess that's better to have nothing at all than to make themselves look incredibly stupid.
I guess it's just a principle thing with me. I don't know.
Well, look, I know you wanna dash off, though. You know I enjoy your company. I'm looking forward to our Warhammer stream soon. That's gonna be a nice change.
They said 2 days. 2 days. Thrones of the
Warhammer.
2 days. Warhammer, yeah.
Like the game Warhammer?
We're doing Warhammer Total War, Warhammer 3.
Total War.
Oh my god, fuck.
What?
You plebs. God damn it.
What the fuck? What's your problem? Come play.
No, I don't like Total War Warhammer at all. I think it like ruined the Total War franchise.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, no, here we go. It's not a historical game, is it? Is that
you're goddamn right it is. Yeah, I'm one of those motherfuckers. Yeah.
Hey, I love Medieval 2. Medieval 2 is one of my most favorite games of all time.
Medieval 2 Rome, like the original.
The original, yeah.
You know, like I even liked Empire at War, right? Like so.
Ooh, that's hot take.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't as good as the other ones, but I still liked it. And you know what? It's better than the Warhammer games. And the reason I say that Warhammer ruined Total War, though, I'm gonna make this clear, isn't because it itself is the problem. It's that they took from what they did from the Warhammer crossover and they put it into their history games. So like
Three Kingdoms.
Yeah, Three Kingdoms, Troy, freaking the Egyptian one. Yeah, like like they did that. They turned them into Warhammer and made them really casual, really cringe, to where any fucking Twitch thought can fucking play them.
Leia talking shit on Hearts of Iron. Hey, Hearts of Iron 4 is my favorite game. Okay, not really, no. I played Hearts of Iron 4 for hundreds of hours. I still don't know how the naval system works. I don't understand it.
Like, fuck God.
Play game for hundreds of hours. How does this even work?
But I would just rather play the OG.
Oh shit. I was gonna say this. So I told Beckett about this idea. I guess we're deviating a little bit.
Sure, that's fine.
Gilded, are you aware of what buckshot roulette is?
That sounds like a really based version of Russian roulette.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
So buckshot roulette is a game. It's literally Russian roulette. You're playing with a shotgun, right? You and the dealer across the table, and you're taking turns, either shooting yourselves with blanks to pass it, to skip the turn and make you get another turn to shoot the dealer with the live round. Okay, that game is going to get a multiplayer feature here soon. And what I was wanting to do is I was wanting to host a tournament of friendship in giant quotations, right? Where I want to get a ton of commentary people in on a tournament with $100 gift card prize, because that's all I can really afford, right? And I want to force everybody to shoot each other.
Wow.
Yes, I want to do it. I want to get Lio in on it. I want to get fucking everybody in on it. All right, I think it'd be hilarious.
I'm actually down for this. I'll actually.
I want to do a commentary buckshot roulette tournament. I want to fucking do it.
I think it would be better in real life with actual shotguns.
Oh my fucking god!
I don't know about that one.
You gotta up the stakes, all right?
Okay.
Gotta up the stakes. Let's do it in real life.
We will do a form of tournament. I swear to God. Right? Okay. I'm being told I'm being told in caps. Shut up, nerds. So
it's Inla, isn't it?
No, it's not actually. Okay.
Smart,
right.
isn't
it? Yeah, it is, Mon.
I fucking knew it. Fuck you, Mon.
Right. Okay. I want to bring in Cosmic. Cosmic, can you join the waiting room? Sir, I don't know if you want to stay for this or you want to get off.
I'll probably bounce, but I will say, like, yeah, no, the chat is excited, right? Look, that means everybody. When I say everybody, I'm like, I want fucking Akumu, Kumo, Lio, Gilded. I want fucking everybody shooting each other, right? For $100, it's worth it, right?
I still think my idea is better. We need to set up teams of people who hate each other. So like Lio and Akumu on a team, like fucking Kumo and Mon on a team, like fucking Gilded, and who can we put on with Gilded? Fuck it, we'll find Gilded and Brian.
I got it.
Gilded Brian.
2.
Oh my god.
Gilded 2.
Yeah. So apparently, Monster says, "Oh my fucking god, Gilded," and I don't know what's being referenced there because I said a lot of unhinged shit.
Oh no, I think that's in reference to when you said, like, how about we just do Buckshot Roulette IRL?
Yeah, IRL.
Yeah. I mean, I think we should play Russian roulette with a Glock.
Oh my god. Okay, listen, both of you. Sarah, I'll talk to you later. Go bounce.
Okay.
Gilded,
I'll retreat now.
Gilded, I'm gonna take you out the call for a second, but I'll bring you back in if that's cool later. Does that work?
Okay.
Okay, cool. Right. Yeah, we're doing. Cosmic, how you doing? You with? Sup? How's things?
Oh my god, I'm so mad.
So, let's talk about the hidden Zach conversation, shall we?
Yes, let's.
So, how honest do you think that conversation was?
Okay, I think
Because you were there.
oh my god, my Discord is like fucking itself right now. Hold on.
No, that's all right. Take your time. Take your time. Listen, it's Sunday, the Return of the King.
I really like the trilogy.
It's good, isn't it? It wasn't my idea. I stole it from somebody else, but it is a meme in their honor.
Cool. So Discord might crash at any second. I might just join on mobile, but in the meantime,
yeah.
I think that some of it was definitely not a lie.
Okay.
But there's parts of it that are pretty important that Hidden is just lying about to make herself look better.
Okay.
Which is like super cringe because
I'll tell you what. Let's do it the good faith way.
Okay.
Correct me on what I am wrong on. What is Hidden telling the truth about? If your Discord crashed, that's like the worst time to do it. It's fucking funny. Okay, hold on. You're welcome back. This is the best part of the stream. He is. Listen.
There we go. Yeah.
Welcome back,
Okay,
Cosmic.
great.
You're right. Okay. What's Hidden? No, you're fine. You're fine. Honestly, like technically, I don't give a fuck about technical issues. You're all good. What's Hidden telling the truth about?
Oh, okay. So Hidden is definitely telling the truth on some of like some of the smaller stuff. Like yes, yeah, she was driving, and like yes, she was pretty much pushed into making the server or having the server be made for her, etc., etc. But the stuff about like, well, I didn't know it was going to go in any of the documents is just untrue. That's completely untrue.
Yeah.
Because if Sin knew, and if Sin knew, then Hidden knew.
Yeah.
Like it's not a sure thing, but I'm 99% certain because they're together. So, like, yeah. So her just like lying about that was strange because it paints her simultaneously, and they both do this so much. It's really snaky of being like, I had no idea, but also like I definitely had a feeling beforehand that all this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Just own up to your shit. Like Like,
Take
yeah,
accountability.
like honestly, like I know it's so overdone at this point, but like you know, I fucking bounced because I knew I was horrifically wrong. I got stuff so wrong, and I talked to the people I needed to talk to, and then I left because these bitches are crazy. Like I didn't know what I was getting into, but these bitches are crazy. So yeah, that's like yeah, I was dumb.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
they can't just say that they were dumb.
no, I mean, this is part of the problem as well. They're like, well, I was manipulated. I'm a victim, but I also kind of knew. And it's like the problem with that narrative is, and this is why I'm being uncharitable. And I think if people accuse me of that, it's fine because I'm laughing, but I'm clearly a little bit pissed off that they're doing this because,
yeah.
Like if you want to paint yourself as knowledgeable, as like, oh, I was there, I fucking knew what was going on. You're right. Like it's like, well, then you're lying now. It can't be both, and especially when you're
be one of the
yeah, but especially with this drama, where so much of this is to do with double standards and lying and manipulation. It is instantly going to make people go, well, you're a fucking snake then, aren't you? Like, that's fucking why are you doing this? And part of the problem is, like, Hidden is clout hungry, very, very fucking clout hungry. And Zach is... Do you know what? Again, like, I find myself... Like, Zach is a 19-year-old dude with some serious daddy issues. And, like...
Yeah, I need to say it. Yeah.
That's fine. Listen. I remember what it was like being 18 and being part of the LGBT community when you're a fucking like baby gay. It's fine. That's okay. I have sympathy, but like, do you know? It's funny. I thought this about 20 minutes ago. I was like, I reckon Zach's gonna hit 25. Look back at all of this and be like, that was the cringiest shit ever. And then, that'll be Zach's path. He just needs to get away from all this and then, I don't know, find a nice bearded man. Okay? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
On one hand, like, I feel so bad for him because, like, he's still kind of a kid. And, like, you know, it sucks. Like, being out here, like, after the pandemic, he's still young. But dude, this is not the way to get the approval of a friend or someone that you view as a mentor or a parental figure. This ain't it. Like, it's just not.
That's actually a good point from KHD. Like, in this video, Zach says that one of the reasons that you're not giving a statement and didn't come back is that you didn't want to take accountability. I actually really want to push back on this. Because the reason Cosmic was in my chat, I can say this right because I'm all right doing this, talking about the fact that we've talked before. The reason Cosmic is in my chat and has been keeping an eye is because Cosmic did try and take accountability and actually come forward with stuff and was like, these things do matter and it bothers me that certain things haven't been talked about. And so if you need anything, Becky, if I can answer any questions or if I can help, let me know. Because, like, there are things that should be talked about. That Cosmic didn't have to do any of that.
Infuriating.
Like, didn't have to do any of that. And didn't try and exonerate themselves during the process, by the way. Like, again, was like, clearly, Cosmic, to me, was clearly like, I fucked up really badly here.
Yeah.
I fucking...
And I said that to Lio, too.
And never once called yourself a fucking victim to me, by the way. Actually.
Because it sucked and it was traumatic, but being a victim doesn't like exonerate you from being a piece of shit. Like, so, like, two things can be true. And also it's infuriating to hear him talk about Cosmic didn't want to take accountability, so they ran. I had a very serious health scare, but even during that, I talked with Jibs and Crystal of my own volition. Like, no one was pushing me to do that because I had no idea, and I should have, 100%. I didn't know that Peaches and Louie did not get permission from Jibs to publicize that call. Which, yeah, hindsight, definitely should have fucking asked to even include it in my document as well. But yeah, I had no clue, and I talked to them. I talked with Lio. I tried to own up to as much as I can. And then my doctor was like, dude, whatever is causing you stress, you gotta cut it out, or else something really bad's gonna happen. And I was like, so true, and deleted my Discord that day.
Well, it's also like, yeah, because, yeah, Zach painted Cosmic as a shitty person for not giving a statement in his shitty Q&A stream. Let's be clear about this. Zach was able to do that because Cosmic bounced. Now, like, I don't know all the shit that went on. Like, I mean, you talked to me about it, but also, what's a good way to put this? Like, again, I'm not sure how Lio being manipulated can be used as a defense for Lio, but not for you. I just think that's a shitty double standard, frankly. I
do too.
Or for hidden. Or for hidden. I just think it's shitty. But
right. It's very strange, that double standard, because like I like fully recognize that I painted Lio in a horrible light in my document. All that information was false. Yeah, that was me. But at the same time, like, it's just strange because I was pretty close with Zach and with Hidden and with Sin, all of them. And like, right when I drew a boundary of like, hey, I'm not coming back because my health has taken a big turn. I'm graduating from college soon. I need to leave. It was me like, wow, well, you owe this, this, and this. I'm like, no, actually, I don't owe you anything. I'm out. And I think Zach and crew took that as an opportunity to really like shit talk me, which fine. I don't have a platform. I don't plan on getting one. But like, damn, y'all.
So here's my question with this. And obviously, like, listen, we've only got Hidden's testimony, so I guess we'll just take yours as well. Was Hidden on board with the idea that Lio was an abuser?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like, I sensed a more skepticism from her than even myself. Maybe because she was less like involved in calls. She was absolutely still present though. Let me make that super clear. But like, yeah, she was absolutely on board with that, as you could see from the stream that she went on. Like,
yeah,
her flip-flopping about that is bullshit, and it makes me really mad.
Why, in your opinion, did Hidden abandon the Cabal?
Because, well, I mean, so one, we got information that night that Peaches was actually the shitty one. I mean, Lio's done some shit too, but like the way that he was painted in our documents was pretty incorrect. And I get that was like right after that stream. So yeah, they had evidence presented to them, but this weird flip-flopping behavior is very disingenuous. Like, perspectives can change, 100% mine did, but like, yeah, she's lying. Like, she absolutely believed it, like, pretty much the whole time until we got evidence to the contrary.
Fantastic. Okay, listen, and I can see people being like, fuck Hidden sort of thing in chat. Look, okay, people like this tend to not do very well because it's not hard to see through the fucking bullshit. This is not an accountability stream. I don't fucking care. I just think it's laughable. I just think it's clown behavior. It's funny.
It's so funny.
Like, it's... I know why this is done, and like somebody sent me screenshots right now of a multi-person call in Lio's new server for all this accountability shit. Nothing's changed. I said the same thing when the Supreme Court started. None of this will change. It's exactly the same shit with different people. Actually, no, it's not even that. It's exactly the same shit with exactly the same people.
Yeah. Oh my god. Is that really happening right now?
Yeah, it is.
Jesus Christ, y'all. There's only so many accountability calls until you realize all of this is fucked. Like this needs to stop.
Well, look.
You all need to touch grass.
Hey, is there anything else you want to add? Because I don't want to drag this. Okay. Well, look. I hope you're feeling better. And I hope you enjoy the streams. Basically.
Thank you.
I'll chat to you soon. Cheers, Cosmic. Bye.
So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, Gilded. Okay. Fucking hell.
How'd it go?
It was fine. It was good. Touch the grass, yeah. Okay, listen, that's the end of that. I want to get to
all of my major question.
Shut up. We're gonna get to the Senate moderators speak up, and then we're gonna go to my story at the end. So that's where we're going with this. And we're gonna get through this, and then listen. Once we're done with this, I'm planning to be done for a while with this fucking topic, okay? Because this has dragged the fuck on. We'll see what happens. Never say never, but my will is just to do something else for a bit.
Goalpost.
What do you mean?
You said never ever again the first time, and now you're saying for a while.
Yeah, well, then I saw Zach and Hidden's video, didn't I? Also, what the fuck are you talking about? You're making a Lio video. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, dude. Yeah, my shit aged a lot worse. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Words. So now it's time to let the other Senate moderators speak their piece on everything that they witnessed and all of the experiences they had with working with Lumi and Peaches. So I'll begin with a party specifically discussed by Lumi in his document, being one Asuka Gumi. Asuka is the Senate moderator who had a lot of experience with Lumi and Peaches up until they left. You'll remember from earlier that I mentioned them earlier on when Lumi and Peaches shit-talked Asuka and other Senate moderators behind their backs.
I want to be clear about this. Go on.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I just realized what he's drawing.
My fucking yeah. That's why I wasn't shocked by the picture you showed earlier. Also, again, apparently Asuka has now left Lio's new server, so this is apparently going very well. It's been like 2 days, guys. Come on.
So I reached out to Asuka to detail their experiences with Peaches and Lumi. This is what they had to say.
Hey, it's Asuka. First off, I will not sit here and say that all my experiences with Opal's Peaches / Aaron or Lumi were negative. I did enjoy some of my time with them, whenever it would be by playing guarding phone or being let in when it came to inside jokes. The positive were and are still very much appreciated, and I am grateful for those moments. But I would be lying if I stated that the bads didn't start to outweigh the goods rather quickly.
Asuka, fix your mic. I can't listen to you if you've what the fuck.
And an overall feeling of uncomfortability. And
okay, I don't. I increasingly don't care.
What Lumi stated.
Told me my trauma didn't.
Oh my fucking god! Who the fuck is this talking?
Whoa.
Okay. Let's see. The name change. Oh, this is Hitten. This is Hitten. I know nothing about Hitten, by the way. I have refused to read Hitten's Google document. I
know one thing. No, this isn't a punchline to a joke. I only know one thing.
Okay.
Punchline to a joke. What the fuck sentence is that? No, Hitten drew Lio's Twitter account PFP. That's all I know.
For fuck's sake. Okay. Do I actually care what Hitten has to say? It sounds... I actually don't. I actually don't.
If it's screechy, I would actually kind of want to hear the screeching.
Okay.
That'd be a nice change of pace.
Yeah, that sounds good then.
Since we wanted to clean up our image. Nope. Peaches was too fond of the R and F slurs to stop, and I don't really care about who can say what when you use them as slurs. It's a tough sell for them to call anyone ableist when they used the R slur constantly. It was a recurring thing that I voiced repeatedly, making me uncomfortable. The only reason I kept telling people that I wasn't their mom was because every time I tried to bring up not using the fucking R and F slurs at every opportunity, I would then get shit for it. I was pulled into group chats.
This woman's the star of the video.
And before they cry and kick their feet about the last mod call I had with them, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one you made on Dolce. You remember that? That whole separate GC that you used to talk shit about him when he said literally anything after a has-been...
What the fuck is this? No old guard, no Sarah, no old guard.
Hotel take you disagreed with? Now, you may say that I didn't say anything about that, so clearly I was back talking as well. Well, A, barely spoke in it, and B, I told you I didn't like the practice when you did it again for Lio. I specifically told you that I didn't like said practice because I have 15 years worth of trauma about people talking shit about me instead of just telling me I've done something wrong. And you told me my trauma didn't matter, that I had to ignore my trauma because of the way that you wanted everyone to run the Senate. Because that's how it was. Our trauma, our pain, our boundaries, none of that shit mattered. The only person whose trauma we were allowed to consider was...
Oh my God.
And that's the most irritating part. The sand in my fucking shoes. Peaches will cry and scream and kick their feet about how nobody cares about their trauma, about how they're such a mental health advocate, but nobody advocates for them. Until you cope differently than them, or have your own triggers that react to their behavior, or bring up your own experiences, or have any kind of problem with them. More than once, I had to listen to them talk circles around how it was okay for them to ignore my trauma or another mod's discomfort, then sob and cry in a private room while throwing a tantrum because how dare we express that we weren't comfortable, that our boundaries were crossed, that they made us relive pain we had to deal with. We bent over backwards to accommodate, and it was never enough. They would twist, pretend, and lie to make us still in the wrong somehow. I tried to be understanding. I tried to give credit and assurance where it was due.
This is an
I
anime
was
monologue.
nothing and supportive. I cannot continue giving benefit of the doubt. Now, I understand that Peaches has gone through a lot. I am not going to claim that they don't have a mental illness, that the bad things they've said happened to them didn't happen, that they don't have the right to express that things hurt them, or that they don't have triggers and trauma that they have to deal with. All of those things are true. I believe that. I am not saying that any of those things are false, and people who are pieces of shit. How?
Hi!
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, fuck.
Ever. I think this is what happens when getting help and getting better is not...
Do you know what? I'm gonna share something. I'm not gonna say what it was over, but I asked for something recently from somebody. And I'm not gonna show it, I'm not gonna share it, but I asked for something and they said, well, why do you want this? Is it because you want to fact check it? And I went, no, because I've heard what it is and I want to privately laugh at it because I'm a monster. And they went, okay, well, at least you're fucking honest. I wasn't even like, I'm not gonna tell you, shut the fuck up. I've said I won't say, but like, but I was like, just so we're clear, I said this privately. I say it publicly. Why did you want this? Why do I want any of this? It's not to hold people to account. It's because I like laughing at this shit, okay? And I will do it on stream or I'll do it on my own. This is what I do in my free time.
Dude, if I didn't know any better, I would think Hittin was freaking like this segment I would think was cut from a Patchwork video. It has just the same.
I thought it was
Patch.
I thought it was Patch when I clicked onto it. I was like, why is Patch in this?
Wanted. I think this is what happens when being the victim and being in pain is more convenient. I have kicked several people out of my life because they want to take their every problem out on me or the people around me instead of just fucking dealing with it. Instead of being a goddamn adult and learning to take responsibility for their actions and how
you're yelling on the internet about trauma.
Yeah, also, yes, Zach and Hidden, taking accountability for your actions, please. Anything? I love this video. Do you know what, actually, unironically, again, I started off so annoyed at Zach, I was going to be really harsh, but as things have gone on, this is the best piece of content in weeks. Subscribe to Zach, not Kyle. Subscribe. Honestly, almost completely redeemed in my eyes that you put this video out, mate. Based.
They feel, as opposed to making it everyone around them's problem. I think that you can vent just fine. I think that you can go to people when you need them just fine. But when someone tells you that they have a trigger or a traumatic experience, or that they are uncomfortable, or that you have crossed a boundary, or that you have said something that has hurt them, you do not get to use your pain as a cudgel to get them to feel a certain way. I am done with it. I am done with respecting.
I have a question. Is Hidden talking about Peach's, like, use... Okay, I was really confused by this line because whatever. Is she unironically saying that whenever somebody comes up to you about their trauma and triggers, that you should just blindly oblige them without any questions or anything? I'm just saying, because like that's a control freak issue. If somebody comes up to me and says something you said triggered me or whatever, I'd be like, awesome, you can mute me, you can block me, you can get the fuck away from me. This is the internet. You don't live with me and I'm not fucking you. That's your problem.
The mental health and boundaries of people who refuse at every turn to respect mine. If you can't take a fucking hint and back down when someone expresses to you clearly, calmly, and concisely that something you have said or done is making them uncomfortable, and react with, I'm sorry, how would you like us to progress going forward? No fucking wonder you keep seeming to have this problem. I only tried to extend hands. I was only ever spat on. In that original group chat, I said repeatedly that I wanted to be there if that's what Peaches wanted. Peaches then proceeded to backstab me, tell people that I was trying to trigger them on purpose when I was asking questions.
On purpose. I love this part. This is the best part. This redeemed everything.
I know, it's actually fucking great.
I want to get in a call with Hidden, because here's the thing, all right, and I'm being serious. If you come to me and you tell me like your triggers and everything, right, and the expectation of me shutting the fuck up, right, that's not a shield, that's not a weapon. All you've done is told me how best to fuck with you. That's all you did. Like, and the thing is that like even my own friends in real life would never tell me that shit for on the off chance we were not friends anymore.
That everyone in that group chat wanted answers to. I can't do this. I cannot pretend that I wasn't every bit as diplomatic as I could have been, regardless of how at every fucking turn they made
She sounds
me
very diplomatic, right?
tremendously uncomfortable. Fine. I'm
Thank you for the 2. Hidden's voice is legit hurting my ears. I'm suffering. Don't worry, we're nearly there.
done being nice. I am done being civil. I am done being diplomatic. I hope that it was all worth it.
So, as evidenced by all the copious amount of testimonies you've seen, the people in Burger King were certainly not the only people affected in the Senate by Lumi and Peach's behaviors. That has been made abundantly clear. Now, though, I want to segue into my involvement with everything. So you may have noticed that throughout this, I've largely left out my own testimony on all this. I wanted everyone to hear the other victims before I spoke. At the end of the day, I knew my audience would be around for me regardless, but I felt it was important to save mine for later. I wanted to talk about my story specifically.
Oh, believe me, it wasn't just your audience that would be around to hear your testimony, Zach. I am edge of my fucking seat, bro. Bang a video, mate.
Because of the fact that while harassment is nothing new for me, with how active I was on Twitter throughout all of this in comparison to the likes of others, I think I need to bring up what happened to me because of Peaches and Lumi's actions. So what did they do? Well, having cross-reference with multiple people in the Burger King server, I've learned that the relationship that Lio and I have with each other was being used against him by Peaches and Lumi both. There were instances where Lumi was constantly trying to insinuate that Lio was going to make me his next kid through text completely unprompted, and hiding issues that they had with me behind my back. Instead of talking to me like the adults we all are, they chose to go the sneak.
Okay. So, firstly, these DMs between Lumi and Hidden are basically Lumi trying to like convince Hidden that Zach's going to be the new kid. And Hidden again was fine with going ahead of the plan after this. I'm just reminding you all.
Route. On top of the claims that I was going to be Lio's next kid, there were the claims that when I was in his house, he was going to abuse me in the same way that Jordan, Jay, and Peaches were claiming that they were over voice calls. The reason I find this particularly interesting is because of the fact that Peaches knows about the relationship I have with my own family. I won't go into it because it doesn't need to be out there, but I've had my issues with
we know what it is. We already know.
People know about. Peaches was one who knew vaguely what was going on with me and knew damn well that Lio was the only person in my life that I felt I could trust with my own issues. Eventually, Lio and I became really good friends over this time, and I do thank him for how much kindness and love he's shown me through all of this.
Just go to a therapist, you fucking idiot. Like, oh my god, why would you trust some fucking 30, almost 40-year-old man that's on the internet with your personal problems? What is wrong with you? Like, and also to say we're all adults here while sitting here whining like a little childish fucking bitch about your personal problems with your parents doesn't really blend well with what you're saying at all.
Killed it.
Like, holy fuck.
Can I talk to you about my problems? Please.
No, fuck
Buddy.
you and your problems.
Buddy, I look up to you though, Gilded.
Cut my name into your thigh.
Fuck you, put me in your note.
You guys will probably never know the things that he's done for me, but there's a lot. Meanwhile, I was growing closer to Lio, while Peaches and Lumi were doing everything in their power to make sure those around me would be worried that I was going to be a victim of Lio. I was never a victim of Lio. Of Hopeless Peaches and Lumi, that's a different story.
Hey, Xylee, thank you for the raid, bestie. Hope you're having a good night.
In the run-up to the dropping of the documents in the Senate, there was actually a particular call that occurred in the Burger King. The call had a status set to it in the lounge, and the status
I hope
read,
this video gets
"Paperman
taken
order."
down by Burger King. Because he keeps saying in the Burger King, and my brain is just imagining Hopeless Peaches behind the counter, just like shoving fucking Whoppers in her face like fucking Squidward. Like, I just can't. Like, every time he, like, how can you just say Burger King unironically like this? I can't.
I would love to explain to the raiders what the fuck is going on, but we are too deep in the, like, listen, okay, here you go. Fucking internet twink defends his internet daddy over internet drama while crying about his trauma. That's where we are.
Now, I didn't join this voice chat because I was disgusted at this, or grab a screenshot because I didn't think about it, but I later found out that the contents of this
You didn't
call
grab
were
a screenshot for
showing those in the
anything!
call that Lio would abuse me and calling him an orbiter for growing closer to me. That wouldn't mess with anyone in the call's heads or anything. Certainly not. Mind you, we became better friends because of us enjoying each other's company, and because of him also voicing the other lead character in my VTuber series, which he's set to continue reprising in the future once all of this is over. We also grew closer because of Lio being one of the few people in my life I could trust with such sensitive information about myself and my life, and he did nothing but be there for me. Sure, if I fucked up, he took me to task, and I did the same for him. That's something that Peaches and Lumi never did.
When have you ever taken Lio to task, Zach? Give me one fucking example of you ever taking this near 30-year-old. Zach is like 18, 19. Give me one example of you taking Lio to task. Just one.
I can tell you how. Or I tell you what, double penetration. That's
Jesus fucking well, we're gonna get to that because he brings you up in a minute.
At least not in the
way
they refused to say anything to my face, and instead made all of my friends fear for my safety in order to paint a narrative against someone who never fucking deserved it. The worst part is that there's parts of it that I bought. I wish I never bought into it and that I never joined that server. It would have saved me so much trouble and trauma. It would have saved a lot of us a lot of pain. Then there were the repercussions of the actions of Lumi and Peaches. Their little shenanigans got me constant harassment, death threats, people telling me to kill myself, and more. That's more baseline. There's also the fact that a bunch of people were trying to take mine and Lio's relationship out of context in order to spin it as sexual when it never was. Sure, we joke about our sexualities or make a dick joke sometimes, but a sexual thing...
I'm sorry, wait, what? What was that? We never had a sexual relationship, but we did joke about it.
Like he's explaining like having an emotional relationship with Lio while also saying they talk about penises. Like, come on.
Like, and again, for the Xylee Raiders, the person who's speaking, official title within art commentary is Lio's Twink Secretary. That's his official title, okay?
Hold on, I gotta download this video before he takes it down.
Going on? No. Lio has a wife. She's absolutely lovely and so kind and understanding. Shout out to her if she's watching. You're a real one. Lio loves her to death. Insinuating these things is flat out disgusting and disrespectful to the both of them. On top of that, I never asked to be sexualized like this. Hell, if people shipped me with the character Lio plays in my series, I'm pretty sure neither of us would really give a fuck because it's characters, not real people. But the fact that people have been taking the most extreme version of this and running with it is frankly gross to me. I would appreciate it if this stuff...
I bet no one would care, except you do care, and you accuse Leia something of sexually harassing you over that claim. You fucking... It's so dumb! This is so stupid!
Especially with everything that has gone down behind.
Also, like and subscribe. Fuck you, give me... like, I've suffered through this for days, months, weeks. Fuck, that's a wrong order, but like and subscribe. Put in the work.
Means we both wanted to end. You know who you are. I know who you are. Knock it off. So now, with so many people speculating about the relationship both Lio and I have, my VTuber lore series and its implications, etc., let's talk about that. The first thing to address in regards to it being homoerotic inserts of me and Lio... Okay, that's just funny. So a common point brought up in regards to this is that Ivan, the other character in my series, looks similar to...
Oh, hold on.
Dress in regards to it being homoerotic inserts of me and Lio. Okay, that's just funny. So a common point brought up in regards to this is that Ivan, the...
That should not be funny.
Zach, that is a homoerotic insert of Lio. What are you talking about? What are you?
I wasn't even looking at the screen. Oh no, I wasn't even looking. Oh, why?
What the fuck are you talking about? Is this the character Lio voices? No. Yeah. It's a fucking recolor. It is. It's a recolor with glasses. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Zach, buddy, I'm sorry, mate. Like... Oh, Zach,
is that arrow? Oh, does that arrow say "found family"? Is that what it's saying? Like behind?
I think it might say "found family." 45 7.5. I think that says "found family."
No, I think 7. I think that's 7'5" actually.
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, fuck. Zach, buddy, I think you've got some fucking daddy issues. I'm gonna say it. I think you have some daddy issues. And, okay.
I think he has some Freudian daddy issues.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good until somebody leaks something to confirm it. Right, okay, we're carrying on.
The other character in my series looks similar to Lio's persona, being a buff lion. Here's the thing, the character has existed as far back as July of 2023 at the closest. Sure, he looked a little different, but the principle of his...
July of 2023. Okay.
When he was 17.
I don't know Zach's history, but that's a little fucking weird. Okay, hold on.
His character was the same. In fact, when I did redesign him to look more similar to how he looks now, Ivan as a character remained the same in both storyline and appearance as far back as September of 2023. And these images here show that the redesign happened in July. Lio...
Hold on.
And I didn't become friends until around December of 2023, which is the same month that I asked if he wanted to voice the characters I thought he would do all right with the role, and he was a friend of mine. After all, it's just stupid
Wait, what? No, that doesn't make any sense. Zach, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, we're going back.
At the closest. Sure, he looked a little different, but the principle of his character was the same. In fact, when I did redesign him to look more similar to how he looks now, Ivan as a character remained the same in both storyline and appearance as far back as September of 2023. And these images here show that the redesign happened in July. Lio and I didn't become friends until around December of 2023, which is
Okay, Lio and I didn't become friends until December 2023.
the same month that I asked if he wanted to voice the characters I thought he would do all right with the role, and he was a friend of mine.
So you became friends and you instantly asked him to voice the character? Something isn't really fucking adding up here, buddy.
It's just stupid, campy writing, so why not? The character was never made with Lio in mind, Lio just happened to be cast in the role. Then there's the jokes about our characters. For example, the main one floating around is Ivan saying, "I've taken quite a liking to you" in episode 1. This screenshot has been shared around by a couple people, but everyone seems to forget the fact that immediately afterward my character says, "Please rephrase that," as a direct response to how that could be seen by those watching. As for any other homoerotic
Oh, guys, come on. This isn't... Why would you bring this up? Why would you bring this up? This doesn't work. You can't be like, anyone who thinks this is stupid. I'm watching your defense of it, and I think, do you know what? I wasn't sold on the homoerotic stuff. I fucking am now.
This is going in my video now. I would have never put this in my video if I didn't hop in this stream. I had no intent on watching this video.
This is actually fucking crazy. Zach, this is fucking hilarious. Well done, mate. This is... Oh my god.
References and jokes, they're fleeting and vague on purpose because I make sex jokes from time to time on my channel, which fits the brand of me as a streamer and content creator. But context matters, which is something no one really bothers to ask for. While my VTuber character is reminiscent of me, he is still just that, a character in a work of fiction. The fact that people consistently act as if that character was me is weird, as it's a part of fictional writing, not part of a memoir. The argument of a self-insert only goes so far, especially if you refuse.
Yeah, this is bollocks. Listen, you have a self-insert character. This is the character you go by. It would be me, like obviously I've got like the purple hooded fucking character. That PFP, like, it's obviously referential to me. Like, obviously it's got a very similar hairstyle. All this shit. Yeah, that's what a self-insert looks like, Zach. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
To do any sort of questioning of the context of the images you love to use. And even if you claim all your assumptions of me being in a sexual relationship are just a joke, sexual harassment isn't funny, and misrepresenting my relationship to your audience is not funny.
Okay, firstly, Gilded gets a mention. Secondly, this is funny. This is fucking hilarious. You're actually wrong. We were joking, or at least I was. However, your reaction here is causing me to question whether or not... Listen, you've got really upset about this, Zach, and that's going to make people wonder whether there's some truth to it, because if it's not true, why do you care?
Funny, and it's just a joke, bro.
I actually gave him legit, like, serious advice several times. Like, no jokes, not poking and prodding. I was just like, dude, just chill the fuck, because he was spurging, and I was genuinely, like, actually trying to get him to calm down, right? Because I don't know, he was just making everyone look bad. He was making Lio look worse. And I'm like, dude, like, I don't want you to make Lio look worse. I don't want Lio to be canceled. I
said this to Lio. The fact that the main person speaking for Lio is Zach has legitimately hurt him. Like actually done damage to him.
Represent me, my writing, and my relationships with no indication of it being a joke until days later and continuously harping on the same point. Find better material. But with that cleared out, I'll just end my statement here. To Peaches and Lumi, burn anywhere. You hurt so many of us, and I never want to be contacted by you two ever again. You made all of our lives hell and made me walk on eggshells around your rotten names ever kind to me, and I vow that you continue to do for me, and I'm saying
I don't care.
To you as well. You deserve people you can trust, and I hope I can be one of them. You're one of mine after all.
Some of the stupider claims. Let's hit this.
Content now, and I've only really talked about Lumi and Peaches through all of this for the most part, and then talking about Lio as it related to everything that they were doing with us. However, I would like to go over some of the rapid fire claims against Lio that are just extremely wild.
Oh, this should be
someone
interesting.
with such little evidence. So now, to close out this video, it's time to rapid fire the rest of the claims that have recently been brought against Lio, the Senate, myself, etc. that are not addressed here or in Lio's video. Here we go! Number 1, Lio was accused by Kuma of having an Ink Bunny account and a Fur Affinity account that had extremely disturbing favorites relating to cub and feral art. This is false. Lio
Okay.
the Fur Affinity account.
We've fucking been over this shit. Like, and I never endorsed this as an idea, by the way. I did laugh at it. I did laugh at it. It is funny.
Because of the fact that Lio has never once used Sentinelness, make it out to be Lio. And also, by the same logic, all of these other Ink Bunny Kumo. Number 2, me falsely accusing Leah something of sexual harassment towards myself and Lio. I did not accuse her. I accused her community, not her.
Oh, interesting. I'm not entirely sure that's correct. Any opinions? Fuck me.
Directly. I did say that she joked about it, but also have some clips of her doing it live and screenshots of her fans doing it to her live chat when she did nothing to stop it. I will be talking about her more in the future. Number 3,
We're gonna get a fucking Leia takedown video by Zach. I can't fucking wait, Zach.
Dude, that's a cat fight, literally.
That's literally a cat fight. Holy shit. Fucking incredible. Leia's just like screaming in chat. I can't fucking wait. Amazing content.
Tones and I being allegedly Lio's next 2 kids. This is false. Lio is not taking either of us in, although this did spawn some fantastic bit material. Thank you, Susie, for this image. Number 4, somebody by the name of Spencer came out on TikTok saying that they had been sexually harassed by a Senate member and told the moderators that this happened and we did nothing. This is only partially true. Spencer did tell Peaches, and Peaches did not relay this information to the rest of the mod team, so we did not have any knowledge of the situation at all until April 17th, where we talked with Spencer directly, apologies were issued, and we went our separate ways. Very sweet individuals. Shout out to them. Number 5, Lio allegedly telling someone to KYS in his emails out of context. This is a thing that happened in early 2023, yes. However, this person was consistently harassing Lio, threatening sexual assault.
I have had more. I'm just getting messages of this is the mod team Lio wanted. This is what he got rid of the old guard for.
He just lied.
What?
Yeah, what he just said was a lie.
Okay.
What I think he's referring to had nothing to do with emails. It was a 13-year-old that entered Lio's server, and then Lio told the 13-year-old to kill himself. It was a fresh person that just entered the server.
Interesting. I can't wait to see more Zach videos. These are fucking great. Holy fuck. Oh fuck.
I want to see Hitten make content.
Yeah, so do I. I am very look. Okay, I feel like I am done with Lio for the moment, unless something dramatically changes. But Hidden and Zach, I am fucking invested, kids. I am fucking invested. Congratulations.
At Lio and his family, and saying truly abhorrent things that I cannot repeat on this platform without risking my channel getting deleted. While I do not condone Lio saying these things to someone, I can understand where his anger and frustration came from. The context doesn't excuse the action, but it does explain it. And number 6, Gilded Poo accusing Lio and Peaches of allegedly saying sexual comments to a 16 to 17-year-old in mid-2023 in the Book of Omens server. This is also false. This person was 19 years old and was booted out of the Senate and proceeded to go into Book of Omens to
whoa.
This person would.
Oh my god, pause. That's a lie. The guy explicitly states he's like 16 or 17 in the call, like the whole voice recording. It's like there. he just fucking lied.
So even
up fucking lied.
Even if this person lied about their age, by the way, it doesn't matter because in the call when they're making the comments, that's where they're stating they're 16, 17. For fuck's sake. Oh my fucking god.
Would not have been able to get into Senate if they were under the age of 18, especially
they would not have been able to get into the Senate if they were under the age of 18. Oh, well, that's an interesting fucking claim.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't even in Senate. It was in Book of Omens. It was the 16 plus server.
Yeah. And we know that people were dragged into Senate, particularly for calls. Okay, that one needs a bit more expanding. Probably not now. But, like, yeah. Interesting.
Considering the time frame of this being mid-2023, you guys are just making things up. In fact, I couldn't even actually find this person's app because whoever uploaded this clip made it so it was like 4 pixels.
Wait, hold on a second. So you couldn't find any of this to verify it, but you're just making the claim based on the server rules. Are you fucking kidding me, Zach?
Yeah, actually.
You fucking clown. You clown.
No, he's lying. I posted the entire call in Twitter and added him in it. Like, somebody else also added him in it and showed him that. And he acknowledged it. Like, on Twitter. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, he's just straight up lying here.
Oh my god.
I bet you what happened was he went to Lio and was like, was this person actually like 16 or 17? And then Lio was like, no, he was 19. He was like, okay. I bet you that's what happened.
Oh my fucking god. Fuck me.
Why? Basically, my thesis for this section is, holy fuck, stop believing heavy accusations with such low bars of evidence proof coincidence.
You guys provide! This is 4 hours of testimony with basically no fucking evidence from any of you. Are you fucking... You're so stupid. It's like, I'm really... Because I know when I cover art stuff, I try not to use fucking... Do you know what? Fuck it. No, this is actually retarded. This is actually... I'm done. I'm broken. I'm done. This is so fucking retarded. I fucking... What? Why would you fucking do this? Holy shit, you fucking lunatic. I am actually gloves off. This is so funny.
Etc. Oh my god, this is so tiring. And that is everything that I will address for now. There is absolutely, like, way dumber things that I could address here. However, I think this is sufficient enough for me to say that maybe people are just making things up and running with them in order to make Lio look like a far worse person. Just some food for thought.
Once again, and for those that joined us early, joined us late from the raid, the current narrative is that Lio needs more charitability because Lio was manipulated by Peaches and therefore, like, is a victim of Peaches. Now, I never said victim, but this narrative that Lio was manipulated from Peaches does not come from Zach. It doesn't come from Lio's defenders or friends. It comes from me and fucking Gilded reacting to this stuff and saying that this looks like Peaches is manipulating Lio. And me in particular has been saying for quite a long time, I think Peaches is pulling the fucking strings. None of his friends gave him any of this fucking charitability. They just wanted to fucking burn him. I did that, Gilded did that, and we're the people fucking shitting on him. You guys are terrible fucking people. And I love you for it.
Now, let's go ahead and finally close all this out. So, now what? We've released our statements, we said our piece. Where is everyone left now? As for the members of the Burger King server, Hidden is going to be turning the Supreme Court into her own community server and not making it what the Senate once was. Hopefully she does alright with it and can move forward with all of this. Sin is a moderator.
Lio tonight has had an accountability call in one of his new servers, and as far as I know, 2 of his mods have left today, so clearly that's going really well. The Supreme Court is a fucking mess and will end up exactly the same way because Hidden has no fucking control over it, because Hidden is a patsy.
For Hidden's community and doesn't really have an online presence, so he'll probably just keep it that way, honestly. Saya is continuing her work as an artist, and
we are playing buckshot roulette, Seraphina. Yeah, we fucking are. Like, fuck it, let's do it.
On with that. She's extremely fucking talented, holy shit. Billy also doesn't really have an online presence, so I think he'll just keep living life as he was. As for Sunny, I mean, Sunny is just out here being talented as fuck, so like, keep doing you, I will be here with you. As for Cosmic, Cosmic literally purged everything they have, so I don't really think we're going to see their face around ever again.
You're fucking wrong! And actually, hold on, we'll get to the end of this, because Cosmic came on stream. You managed to piss Cosmic off so much with this video that Cosmic came to talk about it. You're fucking dumb. We'll get to that in a second.
Doodle Tones, girl, take a fucking break after all of this. Oh my god. You deserve it. You've done a lot of work to help both Lio.
There's a lot of diaper roleplays for you to be doing, Doodle. Go on, take a fucking vacay, bitch.
And I now. Please rest a bit and do some fun stuff. Heaton has also been an invaluable part in all of the research done, and it's been so fucking amazing. They'll probably continue streaming and working on their projects, so go you, Heaton. I'm excited for you. As for Ellie, very similar, just probably going to be working on their own projects, and I stay cheering you on, Queen. Keep it up. As for Jibs, they're working on telling their full story surrounding their experience in the Senate and where they are now. So for Jibs, keep killing it, dude. I wish you the best going forward. With Crystal, they're working on telling their story with the Glitchtail community, explaining everything in regards to their groomers, detailing their own experience in the Senate, etc. I wish them luck on that.
Yeah, for those joining us, Cosmic specifically came back to point out that Hidden is fucking lying in this video.
And we'll definitely keep in contact. For Asuka, goddamn Queen, please rest. You've dealt with a lot, and I'd imagine...
Well, also, again, never calling them themselves a victim. Cosmic is taking accountability and said that they fucked things up and said things about Lio that were not true. Cosmic isn't fucking running. Cosmic just had shit to deal with. Cosmic turned up and, like, is literally here saying, I fucked up. That's way more than fucking Hidden has done. And again, people are going to do, well, it's just testimony, Beckett. That's all they've provided as well. It's just testimony. So why not believe Cosmic?
Probably want to chill out with all the backstabbing that happened to you. Go take a nap and we'll keep up, don't worry. As for Lumi and Peaches, fucking burn, bye bitch. Never want to see either of you two ever again, not after what you guys did to all of us. If you guys see them publicly again, get them deplatformed. I never want them back again. If they do come back...
Deplatforming is incredibly cringe. Don't deplatform anyone. Shut the fuck up, Twink.
Wow.
I'll make sure they never gain momentum again. Stay gone. As for...
Firstly, I don't think you have the ability to do fucking anything, Zach. Shut the fuck up. Like, you can't even put together a victim video properly.
For Lio, I will drag you by the mane on a break for at least a few days. You've gone through hell for multiple years. You deserve better than the treatment you've received from Jay, Jordan.
And also, Lio deserves better. Genuinely, Lio deserves better than fucking being around people like Zach. This isn't helping Lio. And we're gonna get to that in a second. We're gonna get to it.
So hopefully you don't have to experience that kind of treatment ever again and can be a little happier now. And fuck it, I'll stay your Twink secretary just to piss these bitches off. What are they gonna do? Seethe? As for me, hopefully this can all return to normal. I have multiple massive things going on, like my new outfit reveal that I posted a few weeks ago, and my birthday stream that happened. I also want to celebrate the amazing things that I'm working on, and hopefully you'll all be around to see them. At least
I promise you I will. We are done with this for the moment. Okay, I need to get to something. Gilded, any final thoughts?
Pain. I was sitting here trying to find... I have the whole, like, call that he said does not have the person's not a minor in. I have the whole call.
Well, we will get to that as another day, because I need to do this. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, we need to do this, and I need to finish up. And this bit, I need it while we've got it. So, because I believe you just post it on Twitter. Fuck, you can't. It's suspended. Send it to me. I'll post it on Twitter. Okay. Right. Good night, buddy. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
Good night. Have fun.
Oh well. Okay. Now, I said something a week ago. I said that if the people who are defending Lio bring out a video, we'll watch the kitty video while I do this.
So it was recommended.
We'll watch the kitty video. It doesn't have audio for the moment because we just want to see the kitty. Right. I said a week ago that if Lio's defenders brought out videos like the ones that Lio, Doodles, and Zach have brought out, then the outcome would be really simple. I'm going to say it one more time. The people on their side don't care because they hate everyone on the other side. You can't convince people who already hate Gilded, Akumu, and Kumu to continue hating Gilded, Akumu, and Kumu. They already do it. On the other side, no one fucking believes you guys because you've been shown to be dishonest actors multiple times, or people just have a fucking axe to grind. Okay? What I did say would happen would be that if you released videos attacking people or saying shit that just was either all over the place or was like trying to, I don't know, fucking escape the shit that you've done, it would piss people off and reinvigorate them and re-engage. Gilded is making a video on Lio. He wanted to be done with this shit. I am going to continue ending up making content on Zach and Hidden. Congratulations, you've gone from me not really talking about you to me being to you being such fucking clowns that I'm going to now be watching your content on stream. Well done, guys. And that's exactly what I said would happen. Beckett was right. And I said last week that when all this happens, when it plays out exactly the way I said it would, I would sit here for 5 fucking minutes saying, I told you so. So that's how we're going to end this stream. I'm going to sit here for 5 fucking minutes with a timer saying, I told you so, over and over again. Before we get to that, do we have any final questions from chat? Okay? Because I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. And I'll put the cat video on loop, okay? You can watch the cat while I fucking do it. That seems fair. Okay? Well, we'll have it on loop. Any final thoughts while I finish this cigarette before we get into it? Leia Bloodsports, yeah, there's going to be a video on Leia. That'll be real fucking interesting, won't it? Oh, fucking hell. This is better than the toy dinosaur guy. Oh, fuck, I need to do the, I still need to do more game dude shit. Guys, here's a fucking rule for you. Don't lie about things that are going to annoy people. And again, it made Cosmic come back. You pissed off Cosmic to the point that somebody who has dipped from all of this came back to call you out for lying. You didn't need to take those shots. Lio didn't need to take a shot at Gilded's kid. Or, like, even mention him. Lio has been like, I can't believe people have talked about my wife. Well, why are you talking about Gilded's kid? Zach didn't need to say, well, Cosmic doesn't want to take accountability. Didn't need to do it. Did it, and now look at where we are. Zach didn't need to say shit about Gilded or Leia. Didn't need to say anything. Did, and now both of them are going to be reinvigorated. And you keep the content cycle going. Do you want people to talk about you? Because this is how you get people to talk about you. Okay. Let's get a timer up on stream. I'll pull it out as a separate thing. Timer. We'll go 5 minutes. Stop. Reset. Okay. Because again, I fucking hate this shit so much. I hate it so much. But the content keeps coming, apparently. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing now with our time. You're all fucking welcome. Okay? Oh, do I need to make that bigger? We'll make it bigger. I'll invest. Okay? So, thank you for coming to the stream. Like and subscribe. Thank you all for your support over the last few weeks. And everything else in getting this channel up. We have some more stuff coming. We just released our first short. Very exciting. And I think we're working on some other shit as well. I will be back if I fucking... Because many of you will fuck off. I don't blame you. I will be back at some point in the next week or so. I've got some other things. I've got something with Evan. I'll be on Now Recording. And I think Now Recording has another podcast coming out soon with me on it. So, there you go. There's my thing. Let's get started. I told you so. 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 I told all of you exactly what would happen. I told you so. 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 It's just trying in my head now. I told you so. 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 I fucking called it. I fucking called all of this shit. I told you so. 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 Fuck, I need some music. Hold on a second. I can't stand the sound of my own fucking voice. I can't stand the sound of my own voice doing this. Right, what are we doing? What are we doing? We've got 3 minutes for it. Fuck my life. Actually, do you know what? We'll do it this way. Ending as we fucking began all this nonsense. Oh, fuck me. I told you so. 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 I told you. I told you. I told you so. 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 Told you so. I 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 fucking told you so. I told all of you. Fuck you. I told you so. 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 I fucking told you so. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. I will be back next week. I fucking hate this shit. And we are apparently Not fucking done. Jesus Christ. Night, kids. Go to bed, degenerates.